Chapter 201 Sand Shell. He was deep in thought when he suddenly noticed something strange appearing in the desert ahead. What is that? Lin Shen saw what seemed like a gigantic mushroom growing in the desert. Of course, it wasn't a real mushroom, but rather a mound of sand piled up like a small hill. Lin Shen couldn't shake the feeling that the sand mound was peculiar. No wind could create such a formation unless it was man-made. He let the evil dragon fly a bit higher, but within the visible range, there were no signs of humans or the Ultraburn tribe. If it wasn't piled up by humans and the Ultraburn tribe, could it have been done by those crystal warriors? Lin Shen wondered with curiosity as he rode the evil dragon closer to the mound and circled around it. To his surprise, the mound turned out not to be a pile of sand but a sand shell glued together with a small hole leading inside. Lin Shen jumped off the back of the evil dragon, approached the hole, and shone a flashlight inside. Upon looking inside, his mouth opened wide in shock. The interior was dense with base mutation eggs the size of ostrich eggs. Most of them were green crystal-like base mutation eggs, with a few blue crystal base mutation eggs and some scattered purple crystal base mutation eggs. What excited Lin Shen even more was that after a quick scan, he spotted 3 red crystal base mutation eggs among them. I've hit the jackpot. So many mutant base mutation eggs should be enough for my base mutation rate to reach 100%, Lin Shen thought ecstatically as he squeezed through the small hole. There were just too many base mutation eggs here. Lin Shen could use the mutants himself, and whatever he couldn't use could be sold by his sister. But with so many base mutation eggs, transporting them back was an issue. His backpack couldn't fit everything, and to teleport them back, he needed to be able to touch them or carry them in a bag. The bags Lin Shen had brought could at most hold a couple of hundred, and there were at least several thousand base mutation eggs here. He couldn't take them all at once. I'll take the mutants first. Lucky I came early. Pioneering always has its benefits. Lin Shen took out a large bag and started picking out the mutant eggs into it, using the flashlight to see around. This red crystal base mutation egg looks strange. Lin Shen picked up a red base mutation egg but noticed something was different about it. Lin Shen had initially found 3 red crystal base mutation eggs, all peach red in color. However, this particular one was a deeper shade of red, blood red, to be exact. Now wasn't the time for close examination. Lin Shen stuffed it into his bag, then continued sorting through the other mutant base mutation eggs. After much effort, he'd collected all the visible mutant eggs, 34 blue crystal base mutation eggs, 14 purple crystal base mutation eggs, and 4 red crystal base mutation eggs. Among the 4 red crystal base mutation eggs was the dark red one. For Lin Shen, such a haul was akin to finding a treasure guarded by an evil dragon, except there were no dragons guarding this one. I am a mover, strong in the art of carrying, I shall make that large house empty and airy. Lin Shen hummed as he lay resting atop the pile of green crystal base mutation eggs. With this massive treasure, he planned to go nowhere else. He would just teleport back when the time came. Then, after a few repeated teleports, he could empty out all the base mutation eggs inside. Just think of the thousands of crystal base eggs, how much money they would fetch. This batch of crystal base eggs could make Lin Shen wealthy. But business was not really Lin Shen's forte. It would be better to leave it to his sister. After selling this batch of base mutation eggs, could I afford to buy half of sea corn base, would everyone then call me Lin Bank Hung? In the future, I'll only eat eggs laid by hens. Drink milk only from cows. Bath time must have 4 bath attendants, scrubbing me down from front, back, left, and right. As Lin Shen dreamed of his future life of luxury, he suddenly heard a strange noise coming from the entrance of the hole. A shiver ran down Lin Shen's spine. He quickly turned off the flashlight, his gaze fixated nervously on the faint light at the entrance. Shit, don't tell me the one who laid these eggs has come back. Lin Shen felt somewhat nervous inside. There were so many base mutation eggs here that they definitely couldn't have been laid by just one or two crystal warriors. If it was a huge group of warriors, and he got surrounded by tens of thousands of crystal warriors, it would be doubtful whether he could escape. The combat power of the blue crystal warrior and the purple crystal warrior was still very strong, they just weren't as strong as the frost swordsman. The frost swordsman could handle one or two in a duel, but if 10 or 8 of them rushed at him, the frost swordsman would just be overwhelmed. Lin Shen's expression changed uncertainly as he pondered the consequences when suddenly he saw a figure squeeze through the entrance of the cave. Although the cave was pitch black and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, the outline of the figure was clearly not that of a crystal warrior, but a human. Half of the person's body entered the cave entrance, then they reached out with a flashlight and shone it inside. Lin Shen stood flush against the cave's sandy wall, the flashlight didn't sweep over him. The person, seeing so many crystal base eggs, reacted much like Lin Shen, perhaps even more exaggeratedly. "Holy shit, jackpot, I've really struck it rich this time," the person exclaimed with joy, followed by a bout of wild laughter. Why are they all green crystal eggs?" The person quickly noticed something off. He appeared to have some understanding of the crystal warriors, and seeing only green crystal eggs in the cave, with no mutant eggs, he felt that something was wrong. He immediately turned his flashlight on and started to sweep it haphazardly around the cave. Suddenly, all the person saw was a bright light blinding him, unable to see anything, and instantly realized what was happening, immediately responding with his torch to the other light. "Who is there?" The person held the flashlight against Lin Shen with one hand and shielded his face with the other. Both of them were blinded by bright lights and couldn't see what the other looked like. "Friend, you are too late, I discovered this place first." Lin Shen also shielded his face with one hand and held his flashlight toward the other person as he spoke. This was just an instinctive action, he wore the ultraburn helmet, so others couldn't see his face anyway. Nature's bounty is for all to share. "Friend, there are so many base mutation eggs here that you can't possibly take them all yourself, wouldn't it be wonderful to share them?" The person continued while shining his light on Lin Shen. Lin Shen understood his meaning. Most humans who entered through the Realm King cultivation device would be randomly teleported to the desert area, and it wasn't certain they could teleport back here next time. With so many base mutation eggs, one person definitely couldn't carry them all off in one go, and there was no guarantee of returning here next time, so monopolizing them was futile. His thinking wasn't bad, but Lin Shen was different, he could record coordinates and come back repeatedly, so taking them all wasn't a difficult task. Naturally, Lin Shen couldn't reveal his ability to teleport freely and instead asked, "Who are you? Give me your name before we discuss anything else." Lin Shen's intention was to say, "Reveal your identity first, if we're not enemies, we can talk." Now Lin Shen was somewhat frustrated because his own entrance wasn't broadcast, but this other person was live streaming, which inadvertently broadcasted him as well. The secret of this sand nest was definitely not safe anymore, but in the vast desert, finding this specific sand nest would also be very hard. Even for Lin Shen himself, if he had no coordinates and was dropped somewhere else in the desert, searching for this sand nest would likely be like finding a needle in a haystack. Now, Lin Shen was thinking of how to deal with this person, either make him shut up and scram, or just kill him. As long as he doesn't come back, a few teleports by Lin Shen would be enough to empty this place. Chapter 202, Chapter 202 Ximen Swordsman. There's no need to have met before to make acquaintance, first come, first served. You grabbed the lion's share, that's your luck. The rest of us just hope for a sip of the soup. If fate allows us to meet again, the bonds of friendship will remain. What do you think, brother? The person above didn't reveal their identity, simply suggesting that the two should not interfere with each other's affairs. Lin Shen felt that there was some truth to what the person said. If Lin Shen truly couldn't carry everything away, letting the other person take some wouldn't be a problem. The key point was that Lin Shen could carry them away, and he didn't know how much the other person could take. Lin Shen only brought one large bag and a few small backpacks and couldn't take much in one trip since he could come and go at any time. There was no need to carry many bags. But others might not be the same. What if the other party took a large bag and packed all the green crystal eggs to take away? That was something Lin Shen couldn't accept. Having soup is fine, but it depends on how much you drink. You can't just take the whole pot, Lin Shen said. Take as much as you can eat, that's your capability, I have no objections, the person replied. Lin Shen fell silent, and the two remained at a standstill. The person's intention was clear, it didn't matter to them how much Lin Shen took, and how much they took was none of Lin Shen's concern. Friend, it's no use standing guard, you can't take the items with you anyway. Why be so stubborn? Who knows if you can come back here next time? It's meaningless, the person outside continued to persuade. What if I said I could take everything away with me? Lin Shen pondered before adding another sentence. This time, it was the other party's turn to fall silent. The underlying assumption that the person didn't mind Lin Shen taking away the mutant eggs was because there were enough green crystal eggs here. As long as they could take away a large quantity, they could still fetch a high price. If Lin Shen took them all, that was something they couldn't accept either. Brother, I am Ximen Swordsman. We can talk things over, the person said after a moment of silence, suddenly indicating their name. Lin Shen thought to himself, well, that's something. Soft tactics didn't work, so now it's time to throw around a big name. Too bad, I really haven't heard of that name. Ximen Swordsman, is that supposed to be famous? Ah! Is this person Ximen Swordsman? For real? Oh my, it turns out this person is Ximen Swordsman, I had no idea before. Haha, Ximen Swordsman actually went to Realm King Planet. That guy down there must be dumbfounded now. Ximen Swordsman tried to negotiate nicely just now, and now he must be full of regret. This is getting interesting. I'd genuinely like to see what that kid's expression is right now. Lin Shen did not recognize Ximen Swordsman, but among the spectators from the home planet, there were many who did, and they began to get excited. Unfortunately, both were shining strong lights at each other, and the image was just a halo of light, so it was impossible to see what the person behind the flashlight looked like. However, once the name Ximen Swordsman was mentioned, most believed that the person below was in trouble. Although the reputation of Ximen Swordsman wasn't as resounding or legendary as that of Bai Shenfei or Wu Yang Yadu, in certain circles, Ximen Swordsman was still a synonym for strength. As a nomadic mutator with no identity or background, Ximen Swordsman had traveled to many places and left behind many stories that dazzled for a time. The event people relished most was when Ximen Swordsman, for the sake of a woman, single-handedly challenged a base with his sword alone. Even though it wasn't a super base, it was still overseen by an ascender. In front of that ascender, Ximen Swordsman destroyed the base's family, and the ascender was injured, passing away shortly after due to the old wounds. Those who knew of this incident held Ximen Swordsman in no less esteem than Wu Yang Yadu, and some even respected him more. After all, behind Wu Yang Yadu stood the entire Wu Yang family and God's love base, whereas the Ximen Swordsman came from humble beginnings. Reaching such heights was truly difficult for him. Ximen Swordsman had also been to Tiancheng, where he helped the Wei family hold their position for 4 years, during which he experienced countless monster waves, big and small. Whether in achievements or experiences, Ximen Swordsman could be considered the pinnacle of human mutators. However, it was said that Ximen Swordsman was capricious and had a very strange character. Just by looking at how he exterminated a base family with an ascender over a woman, one could tell how ruthless he was. From the perspective of the spectators, the fact that Ximen Swordsman was so easy to talk to at the beginning was already giving the man enough face. But that man was too ignorant, and now that Ximen Swordsman had announced his name, it was natural that he wouldn't settle for just half anymore. Nice name, I'll remember it. If there's nothing else, please leave, Lin Shen wasn't going to put up with these antics. As this statement was made, onlookers began to show odd expressions. This was Ximen swordsman, who had dueled with an ascender, and although he hadn't killed the ascender at that time, the ascender indeed died because of the fight with him. Such a figure, and yet the person below seemed as if he had never heard of him, still so arrogant. This was simply a slap in the face of Ximen swordsman. Haha, Ximen swordsman must be dumbfounded right now. This brother is truly awesome. Even the top geniuses of the super clans wouldn't dare to speak to Ximen swordsman like this. It's over. Just now, he might have been able to take a portion of the base mutation eggs, but now, not to mention taking the eggs, it's even questionable if he can save his own life. Brother, do you really not know what kind of ruthless man this Ximen swordsman is? Someone this tough must have some confidence. Maybe he's from one of the super families. What if he is from a super family? Ximen swordsman has taught lessons to those clan geniuses before. Ximen swordsman indeed felt a bit baffled. In recent years, he really hadn't encountered a mutator who didn't give him face like this. Since brother is so stubborn, then we can only adhere to the rules of the martial world, Ximen swordsman sighed. What martial world rules? Lin Shen asked. The one with the bigger fist is the one who's right, Ximen swordsman replied. If you had just said so earlier, why the pretense and waste words? If you are capable, come down and take them, Lin Shen said with mockery. You make a fair point. Here I come, Ximen swordsman said and leapt into the pit, striding over to stand opposite Lin Shen. Brother, us fighting could damage these base mutation eggs, which benefits no one. How about this? Neither of us uses our pets, I will only strike 3 swords. If you can block my 3 strikes, I will leave today. How does that sound? Ximen swordsman continued. Good idea, I think it's workable, Lin Shen answered. Then it's settled, I'm going to strike now, Ximen swordsman said as he drew his sword from its sheath. His sword was very narrow, the blade only as wide as a finger, emitting a faint blue light, as if carved from sapphire. When the sword was drawn, it turned into a streak of blue lightning aiming for Lin Shen, with astonishing speed. Almost at the moment of the strike, Ximen swordsman's flashlight went out as well. What was more unexpected was that as Ximen swordsman struck with his sword, Lin Shen's flashlight also went out at the same time. In the pitch-black sand hole, only that streak of blue lightning raced through the dark space. Chapter 203, Chapter 203, Insidious. Clang clang, a series of chaotic sounds, explosions erupted one after another. The spectators were all stunned, many with their mouths agape. Because they saw 2 figures flashing with fluorescent light fighting, and it was clear that those 2 figures were not humans but base variant creatures. Damn it, both of these guys are scum, talking about not using pets, their words are like farts. Shit, so deceitful, Ximen swordsman sounded so sincere earlier, I thought he really wasn't going to use pets. They must both have pet launchers, right? I didn't even hear a gunshot, all silent but deadly. What kind of pets are those? They look so powerful. The one with the sword, glowing with blue light, looks a bit like a frost warrior, but frost warriors don't have swords, do they? The other one glowing red, couldn't it be Tianquan's mutated crystal base organism, Reaper's Blade? The crowd watched the 2 pets fight in the dark sand pit, their faint light was not enough to illuminate the darkness. Lin Shen and Ximen swordsman were both hiding in the shadows, their locations unknown. As the 2 pets fought, inevitably, the nearby green crystal base mutation eggs were affected, and in a short time, dozens had already been shattered. The Frost Swordsman's combat power was already formidable, and the opponent's pet was no less inferior, evenly matched in the fight. Clang! Suddenly, at the location of the battle between the Frost Swordsman and the Reaper's Blade, a massive explosion occurred, the shockwave scattering all the nearby green crystal eggs. What just happened? Why did a collision happen there? Neither of their pets' attacks were directed at that spot, right? Didn't you see what happened? That was Ximen's swordsman and another person both trying to ambush the other's pet in the dark, and they happened to run into each other. Neither got the upper hand, and they ended up clashing directly. Damn, that's so conniving, these two really met their match, a duel of equals. Nonsense, it's clearly Pan Jinlian meeting Sudaji, one more bewitching than the other. A few people huddled together to watch the projection and were thoroughly amused. Laymen enjoy the spectacle, experts discern the strategy. Most people were just watching for fun, but those who truly understood were inwardly shocked, guessing who Ximen's swordsman's opponent could be. In such a dark environment, managing to detect the opponent's scheme while attempting an ambush, and being able to change tactics in time for a direct confrontation without falling at a disadvantage, Ximen's swordsman's opponent was somewhat strong. Lin Shen, hidden in darkness, was also somewhat surprised. He had just used the greed for life and fear of death elixir, held his breath, and quietly approached the battlefield, originally planning to launch a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, he discovered that the other party had the same idea. He was the first to detect Ximen's swordsman. As Ximen's swordsman drew his sword to ambush the frost swordsman, Lin Shen immediately pulled out his gun and shot the mutated black armored centipede at Ximen's swordsman. To his surprise, Ximen's swordsman reacted so quickly that he changed the direction of his sword mid-strike, knocking the mutated black armored centipede aside. Such reactions and abilities were indeed frightening. The Ximen's swordsman was also drenched in cold sweat. He had not heard Lin Shen approaching, not even the sound of his heartbeat. The sudden appearance of the mutated black armored centipede, flying towards him like a dark shadow, had scared him enough to break out in a cold sweat. He hadn't seen clearly what had flown towards him, and only by desperately changing his moves was he able to send the mutated black armored centipede flying away. Even now, he didn't know what he had managed to hit. This person is tricky. The Ximen's swordsman dared not act rashly or even move from his spot, fearing that he might reveal a weakness. He had no idea when the other party would appear or where, and he didn't dare to turn on his flashlight either. Turning on the flashlight now would reveal his position to the opponent. Who knew what kind of underhanded tactics were waiting for him next? The Ximen's swordsman dared not move, and neither did Lin Shen. The two were once again at a stalemate. Only the sound of the Reaper's blade and Frost swordsman clashing echoed inside the sand pit, with sonic booms and shockwaves constantly shaking the pit, causing sand to keep falling from above. The green crystal eggs were rolling everywhere, many of which were already damaged. "Brother, we can't keep this up, neither of us will benefit. How about we talk it over?" said the Ximen's swordsman, his voice fluctuating unpredictably, now to the left, now to the right, making it hard to determine where he was speaking from. "Okay." Just Lin Shen had only uttered the word "okay" when a flicker of cold light flashed through the air, and a crystal-based dart embedded itself into the sand shell, the green crystal-based dart glowing with fluorescent light. Unfortunately, Lin Shen was not at that location. The dart had missed its target. "That's really too sneaky, almost like my Shen," Su Tianj couldn't help but remark while watching the footage. "Lucky that wasn't me there just now, otherwise, I would have definitely been hit," a disciple beside him remarked, clicking his tongue. "Stop dreaming. They wouldn't need a dart to kill you," Su Tianj said with a disdainful glance at the disciple, his voice devoid of warmth. "Interesting. Whichever clan this person facing the Ximen's swordsman belongs to, his cunning and capabilities are no less than those of the Ximen's swordsman. How come I've never heard of such a figure?" Ouyang Zhuamiao said with great interest as he watched the footage. Sun Jian added, "There are only a few young people capable of standing against the Ximen's swordsman. Your Ouyang Yedu has gone to Tiancheng, our goddess consort has returned to the sea corner base, Wei Wufu has also returned to Tiancheng, and the individual from the Wan family just went to an alien world. It's unlikely they've returned so soon." Sun Jian did not include Tian in his consideration. Though Tian was powerful, he was still at alloy level, and his inherent strength was not enough to contend with a genius of the Ximen's swordsman's caliber. He used a pet launcher earlier. His true strength is probably slightly less than that of the Ximen swordsman, not one of the top few, but likely a bit weaker, Ouyang Zhuimiao speculated. That's harder to guess then. Below that level, there are many. Each of the major clans has a few talented individuals worth bringing out. There are also quite a few cultivating in secret, Sun Jian pondered aloud. There's no need to guess. Regardless of who it is, going against the Ximen swordsman will get them nowhere. After the defeat, we will naturally find out who he is. Ouyang Zhuimiao was clearly more optimistic about the Ximen swordsman. That's true, Sun Jian agreed with Ouyang Zhuimiao's viewpoint. He too believed that the victor would definitely be the Ximen swordsman. A disciple beside Sun Jian seemed a bit confused. Instructor, I see the Ximen swordsman doesn't seem to have a way to handle him. If this stalemate continues, at most they will both be teleported out when the time is up. Why are you so sure the Ximen swordsman can win? The Ximen swordsman you see now is not the real Ximen swordsman. He truly becomes the Ximen swordsman only when he puts down his sword, Sun Jian said, giving an answer his disciple couldn't grasp. You men always like to be mysterious. If you don't want to teach, then don't. But what's the point of beating around the bush? Ouyang Zhuimiao gave him a look and smilingly said to the disciple, don't think the Ximen swordsman is incredibly skilled with a sword just because his name has swordsman in it. In fact, he is most terrifying when he is not wielding a sword. You mean to say the Ximen swordsman hasn't really shown his true strength? The disciple asked, surprised. Watch closely, and you might learn something. Ouyang Zhuimiao's gaze returned to the footage above. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 204, Chapter 204, Ruthless Person. That bastard, he actually tried to ambush me, the sheer shamelessness. Lin Shen crouched silently in a corner, and no sooner had he spoken than he had already crouched down. Sure enough, as expected, Ximen swordsman still tried to kill him by listening for his position. At the beginning, when Ximen swordsman was speaking, his voice kept shifting from left to right, and Lin Shen realized that this person was very crafty. Since he could think of this, he might well do it too, so Lin Shen took precautions, and it turned out to be the right move. Glancing at the dart Ximen swordsman had stuck in the sand carapace, Lin Shen's mind spun, and he quietly moved the pet launcher in his hand, aiming it at the exit of the sand nest. Then Lin Shen carefully picked up a flashlight, and the moment he turned it on, he threw the flashlight out. Almost simultaneously with the flashlight being thrown, Lin Shen's figure moved swiftly, while he started shooting frantically. The beam of the flashlight spun in the darkness, flying toward the approximate location of Ximen swordsman, who hastily moved, charging out like a ghost. He had seen the firing speed of Lin Shen's pet launcher before. It was supposed to be top tier at 40 speed, and he couldn't take it lightly. Lin Shen held a pet launcher in each hand and opened fire wildly, and one after another, pet capsules burst forth, transforming into pets in midair and charging after Ximen swordsman's trajectory. It was a pity that not a single one hit the target, all the pets crashed into the sand carapace. This guy's technique is too rough, not a single bullet hit. That's Ximen swordsman, after all. How could it be possible for a pet launcher to hit him? This move was a total failure, not to mention not hitting Ximen swordsman, but it also exposed his position. He's done for. Yet, Lin Shen paid no heed and kept on firing. The crossed fire from the two pet launchers made it difficult for Ximen swordsman to approach, as Lin Shen had to rock from side to side. Ximen swordsman also found opportunities to throw darts in the intervals, but sadly, he missed every time. He felt that although Lin Shen's speed wasn't fast, his movements were erratic, and every time the dart was thrown, it missed the position he had anticipated by a bit. Lin Shen, using stepping on the immortal cord in combination with unorthodox methods, made it truly difficult to hit him with a dart, especially in such a dark and unclear environment. Finally, when Lin Shen pulled the trigger again, no pet capsules flew out of the gun, all the capsules in both guns had been emptied. "It's over," Ouyang Zhuamiao sighed softly. Sun Jian also shook his head and said, he still couldn't keep his cool, thinking to win against Ximen swordsmen with dual high-speed pet launchers. This idea was flawed from the start. He would fall to Ximen swordsman's sword before waiting for the pets to surround Ximen swordsman. It seems we won't be seeing him lay down his sword today. As soon as Lin Shen's pet capsules were finished, Ximen swordsman had already charged over, his sword turning into a bolt of blue lightning that thrust his way. Lin Shen moved swiftly, looking at the charging Ximen swordsman, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes, as he raised the pet launcher in his hand. All the pets that had been launched retreated from the sand carapace and flung themselves back into the pet launcher in Lin Shen's hand. Ximen swordsman realized something was wrong and immediately looked up to see the entire sand carapace shaking. Huge cracks began to rapidly spread across the sand carapace, and a large amount of sand and pieces of the carapace had already poured down. Damn, all this for a base mutation egg, what kind of death wish is this? Ximen swordsman cursed in shock, turning around and rushing towards the exit. He had already seen that the pets Lin Shen had launched were not actually aiming for him, hitting him was just a feint. The real target was the sand carapace. Crystal base pets, empowered by the pet launcher, charged at the sand carapace at full force, causing the entire carapace to explode. The sand shell would collapse any minute now, burying them all beneath it. No one knew just how thick the sand shell above was, but a conservative estimate put it at over a dozen meters. The destructive power of such a heavy mass crashing down was unimaginable. In Ximen swordsman's view, Lin Shen was about to be thoroughly destroyed along with the crystals. He desperately tried to escape before the complete collapse of the sand shell but couldn't locate the entrance anymore. It seemed as if something had blocked it, leaving the interior pitch black. As Ximen swordsman rushed toward the approximate location of the entrance, he shone his flashlight in that direction. His face turned green with alarm at the sight. A big red bull had barged into the entrance, blocking it with its body. The entrance was already small, just big enough for one person to crawl through. Once the big red bull wedged itself in, it was impossible to force it out or push it aside with brute strength. Unless one could break through the bull and the sand shell at the same time, but doing so would likely speed up the already fast collapse of the shell. After getting out, Ximen swordsman directly grabbed the hind legs of the big red bull and pulled with all his might, hoping to drag it out and create a chance for escape. But before Ximen swordsman managed to pull the big red bull free, a thunderous roar sounded as the entire sand shell came crashing down. Countless chunks and grains of sand, like a landslide, rained down, burying everything underneath. The onlookers stared in shock at the sand shell that now resembled a massive grave, all of them dumbfounded. No one had anticipated such an outcome, and a single thought remained in their minds: ruthless, truly ruthless, a person who would forego their own life for destruction. The sand of the colorful desert was incredibly hard to begin with. The sand shell was merely sand bound together, which, when dispersed and poured down, buried people under dozens of meters of sand and clumps. Unlike typical soil, sand continued to fill in any space that was dug out, making it impossible to climb out even if one held their breath. Moreover, with the pressure of the sand and without the ability to move, the intense gravity of Realm King Planet made escape all but impossible. Under such a heavy weight of sand and without air to breathe, even a mutator would not last long. This guy is too extreme. Ouyang Zhuamiao was also wide-eyed with astonishment, having seen reckless people before but never someone who courted death like this, attempting mutual destruction when it wasn't even called for. Underneath the sand, Lin Shen remained motionless in a corner, his carapace seemingly coated with a layer of blood film. This was a blessing provided by the Blood Jade Mountain God after absorbing the Ascension Liquid. Sustained by the blessing nurtured by Ascension Liquid, Lin Shen survived the collapse in a corner of the sand shell, the crushing weight of the sand almost bursting his carapace. Fortunately, the energy from the Ascension Liquid was strong enough, and the protective film from the blessing, along with the toughness of the carapace itself, held up. He had no intention of trying to climb out, quietly waiting for the countdown to end. He could hold his breath indefinitely and didn't have to worry about dying from lack of oxygen. Whether Ximen swordsman could survive and crawl out or not, Lin Shen would be the winner. Even if Ximen swordsman was lucky enough to survive today, there was no way he could dig out the base mutation egg buried below. The chances of Ximen swordsman being able to teleport back to this location next time were extremely low. But Lin Shen would be able to come straight here on his next visit, and then he could slowly excavate the buried green crystal eggs. Chapter 205, Chapter 205, You're in luck. Who exactly is that ruthless person? What a pity, they didn't even leave a name. Weird, why didn't we see their image projection? Could they be from the Ultraburn tribe? The Ximen swordsman wouldn't have just died like that, right? This teaches us a lesson: no matter how strong you are, you can't be reckless. When you meet a real tough one, you'll still get taken down. I really want to see what that person looks like. The spectators discussed heatedly, feeling a chill in their hearts, thinking it's best to be humble and cautious, not to push others too hard, otherwise, the lesson of the Ximen swordsman is right before their eyes. Lin Shen didn't know what they were thinking. As soon as his time was up, he teleported back with his package. His countdown was different from that of the Ximen swordsman. After returning to his room, he glanced out the window and saw that the projection in the sky was still there. He looked outside carefully, and the exclusive view of the Ximen swordsman was still pitch black. He wasn't sure if he was dead or still trapped underneath, gasping for breath. Lin Shen didn't bother to check the result. He went back to his room, took a bath, then opened his package and toyed with the mutant eggs one by one. This is perfect, 100% base mutation rate is guaranteed now, Lin Shen thought joyfully. He saved the base mutation eggs for later, he would have time to digest them slowly. Seeing that it was already getting light outside and the time was just about right, Lin Shen first opened several blue crystal eggs and drank their liquid until he couldn't drink any more, and then he went to the Azura training camp with his belly swollen. The first training item was still the warm-up. Instructor Mu replaced Lin Shen's backpack with the one specially used at the crystal base level. Lin Shen didn't feel anything amiss, this weight was the same as that of He Fang and the others, as it should be. Running with weights was really exhausting, but it was beneficial for absorbing and digesting the base mutation fluid, which Lin Shen hadn't expected. As he was running behind a few senior brothers, he saw a familiar figure entering through the main gate. Goddess Consort Bai has arrived, Lin Shen remarked as he eyed the moving mosaic with some envy. The senior brothers greeted Goddess Consort Bai, and He Fang even gave Lin Shen a look, then leaned in and whispered, "Junior brother, go for it. I'm rooting for you. We don't want our homegrown cabbage to be snatched by others, especially not by Ouyang Yedu." "Senior brother, there's really nothing going on between Goddess Consort Bai and me," Lin Shen replied with a mix of laughter and helplessness. "Nothing now, but if you hook up, there will be," He Fang winked and made a knowing face. Unable to clarify, and not feeling like explaining, Lin Shen just kept running with them. After Goddess Consort Bai arrived, she didn't join them for the run, but went straight to the office to see Instructor Mu. She also saw Lin Shen and seemed a bit surprised. Before entering the office, she deliberately turned back to give Lin Shen another look. "Junior brother, see, Bai is still quite concerned about you." That look in her eyes, there's a chance. He Fang deliberately ran alongside Lin Shen and elbowed him teasingly. Lin Shen couldn't see what kind of look Goddess Consort Bai had given him, nor did he know what sort of look meant there was a chance. After Goddess Consort Bai entered the office, she looked at Instructor Mu, who was drinking tea, and directly asked, "Why is Lin Shen here?" "He just joined our training camp yesterday, and from now on, he'll be your junior brother." "Get along well," Instructor Mu said with a smile. His attitude toward Bai Shenfei was completely different from how he treated the other brothers with serious grievances. "Instructor, my endurance is still lacking. Please continue to intensify my training, Bai Shenfei said, not dwelling on Lin Shen's issue, but directly expressing her thoughts. Instructor Mu pondered before speaking, your endurance is already very strong. I know what you're thinking, but the kind of endurance Tian has can't be achieved through mere training. Even if I increase the intensity for you, your improvement in endurance will still be very limited, it's impossible to reach Tian's level. Is there really no way left? Disappointment flashed in Bai Shenfei's eyes. At least not for now. It's a limitation of evolution skill, not a problem that can be resolved by training alone. Let's do this, I'll rework your training plan, and you keep at it. It should still bring you some improvement, and then I'll think of other methods, said Instructor Mu. Okay, Bai Shenfei nodded slightly. Lin Shen and the other senior brothers were still running laps. When they saw Bai Shenfei coming out of the office, she did not join them but instead went aside, picked up a strange ball, and, like a gymnast, started rolling the ball over her body. Why isn't she running laps with us? Lin Shen asked He Fang beside him. She's different from us, running laps is no longer of use to her, He Fang explained with a chuckle. In the past, she ran much more than us. Bai is a true martial arts fanatic. Without the instructor having to watch over her, she trains harder than anyone. Such a talented person, and still so hard-working. Lin Shen felt somewhat ashamed. He thought he had been quite diligent recently, but compared to Bai Shenfei, he seemed rather lazy. Haha, I knew it, the Ximen swordsman definitely wouldn't die that easily, and he's indeed still alive, Ling Luo suddenly shouted. Everyone looked up at the sky just in time to see a man, his face smeared with dirt, crawling out from a sand grave. His carapace was scratched all over, and it seemed he had been through quite an ordeal. After crawling out, the Ximen swordsman's base mutation carapace could no longer sustain itself and retracted, leaving him lying on the ground, gasping for air. It seemed he had truly been suffocating. Is that the Ximen swordsman? Lin Shen noticed that the Ximen swordsman was quite young, only in his 20s, not particularly handsome, but rather pleasant-looking. With well-proportioned features, he had the warm, friendly appearance of the boy next door. If one only considered his appearance, it would be impossible to associate him with such a sinister mind. It's a pity about that ruthless guy. He gambled with his life, aiming to destroy both himself and the Ximen swordsman, yet he failed to harm the Ximen swordsman and instead lost his own life, Lv Ying sighed. To have pushed the Ximen swordsman to such a state is quite remarkable, Tian Buku and Tian Bunayan said simultaneously. They all lamented the loss of that talented individual, unaware that he was right among them. Lin Shen didn't say anything. He just followed behind them, listening to them discuss the Ximen swordsman. It was then that Lin Shen realized just how formidable the Ximen swordsman was. He had killed an ascender at the crystal base level. With such a feat, the Ximen swordsman could be considered top among the top, and even Ouyang Yedo would struggle to surpass him. After all, Ouyang Yedo had no record of slaying an ascender. Talent theory may claim to allow challenge beyond one's level, but apart from Bai Zhe, no one had achieved such a record. While Lin Shen was pondering this, he suddenly saw Bai Shenfei put down the ball and walk over to him. I have something to tell you, Bai Shenfei said, walking straight up to Lin Shen. The other senior brothers immediately started to jeer, and someone even whistled. Little junior brother, you've struck it lucky, He Fang said, pushing Lin Shen toward Bai Shenfei. Chapter 206, Chapter 206 A Date to Embrace Sleep. Bai, I'm still training, let's talk after the training is over. Otherwise, Instructor Mu might have some opinions, Lin Shen stopped and said. I've already spoken to the instructor, Goddess Consort said as she walked toward a small cabin to the side. Lin Shen had no choice but to follow. That small cabin was their usual resting place, and since everyone was training, it was empty. Tian, take a seat, Goddess Consort sat down beside her own desk and pointed to the chair opposite her. Bai, just call me by my name, Lin Shen said helplessly. All right, goddess consort's lips curled into a sly smile, but Lin Shen could not see it. Once Lin Shen sat down, goddess consort asked directly, your stamina is so strong, is it because you've practiced evolution theory? Yes, Lin Shen admitted directly. Though his stamina wasn't entirely due to evolution theory played the biggest role and was the primary reason. Can you tell me about your evolution theory? Goddess consort paused, then added, I only want to know how to make my endurance stronger. You can set any condition, as long as I have it, I can offer it. Of course, you can also refuse, that is your right. Actually, Lin Shen didn't mind. Even if he told goddess consort, she likely wouldn't be able to practice it. This method is only suitable for those who practice evolution theory, even if I tell you, it won't be useful, Lin Shen said. You only need to tell me the principle. Whether it's useful or not, that's my affair. You just need to consider if you are willing to exchange and what you want. Goddess consort was very straightforward. Lin Shen was going to say no, but looking at goddess consort, who was a mosaic of charm, he couldn't help but reconsider. This is indeed an opportunity to take the fire seed, but if I say it like that, will it lead to a misunderstanding? Lin Shen felt that goddess consort would definitely misunderstand, and he had no way to explain. Seeing Lin Shen hesitate, goddess consort knew he was tempted and then said, as long as I can do it, anything is possible. Really, anything? Lin Shen was eager. Yes, whatever you want, as long as I have it, goddess consort answered with certainty. If I say, I mean hypothetically, if I asked you to sleep with me. I mean purely, innocently, free of any impurity, devoid of low-level interests, just to hold each other in sleep, and nothing else, what would you think? Lin Shen cautiously broached the topic, unable to resist his longing for the fire seed. He was simply too curious about what kind of fire seed would be found within a living person. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, goddess consort's face instantly changed, and she stared at Lin Shen without saying a word. Even without seeing goddess consort's expression, Lin Shen knew her face must not look very good. Don't rush. I was just speaking hypothetically. Just hypothetically. Lin Shen quickly backpedaled. Fine, I agree, goddess consort suddenly said, leaving Lin Shen stunned. He had not expected goddess consort to actually agree, let alone so readily. Now you can tell me the principle of how evolution theory has strengthened your stamina, right? Goddess consort asked coldly. Sure, I can tell you, and if this answer doesn't satisfy you, we can consider the previous agreement null and void. Lin Shen felt he was taking advantage of someone's vulnerability, and moreover, the principle probably wouldn't be of any use to Bai Shenfei. He felt somewhat guilty about it. If Bai Shenfei changed her mind after hearing it, Lin Shen would accept it as well. Go ahead, Bai Shenfei said directly, seemingly not treating the matter as a big deal. Actually, the principle is quite simple. Evolution theory itself has the function of enhancing bodily endurance. The harder the body is pushed, the more effective evolution theory is at enhancing endurance. Lin Shen mentioned only the part about endurance in evolution theory and omitted the rest. How does the enhancement from evolution theory begin? Bai Shenfei pondered for a moment before asking. What form it takes is hard to say. Let me give you an analogy. A person who uses a knife frequently will develop thick calluses on their hand from holding the knife, which require long periods of practice and repeated callus formation on the skin. Evolution theory can speed up this process, allowing me to develop calluses in a much shorter time. I don't know if my explanation makes sense to you, Lin Shen thought for a moment before saying. You mean to say, the evolution skill you practice allows your body to quickly adapt to the environment, Bai Shenfei speculated after some thought. Right, Lin Shen couldn't help but admire her. Bai Shenfei was indeed very clever. He had said only a little, yet she guessed the crux of the matter. Bai Shenfei seemed somewhat disappointed with Lin Shen's affirmative response. It was the same as what instructor Mu had said, it was an issue with evolution skill. Unless she switched to practicing evolution theory, it was unsolvable and offered no insights for her to learn from. If you're not satisfied with the answer, we can void what I said earlier, Lin Shen reiterated. I will do what I promised. 9 o'clock tonight at Green Bamboo Courtyard. You must tell no one, or else I will kill you. Bai Shenfei left an address, turned around, and walked out of the cabin, then left the training camp. When Lin Shen came out, He Fang and the others were very curious, asking what they had talked about. Lin Shen brushed them off. The day's training felt tasteless to Lin Shen, who was inexplicably distracted. Even after training ended that evening, Lin Shen still found it hard to believe he would so easily obtain the fire seed from Bai Shenfei. With some time left until 9 o'clock, Lin Shen returned to his lodging, took a bath to ensure he had no particular odor, and then changed into a set of clean clothes. Seeing the time was almost right, Lin Shen set out for Green Bamboo Courtyard. The location of Green Bamboo Courtyard wasn't hard to find. It was a stand-alone building in a villa district with a sign of Green Bamboo Courtyard hanging above. The low fence didn't block Lin Shen's view. There were a lot of green bamboos planted on both sides of the courtyard, but these weren't ordinary green bamboos. They were a mutated form of alloy bamboo. The courtyard gate was unlocked. Lin Shen called out, and upon hearing Bai Shenfei's voice from inside, he pushed the door and went in. Standing outside the house, Lin Shen suddenly felt nervous. He had never shared a bed with a woman before and couldn't help but be a little anxious. His fingertips rested on the doorknob, but he hesitated to turn it. There was no sound inside. Although everything seemed normal, Lin Shen couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with the air today, almost as if there was less oxygen, making breathing difficult and hurried. He truly wished to hear Bai Shenfei say something now, even if it was to renounce their plan and send him away. But the house was silent, no sound whatsoever. Only the light from an electric lamp filtered through the drawn curtains, dim and hazy. Bai, I'm coming in, Lin Shen bit the bullet, pressed down the handle, and walked in. Chapter 207, Chapter 207 Embrace. The living room was decorated in a very minimalist style, with only the essential furniture and a guhan placed on the balcony to the north. Bai Shenfei was sitting on the block-like sofa. When Lin Shen entered, she didn't react much, still looking at something on her communicator. Upon seeing Bai Shenfei, Lin Shen felt his nervousness subside a lot. To Lin Shen, Bai Shenfei was a blur of pixels, completely indiscernible, which instantly dispersed the tense atmosphere. Lin Shen was no longer that tense, but Bai Shenfei had become somewhat nervous. She had dressed with care that day, choosing her clothes meticulously, which set her apart from her usual attire. Although she didn't wear makeup, she had carefully done her hair into a bun style she rarely sported, which, compared to her usual aloofness, added a touch of casual ease and made her seem less cold. Bai Shenfei, devoted to practicing talent theory, didn't typically fuss over her appearance but was still very confident in her looks. She had hoped that her careful dressing would elicit at least a compliment from Lin Shen. But after Lin Shen looked for a while, he said nothing and just sat down next to Bai Shenfei. It wasn't Lin Shen's fault, as all he saw was a mosaic. He didn't even know what Bai Shenfei looked like, let alone what she was wearing or how she was dressed. He didn't know how to pay a compliment. "Senior sister, if you have any special circumstances, we can postpone this," Lin Shen said, who, although not too nervous, still felt something was off. Bai Shenfei turned to stare at Lin Shen, wishing she could slap him on both cheeks. She had been feeling very anxious, unsure whether what she was doing was right or wrong. Whether out of a rebellious nature or a desire to fight against fate, she internally resisted the idea of being with Yang Yedu. As for Lin Shen, she could only say she didn't dislike him, she couldn't claim to have any affection for him. If Lin Xiangdong hadn't asked her to look after Lin Shen, she wouldn't have had any interaction with him in this lifetime, not even a second glance. But the last time she woke up in the underground sewer and saw Lin Shen asleep beside her, Bai Shenfei felt angry and resentful, even having the urge to kill Lin Shen. Beyond that, there was an indescribable ripple in the depths of her heart. Although the misunderstanding was later cleared up, that ripple planted a small seed within her. Even so, Bai Shenfei continued determinedly on her own path, because Lin Shen had not mastered talent theory, so that seed was almost impossible to sprout, let alone bear fruit. Yet, Lin Shen's subsequent performances allowed that seed to sprout irresistibly. Not because of Lin Shen himself but because Lin Shen showed her a glimmer of possibility. If someone practicing evolution theory could achieve that extent, then why couldn't she break through talent theory? Why must she submit to Mr. Tian's arrangement? It was Lin Shen's achievements that gave her a sliver of hope for defying fate. She wanted to see if she could continue on her path without selecting the person destined for her. When she agreed to Lin Shen's request at that time, she seemed very nonchalant, as if she didn't take the matter seriously at all. In fact, only she knew the true cost and determination it had taken her. Agreeing to Lin Shen meant that she had to embark on a path of defiance against heaven, a path of rebellion against fate. If it were to prove impassable, she feared that she might never accomplish anything significant in her life. Although she hadn't chosen this path for Lin Shen's sake but to rebel against her own destiny, by this point, Lin Shen's hesitant words made her feel somewhat insulted. Is my charm really that lacking? Then why would you make such a request? Bai Shenfei looked at Lin Shen, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed, but she simply couldn't bring herself to say these words out loud. I said I would do it, so I will. It's up to you whether you come or not, Bai Shenfei said expressionlessly, then headed to the second-floor bedroom. Even at this stage, there was no reason for Lin Shen to back down, so he steeled himself and followed her. Bai Shenfei pushed the door open to a second-floor bedroom, and Lin Shen followed her in, then casually shut the door behind them. Bai Shenfei, hearing the door close, felt her heart uncontrollably start pounding, and a blush spread across her pale cheeks, even burning up to her ears. Trying to appear calm, Bai Shenfei walked to the bed, took off her shoes, and slipped under the covers, pointing to the sword hanging by the bed and said coldly, if you want to sleep, sleep, but if you have any other ideas, I will kill you. Don't worry, I guarantee I have no other intentions, Lin Shen hastily swore. Yet his words made Bai Shenfei's complexion turn a few degrees colder. She pulled the covers around her and lay on the inside, turning her back on Lin Shen. My apologies. Lin Shen took a deep breath, sat down at the edge of the bed, and then took off his shoes. It couldn't be denied, men really are visual creatures. Although Lin Shen was still a bit tense, because his view was only mosaics, he genuinely harbored no other thoughts. Bai Shenfei felt Lin Shen lift the blanket and enter, her body involuntarily trembled, she had never been so intimately close to a man before. Inside, she even had the impulse to turn around and push Lin Shen off the bed, yet there was also an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Lin Shen crawled under the covers, slowly moved behind Bai Shenfei, and reached out his arm from behind to encircle her waist. This time, I should be able to get the fire seed, right? Lin Shen felt Bai Shenfei's body shudder, but pretended to be unaware of anything, and just held her as he lay down to sleep. Bai Shenfei's hair emitted a faint fragrance, pleasant to smell, and the physical contact made them both feel somewhat awkward. Whimsical thoughts began to stir in Lin Shen's mind, but a glance at the thick mosaic in front of him instantly dispelled any feelings he might have had. It's a good thing I can't see, or else, if I couldn't control myself and made some kind of move that caused a misunderstanding with Bai Shenfei, not only would I not obtain the fire seed, I might even get chopped up. Lin Shen took a deep breath, then began to recite the immortality scripture, planning to sleep through the night and worry about the fire seed later. Lin Shen had no ulterior motives and soon fell asleep, but Bai Shenfei, being held, was stiff, with her mind erratically racing. What should I do if he makes an inappropriate move? Do I really have to draw my sword and kill him? Bai Shenfei was in turmoil inside. After much aimless pondering, Bai Shenfei realized that Lin Shen behind her was completely still. Soon, Bai Shenfei became aware that Lin Shen seemed to have fallen asleep. This realization suddenly triggered an inexplicable feeling of indignation in Bai Shenfei. Am I really that unattractive, that you can still sleep like this? Chapter 208, Chapter 208 Perfect Fire Seed. I woke up feeling invigorated and ended up hugging something. My hand naturally found the most comfortable position, as if it had grabbed hold of something. The thing felt comfortable to hold, soft and bouncy. One hand couldn't control the entire situation. Suddenly, I realized I wasn't in my own bed. Remembering where I was, my body instantly stiffened. I was jolted awake and quickly withdrew my hand, my eyes fixed on the graceful figure in front of me. A white, simple dress outlined exquisite curves. It wasn't exaggerated, but it was just right. Her black hair scattered around, and I could only see her profile, with long eyelashes curled slightly upward and her fair cheeks marked by distinct lines. Just a glimpse of her side profile gave me the naive, heart-fluttering feeling I had when I saw the beautiful girl next door in my youth. My heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a bit. Seeing that the beauty was still sleeping, not awakened, I couldn't resist slightly raising myself and craning my neck to see her full appearance. This was the first time I'd seen Bai Shenfei's face, and just one look made me regretful. I regretted falling asleep last night, regretted doing nothing at all. That face brought back memories of first love, igniting that sudden heartbeat, as if I'd become years younger, back to the age of yearning for beauty. Upon closer inspection, though Bai Shenfei's features were delicate, taken separately, none were top tier. But combined, her face was simply pleasant to behold, making one's heart flutter no matter the angle. Her aura was unlike any other beauty, easily distinguishable among countless others. Even those who suffer from face blindness would probably find it hard to confuse her face with that of other beauties. If we're talking about extreme beauty, Xiao and Xiona are truly perfect. Their features, figures, hair, and skin were flawless. But their beauty was too perfect, lacking a human touch. Bai Shenfei's beauty, pure yet carrying a touch of human desire, could only be described as love at first sight. Of course, another phrase could also be used: lustful thoughts arise upon sight. If I had seen this face yesterday, not even the Buddha could have stopped me from making a mistake, I thought to myself, glad I hadn't seen her face last night. Have you seen enough? Bai Shenfei opened her eyes and looked at me coldly. I immediately felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over my head, washing away much of the enchantment I felt a moment ago. With her eyes now open, Bai Shenfei gave off a completely different aura, becoming aloof and unapproachable. It stifled any other thoughts. She was still beautiful, but in a way that seemed distant. I rose awkwardly. Spying on a woman like this was a first for me. In the past, I'd always looked openly. "Senior sister, you're awake," I said casually, trying to ease my embarrassment. "My promise has been fulfilled. You can leave now," Bai Shenfei said, still lying there, her voice cold. Cough. "Senior sister, then I'll take my leave." I didn't know what else to say and promptly left the room. Bai Shenfei's cheeks were flushed red. She had not fallen asleep at all. Lin Shen's sudden grab had blanked her mind, leaving her unsure how to respond for a moment. All she could do was pretend not to be woken up. Hearing the sound of the front door opening from below, Bai Shenfei finally got out of bed, walked swiftly to the window, and peered through the slits of the Venetian blinds, watching Lin Shen leave. There's no turning back now. I must carve out my own path. Bai Shenfei relied on Lin Shen's decisive action to cut off all her retreat and any other thoughts. No matter what lay ahead, she had no choice but to keep moving forward. Even if the path ahead was strewn with thorns and brambles, she could only march on, bloodied. She had agreed to Lin Shen's request to cut off all other consideration and concentrate solely on forging her own way. Lin Shen walked on his way home, his expression quite peculiar. He had obtained the fire seed from Bai Shenfei's body, but it seemed he had not completely acquired it. Perfect super-base evolutionary seed heaven-defying bone, to me, fate is like a passing cloud, rebellious to the core, I defy the mortal dust. A complete heaven-defying bone can break many of the universe's restrictions, free from the constraints of any cosmic laws and orders. Possessing heaven-defying bone, one gets the chance to evolve into the ultimate state of the life base, currently at 10% completeness. It was indeed powerful. This perfect super-base evolutionary seed was truly extraordinary, it could almost be described as invincible. However, Lin Shen found that he could not use the power of this seed. On closer inspection, he realized it was incomplete, at only 10%, with no way to use it. What does this 10% completeness mean? Does it mean I have to sleep with Bai Shenfei 9 more times, or are there 9 other humans with a seed waiting for me to harvest? Lin Shen was momentarily unable to fathom a guess. Either scenario would be very difficult to achieve. Lin Shen was now filled with regret. If he had known, he would have asked to sleep a few more times. Now, finding an excuse to try again was impossible. Mr. Tian, why put me through such a struggle? Do you think I'm not tired enough? Lin Shen felt frustrated. Once at home, Lin Shen continued to consume mutated crystal base eggs, further digesting them to increase his base mutation rate. For the foreseeable future, he had no plans to visit the Realm King planet again. The buried green crystal eggs would be safe from others for quite some time. He himself couldn't go get them, now that the whole world had seen those green crystal eggs. If he tried to sell them in large quantities, anyone could guess his identity. It seems I can't easily sell this batch of green crystal eggs on the market. When Wei Wufu returns, I'll ask if he has a channel to go through. If he handles it and gets them to Tiancheng, probably no one will be able to trace it back to me. I wonder if I could get a primeval egg for ascension in exchange for this batch of green crystal eggs. Lin Shen planned to wait for Wei Wufu's return to discuss it. For several days, Lin Shen spent his time training and sleeping, with his base mutation rate steadily climbing. Lin Shen estimated that even without those 4 red crystal base mutation eggs, he should be able to reach a 100% base mutation rate. What kind of pet will this deep red egg hatch into? Lin Shen hesitated, wondering whether or not to hatch the special deep red egg. Sometimes, such rare base mutation eggs might be worth more unhatched than hatched, as many mutators would want to use these top-tier items for base mutation. The only pity was that he didn't know what kind of base variant creature would hatch from this egg, and which innate skills it would possess. He imagined it wouldn't be much different from the Blue Crystal Warrior or the Purple Crystal Warrior series. As Lin Shen was pondering, his hidden wristwatch suddenly began to vibrate. Why would the watch vibrate on its own? Could it be that strange person arriving? Lin Shen was startled and quickly took out the watch, only to find a message had appeared on it. Chapter 209, Chapter 209 Red Heart A. Days without you are truly boring. Lin Shen discovered it was actually a text message, with the signature Red Heart A below it. What is this? Could it be that the watch is not only a teleporter but also a communication device? If that's the case, then this message must be from someone else to the weirdo, Lin Shen mused as he looked at the message. With this tone, the relationship between Red Heart A who sent the message and the weirdo must be out of the ordinary, and it's very likely that they have lost contact with each other. I wonder if I can reply to the message. After studying the feature for a while, Lin Shen found that he could indeed reply to messages. He touched the message, and the watch projected a virtual light shadow for replying. Lin Shen didn't reply to the message. He was still suspicious, wondering if the weirdo had discovered that he wasn't dead and was setting a trap to lure him in. Where on earth have you gone? Why aren't you back yet? This world is really too boring, only when I occasionally encounter some tough problems do I feel a slight joy. Oh right, I recently came across an interesting problem. I'm sending it to you to have a look. If you're still alive, solve it and get back to me with a message," came another message. The watch vibrated again, a new message had come through. Lin Shen had just finished reading when his watch vibrated a second time. This time, the message was not text but a video clip, which left Lin Shen somewhat startled after watching it. The problem mentioned by Red Heart A was actually a finger skill that looked very ordinary. The video showed a person using the finger skill, which was just a single move that seemed very simple. At first, Lin Shen really thought the finger skill was particularly simple, but after watching it a few times, he realized that things were not that straightforward. What seemed like a simple finger technique actually contained many unexpected changes. Lin Shen didn't realize it at first, but a subsequent text message made him understand that within this seemingly ordinary move, there were so many variations. "Here is my solution. I think, with your cleverness and wisdom, you should have a better one." The message ended with the signature Red Heart A. Who exactly is this Red Heart A? Their solution is too bizarre and eerie. Lin Shen deduced the variations of the move through their solution. The more he explored, the more enigmatic the move seemed, yet he was also amazed by Red Heart A's martial arts accomplishments and cultivation. Their method of solution was even more bewildering. Merely with that one finger skill and its corresponding solution, Lin Shen watched it many times and still couldn't fully understand it. Interesting, this is so interesting. What exactly is the origin of that weirdo? His friend is so formidable. It seems he must be stronger than I imagined. Lin Shen became intrigued. However, he dared not reply to Red Heart A's message and instead began learning from the solution given by Red Heart A. He found that this finger skill actually had some similarities to the stabbing technique taught to him by Wei Wufu, but it was more strange and unpredictable than Wei's technique, with an even more mysterious method of power generation. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. I wonder when Wei will be back. This is the sort of thing he should be doing. Lin Shen struggled to deduce on his own and longed for Wei Wufu's return. With him around, the reversal could probably be figured out with ease, and Lin Shen would just need to reap the benefits. Ah well, I will just study it slowly for now. Not knowing when Wei Wufu would return, Lin Shen could only start researching on his own. These days, a new batch of mutators had entered the Realm King planet, including many top crystal base powerhouses, naturally aiming for Qingjie. Zhou Qinglong had already contacted many top mutators, intending to ambush and kill Qingjie. After several young geniuses were defeated and even killed, Zhou Qinglong's team finally arrived at Qingjie's location. Under Zhou Qinglong's command, more than a dozen top mutators from various elite families worked together, launching long-range attacks and defending up close, setting up a battle formation that besieged Qingjie for nearly a day. In the end, however, Qingjie broke through the battle formation, killed many mutated crystal base pets, and unfortunately, 2 mutators fell victim, while the rest fled in disarray to save their lives. The blood-soaked Qingjie, standing on the corpses of the mutators, flipped the middle finger at the fleeing Zhou Qinglong and others, making all humans around the world feel shame. Lin Shen, while training at the training camp, also watched this battle. Instructor Mu, in a rare move, allowed them to pause their training to seriously watch the entire process of this battle. Lin Shen could only say that the defeat of Zhou Qinglong and others was not due to their conduct in battle. They had already performed well enough. Although their cooperation couldn't be said to be flawless, it also had no mistakes. The reason for their loss was simply because Qingjie was too strong. When Qingjie's horns on his head shone with light, his body cloaked in a layer of azure glow, it seemed as if the rest of the world dimmed in comparison. The favored sons of mankind seemed powerless under Qingjie's fists, mutated crystal bases shattered with a single punch, and even crystal life forms larger than the mammoth giant elephant couldn't withstand his punch and burst apart. The battle formation that could initially suppress him quickly became unmanageable, collapsing in just a few breaths like a breached dike, as each one had to escape ignominiously. That Qingjie from the Ultraburn tribe does have something indeed, that must be some kind of innate skill to stimulate potential, right? The effect doesn't seem inferior to gift theory at all, He Feng commented. It lasts even longer than gift theory. If Bai were to face him, I'm afraid it would be a tough battle, LV Ying said pessimistically as always. Very strong, was Ling Luo's brief comment. Speed, strength, hardness, and toughness all greatly enhanced, but the key is that stamina also increased, which is really unscientific. If potential is being overdrawn, stamina should have decreased. Tian Buku and Tian Bunayan spoke in their usual way, as though their voice had an echo effect. Lin Shen, what do you think? Instructor Mu looked toward Lin Shen. This was an assignment he gave his disciples. After watching the battle, they had to provide their own assessment and not just copy their brothers. I don't understand, Lin Shen shook his head. He meant it, as he lacked some basic skills. He couldn't comprehend the team strategies of Zhou Qinglong and the others, so he didn't see exactly where they failed, only that Qingjie seemed overwhelmingly strong. It's okay if you don't understand, I'll let you experience it firsthand, Instructor Mu said, a devilish smile creeping across his lips. Seeing this smile, He Feng, Ling Luo and the others almost subconsciously stepped back, leaving Lin Shen alone at the front. Good. I like students who actively seek progress. You'll do the demonstration, Instructor Mu said with a smile. Demonstrate what? Lin Shen had a bad feeling and stepped back while speaking, but it was already a step too late. Demonstrate how to take a beating, Instructor Mu said as he threw a punch at him. His fist was as fast and ferocious as Qingjie's, and even carried the same unstoppable momentum. Lin Shen finally fully understood. Instructor Mu intended to use him as a punching bag to demonstrate Qingjie's punching technique to his senior brothers. Chapter 210, Chapter 210, Overlapping Waves Skill. Lin Shen hastily retreated to dodge, while Instructor Mu deliberately controlled his power and speed, maintaining punches just like Qingjie, yet with force and velocity only slightly more than Lin Shen's. Instructor Mu's fists descended like a hurricane, leaving no time for Lin Shen to think or space to dodge, forcing him to block with his arms solely based on reflex. The relentless onslaught, like the fury of a raging sea, showed no signs of abating, pushing Lin Shen into a continuous retreat, his arms feeling as though they were about to break under the unceasing barrage. With no chance to counterattack, and even blocking requiring a Herculean effort, he could only retreat to mitigate most of the attacks. However, retreating did not free him from Instructor Mu's offensive, which swept forward like a torrent, the punches growing increasingly fierce, faster, and stronger. Lin Shen quickly realized that Instructor Mu had not actually increased his power or speed. The reason his punches felt more powerful and quicker was because his force was accumulative, like wave upon wave, with both power and velocity building continuously, hence why they felt faster and more forceful. Thump! One of Lin Shen's arms could no longer ward off Instructor Mu's fists, and he had to use both arms crossed to block them. The might of this punch sent Lin Shen flying backward, airborne for over 10 meters before he landed, and even then, his body uncontrollably staggered backward, as if an invisible force was pushing him, making it impossible for him to stop his retreat. Lin Shen felt as if he was being pushed backward by wave after wave, eventually losing control and tumbling to the ground, rolling another 7 or 8 meters before coming to a halt. This technique is called the overlapping waves skill, the core skill used by Qingjie. It involves the accumulation of force and a continuous surge of power. Coach Mu walked over, pulled Lin Shen up from the ground, and explained as he did so. It appeared as if Qingjie's final outburst shattered Zhou Qinglong and the others' battle formation, but in fact, before that, Qingjie had already accumulated a considerable amount of force, which allowed him to break through like a bamboo. Coach Mu elaborated on the technique and practice of the overlapping waves skill. Everyone listened intently, aware that training in the overlapping waves skill required hard work, and was not something that could be achieved overnight. Moreover, without sufficient talent, it was difficult to continually stack waves of force, let alone create waves stronger than the ones before. Apart from the talent for strength and sensitivity to the trajectory of power, endurance greatly aids in the practice of the overlapping waves skill. Only if your endurance is good enough to keep performing the skill without a break, can you accumulate power and speed to a significant level. During this part of his lecture, Coach Mu looked at Lin Shen, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Shen's heart stirred suddenly. Could it be that Instructor Mu means to say I am well suited to practicing the overlapping waves skill? Since Instructor Mu had hinted at it, Lin Shen quickly focused on the explanation of the practice method for the overlapping waves skill, not missing any detail. Lin Shen took out a notebook and wrote down the main points and key details explained by Instructor Mu. His memory was rather average, and sometimes he forgot things, so it felt safer to write them down. After Instructor Mu finished explaining, he glanced over what Lin Shen had written and then sent them back to running. The stretching and meditation classes after the run were indispensable, but the following skill theory class was replaced with free practice time. Lin Shen found a punching bag and began to practice the overlapping waves skill. In the office, Instructor Mu covertly observed Lin Shen, and seeing him start to practice the overlapping waves skill, he couldn't help feeling proud. His guidance had not been in vain. But after watching for a while, Instructor Mu's brow furrowed into a character. Lin Shen had incredible stamina, but when it came to fighting skills and talent, he was anything but commendable. Poor would be an apt description. Mastering overlapping waves skill was no easy feat, as it required one to find that sense of momentum to be considered to have entered the threshold. However, watching Lin Shen practice again and again, there wasn't the slightest hint that he had grasped it. He couldn't feel the flow of strength, and naturally couldn't sense its presence. Without grasping the momentum, it was impossible for him to ride it and create the cascading force of the overlapping waves skill. In other words, Lin Shen had been practicing for so long, but in fact, he had been wasting his time. Understanding momentum depended on one's sensitivity to strength and insight. Whatever Lin Shen was lacking, he seemed to only be throwing punches with brute force after all this practice, without any sign of initiating momentum. Such a great physique, how can his insight and skill talent be so poor? Instructor Mu watched for a while longer, and the more he saw, the more he felt that Lin Shen's talent was absurdly lacking. Compared to Lin Xiangdong, who had been able to learn and grow quickly in battle, Lin Shen's talent seemed to be worlds apart. Instructor Mu even personally stepped in to let Lin Shen experience the true overlapping waves skill. Unexpectedly, among several fellow apprentices, Lin Shen still had the least sense of initiating momentum. Though they're born of the same mother, why is there such a huge difference between the two? Instructor Mu hadn't given up on Lin Shen. He always believed that teaching should be tailored to the individual since everyone's talent differed. If Lin Shen's talent in this area was lacking, then he would consider another path. Given Lin Shen's physical condition, there surely had to be one suitable for him. Encouraged by Instructor Mu, Lin Shen truly put his heart into practicing for half a day, but still didn't show any sign of a breakthrough. As he saw the other apprentices making some progress, Lin Shen felt a bit frustrated. It seems this just isn't for me. Although Instructor Mu said stamina was an asset for using overlapping waves skill, I can't even get past the beginning stage, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve anything in the future. Thinking this, Lin Shen simply gave up, went back to his cabin to drink some water, and then started to rest without much concern. A radio was placed inside the room. Lin Shen turned it on, casually drank tea while listening to various news broadcasts from the station. After listening for a while, he heard several radio hosts discussing the defeat of Zhou Qinglong. Most of the hosts were laymen. Some said that Zhou Qinglong had failed strategically, others claimed that Qing Jia's base mutation was invincible, and still others argued that only Wu Yang Yedu and Bai Shenfei might be able to defeat Qing Jie. Anyway, after listening for a while, he didn't hear the words overlapping waves skill from any of the hosts. All nonsense. Lin Shen felt quite bored, turned off the radio, and decided to go out and try practicing the overlapping waves skill again. Although his talent wasn't great, perhaps he might just get lucky. Lin Shen had just reached the training equipment area when he saw Bai Shenfei walk into the training camp from the outside. Should I give it another try? But what excuse should I use? Lin Shen's mind was set on obtaining the heaven-defying bonfire seed. Bai Shenfei was his only hope for now. After all, up to this point, he had not seen a second living person with a fire seed, so he could only think of ways to get it from Bai Shenfei. You, come here. Bai Shenfei directly approached Lin Shen, spoke a brief sentence, then turned and headed toward the small cabin. Chapter 211, Chapter 211 No chance to make terms anymore. Little junior brother, not bad, it's only been a few days, and Bai has spoken with you alone twice already. I think this could develop into something, keep it up. He Fang slapped Lin Shen on the back, saying it was encouragement, but why did it feel like he was rather heavy-handed? Why can't Bai see the handsome and dashing me? Ling Luo lamented. You can't even master talent theory, and you have the face to say that. Tian Buku and Tian Bunayan said in unison, doubling the mockery effect. Envy, jealousy, hate, LV Ying chimed in. Lin Shen thought, just talking in the cabin makes you jealous. If you knew I've slept with Bai Shenfei for a night, wouldn't you go crazy with envy? Considering his brother's mental health, he decided no matter what he couldn't let them know about this. Of course, the main reason was the fear that they would go crazy and it would be disadvantageous to him. Bai must have some serious business looking for me, I'll be right back, Lin Shen said as he trotted towards the small black cabin. If Bai Shenfei had something else to ask him, wouldn't that be another opportunity knocking? Lin Shen seemed to see the heaven-defying bonfire seed beckoning him. When he arrived at the cabin, Bai Shenfei was tinkering with the radio, which was tuned to a broadcast discussing Qingji. After listening for a while, Lin Shen felt that the radio anchor really didn't know what they were talking about, seriously spouting nonsense. The analysis was just pretentious ignorance, all wild conjecture based on imagination. What do you think about Qingji? Bai Shenfei sat down and asked Lin Shen. Today, Bai Shenfei was wearing a set of black battle suits, which made her aura even more detached. Lin Shen finally understood why people had always marveled at Bai Shenfei's beauty. Indeed, she was beautiful. I'm just a small alloy level, what opinion could I have? Lin Shen said, spreading his hands. I plan to fight Qingji, what do you think my chances of winning are? Bai Shenfei ignored his response and continued to ask. Since Bai Shenfei had asked outright, if Lin Shen evaded the question it would seem somewhat unsuitable. After all, they had shared a bed. You should ask Instructor Mu about this question. He just taught us the overlapping wave skill that Qingji uses, and he's been your instructor for so many years, his opinion should be rather fair. If he says your odds aren't great, then you shouldn't go. Lin Shen organized his thoughts before speaking. I also know the overlapping wave skill, though I've only seen it once, but it's not worse than Qingji's, Bai Shenfei said indifferently. Learned it just by watching once. Lin Shen widened his eyes, hardly believing his ears, and thought to himself, such talent really makes me want to cry with envy. I've trained for so long without even reaching the threshold, yet she says she learned it after watching just once, and that it's no worse than Qingji's. I practice talent theory, mastering such a small trick is nothing special, Bai Shenfei declared matter-of-factly. Her statement dealt another heavy blow to Lin Shen's tender feelings. In his eyes, the overlapping wave skill that was incredibly powerful was nothing but a trivial trick to Bai Shenfei. Heaven knows how much Lin Shen wanted to master what Bai Shenfei considered a trivial trick. The key to victory isn't the overlapping wave skill. In terms of technique and burst power, I won't lose to anyone, but he has better endurance than me, Bai Shenfei said, focusing on Lin Shen. I really can't help with that unless you switch to evolution theory, but I advise against that, Lin Shen thought. What if Bai Shenfei gets water in her brain and recklessly decides to demolish her level to start over with evolution theory? The average evolution theory won't have that effect. In the end, Lin Shen was still afraid of people mocking him. No need for a retake, I just need a favor from you. Bai Shenfei seemed to have thought it through and said directly, while you're practicing evolution theory, could you let me watch by your side? It would be even better if you could let me feel the changes in your body. This. Lin Shen suddenly felt somewhat embarrassed. Evolution theory wasn't something he could practice at will, it would only operate on its own when stimulated, and that's when it would truly take effect. Practicing evolution theory normally, although it could stir the flow of strength, basically had no effect. If he wanted to increase endurance, weighted running was a good method to activate evolution theory. But the thought of running while the stunning beauty Bai Shenfei felt him up was absolutely indecent. Of course, the main reason was that it wasn't in Lin Shen's interest. If Bai Shenfei discovered there was something wrong with his evolution theory, that would be troublesome. Lin Shen's eyes shifted. My evolution theory is a bit special, it needs to be practiced while sleeping in bed, seems inconvenient, doesn't it? Bai Shenfei's clear gaze fixated on him, her eyes seemingly speaking, do you take me for a fool? I've seen others practice evolution theory before. Cough cough, I know it's hard to believe, but it is indeed the case. My version of evolution theory has been modified by a master, and the practice method is different from ordinary people. Lin Shen changed his stance, what's more, I have no reason to deceive you. If I had any designs on you, wouldn't it be better for me to just make a condition? Bai Shenfei understood Lin Shen's implication, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. You won't have another chance to make conditions, Bai Shenfei said as she rose to leave. She had cut off her own retreat, her mindset had shifted, and Lin Shen, as a tool, had become dispensable. This dispensability meant that she no longer needed Lin Shen to strengthen her resolve, and naturally, she wouldn't let him benefit before she had made up her own mind. Lin Shen was slightly taken aback, not expecting Bai Shenfei to be so decisive. Now I'm really done for. Could heaven-defying bone really end like this? Lin Shen felt like crying, that was the ability that could make him invincible in the universe. At this point, Lin Shen had no other choice but to follow Bai Shenfei out of the small wooden hut. Just as he exited the hut, he heard Ling Luo calling out at the door, little junior brother, someone is looking for you, and she's a great beauty too. Ling Luo's voice was loud enough to be heard throughout the entire training camp. Jealousy, pure jealousy. He's obviously announcing it for Bai Shenfei to hear. Lin Shen didn't care much. He didn't know many people at Sea Corn Base, aside from Bai Shenfei, the only one who could be called a great beauty was his elder sister Lin Miao. Although his sister was in her 40s, the 40s of a mutator were not much different from someone in their 20s. If it weren't for having gone through a lot, which made her aura lean towards that of a mature career woman, claiming she was in her 20s would certainly be believable to some. With these thoughts, Lin Shen walked towards the main entrance, while Bai Shenfei also walked in the direction of the gate, planning to leave the training camp. However, as Lin Shen got closer, the person opposite brother Ling Luo made him do a double take. Ye Yuzhen, why is she here? Lin Shen was surprised, never having considered that Ye Yuzhen would appear here. Bai Shenfei also saw Ye Yuzhen. Originally looking at Lin Shen, Ye Yuzhen appeared to have a sixth sense, her gaze shifting from Lin Shen and turning towards Bai Shenfei. The moment their eyes met in the air, Lin Shen felt as if he saw invisible sparks flying between them. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 212, Chapter 212 I've stamped it. Seeing that Bai Shenfei and Ye Yuzhen were both looking at him, Lin Shen feigned composure and was about to introduce them, but Ye Yuzhen beat him to it. Ye Yuzhen's face lit up with surprise and delight as she stepped forward, took Bai Shenfei's hand, and said excitedly, I have watched the Sky Vault images for a long time, and I've always liked you, Sister Bai. You are an idol for all of us female mutators. I never thought I'd meet you in person today. I'm going to make so many people jealous. Sister Bai, you look even younger and prettier in person than in the images, no more than 30, right? Lin Shen listened to Yayuzhen's complimentary words, but he felt that something was slightly amiss. After finishing, Yayuzhen let go of Bai Shenfei's hand and stood beside Lin Shen, naturally linking her arm through his and said, "Sister Bai, you are my Shen's senior classmate, right? Shen loves to have fun and is quite casual with his lifestyle. Without me to look after him, he surely would be a mess. Hasn't he troubled you quite a bit?" Ling Luo, standing by, exclaimed inwardly, "Impressive." It all sounds complimentary, but in actuality, she first hints that Bai Shenfei is old, then she establishes dominance, and even subtly implies that Lin Shen would only seek her out because he's lonely. This woman's skill is too high. "He hasn't troubled me," Bai Shenfei replied indifferently, shaking her head. "Little sister, this won't do. You have to show more strength, more strength." Ling Luo shook his head to himself. Compared to Yayuzhen, Bai Shenfei fell short, her response lacked vigor. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going now," Bai Shenfei said, glancing at Lin Shen before turning to leave through the training camp's main gate. "Sister Bai, next time you're free, Shen and I will treat you to a meal," Yayuzhen said with a beaming smile. "Okay," Bai Shenfei turned back for a glance, then looked towards Lin Shen and said, "Regarding the bed, I've agreed." After saying that, Bai Shenfei left without looking back. Ling Luo's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. He Fang and a few other senior brothers, who had been watching the drama from a distance while munching on sunflower seeds and sipping tea, sprayed it out upon hearing her comment. A flicker of something different passed through Yayuzhen's eyes as she turned to look at Lin Shen. It's over, the junior brother is doomed this time. With such a beautiful girlfriend, yet he still dallies with Sister Bai, that's asking for death," He Fang whispered to the others nearby. "He's going to get slapped on the spot," LV Ying said. "Maybe today the junior brother will have to be carried out," Tian Buku and Tian Bunayan said with faces full of schadenfreude. As Yayuzhen approached Lin Shen, she stretched out her hand toward his face, and Ling Luo hesitated whether to intervene or not. "My little Shen, how have you not taken care of yourself while I wasn't around? Look how thin you've become," Yayuzhen said, cradling Lin Shen's cheek with her delicate fingers, her expression full of concern. "Oh my, what kind of deity girlfriend? Mr. Tian, how could you favor such a scoundrel?" He Fang and the others felt an urge to stab Lin Shen out of jealousy. Cough cough, "I'm okay, I shouldn't have lost weight," Lin Shen said, touching his face, not feeling any thinner. "You just don't know how to take care of yourself, eating badly, dressing poorly, and in such cold weather, your hands are so cold. Don't you even know to wear gloves?" Yayuzhen chided him, cupping his hands in hers and gently rubbing them, then bringing her red lips close to breathe on them, her face full of tender concern. Ling Luo felt like he was going to spit blood, his teeth grinding fiercely, silently cursing, "Good for you, Lin Shen. Normally with your bushy eyebrows and big eyes, I assumed you were an honest person, but I didn't expect you to be such scum. With such a great girlfriend, you still play around with Sister Bai. Are you even human? You big scoundrel, what merit do you have to be liked by such a good woman?" He Fang and others also glared at Lin Shen as if they wanted to devour him. "Senior brother, I need to go back first, please tell the instructor for me," Lin Shen quickly pulled Yayuzhen away, fearing that if Yayuzhen kept performing, the other senior brothers might really run up and chop him. After getting away from the training camp, Lin Shen finally let go of Yayuzhen's hand and asked with puzzlement, "How did you know I was here?" "If I want to know, I naturally find out," Yayuzhen said with a smile. "Did you come to find me, does Madame Ye know?" Lin Shen said helplessly. "She is her, and I am me, I make my own decisions regarding my matters," Yayuzhen replied, tilting her head and sizing up Lin Shen as if pondering something significant. "What are you looking at?" Lin Shen, though his skin wasn't thin, still felt a bit uneasy being stared at like this. Yuzhen looked for a while longer, then nodded very satisfied and said, "My judgment is really not bad, the boyfriend I chose is excellent. Even goddess consort wants to snatch him, this reassures me, I didn't choose the wrong person." Lin Shen stared at Yuzhen, at a loss for what to say. This woman was truly unfathomable to him. "My excellent and adorable boyfriend, where do you plan to take your pretty girlfriend?" Yuzhen hooked her arm through Lin Shen's, leaning against his side, her face blooming with a peachy smile. "It's getting late, let's go have dinner first." Lin Shen had to admit, he was quite fond of Yuzhen. Apart from being a playgirl, she was really good in every other aspect. Moreover, Yuzhen couldn't really be considered a playgirl. Originally Lin Shen wanted to take Yuzhen to a restaurant for dinner, but Yuzhen preferred to stroll around the night market at Corn Base and try some local snacks. Throughout, Yuzhen never brought up goddess consort and the matter with the bed, which made Lin Shen feel a bit guilty. After wandering around for half the day, Lin Shen took Yuzhen back to her accommodation. Only then did Lin Shen find out that the Ye family also had properties in Corn Base. By coincidence, they were in the villa district, and the green bamboo courtyard where goddess consort lived was just 2 rows away, with a sign that read Purple Bamboo Courtyard hanging on the door. What a coincidence! Lin Shen felt a bit of a shock. Seeming to notice the doubts in Lin Shen's mind, Yuzhen said with a smile, "My grandfather once helped the people of Corn Base, this villa was a gift that they gave to him, and this is also my first time staying here." Lin Shen suddenly realized that Yuzhen's grandfather was Yi Jinggren, who had provided significant help to Corn Base during a major sea beast tide. It wasn't just a villa that they owed him. Had Yi Jinggren wanted, they would have given him the entire villa district without a second thought. About goddess consort's issue, Lin Shen felt he still needed to explain. However, Yuzhen pressed a finger to Lin Shen's lips, silencing him. "There's no need to say anything, I trust you," Yuzhen said earnestly. She then tiptoed to kiss Lin Shen on the forehead, turned around to push the gate open, entered the yard, and when she reached the steps at the entrance, she turned back, winked at Lin Shen, and said, "I've put my stamp on you, from now on, you are mine." With that, Yuzhen entered through the gate and closed it behind her. Looking at the warm and inviting courtyard under the dim street light, Lin Shen subconsciously touched his forehead, finding redness on his hand, presumably from Yuzhen's red lips. Chapter 213, Chapter 213 Soul Harvesting. On the way back, Lin Shen felt rather conflicted. When he used to tease Yuzhen, besides wanting to get married and have children as soon as possible, he indeed also harbored a bit of a vengeful attitude. But as he interacted more with her, Lin Shen realized that Yuzhen wasn't like what he had previously thought. You could say she's like tea, but you can't say she's not good. With such an understanding, gentle, and sensible woman, and a beautiful one at that, who is willing to spend time and effort on you, how could any man not be moved by such a tea? However, the better Yuzhen was, the more hesitant Lin Shen became. Others might not know the troubles of his family, but Lin Shen was very clear about them. Such big troubles that even his formidable third and fourth brothers couldn't solve must be extremely serious. It didn't matter that he previously had no ability to help, but now that he had the power, he couldn't just ignore them. What's more, under a broken nest, can there be any intact eggs? Even if Lin Shen chose not to think or do anything about it, if his third and fourth brothers couldn't solve the trouble, how could he possibly remain unaffected? Lin Shen didn't know if they could solve the problem, but if they couldn't, or if things turned out even worse, if he died it would be one thing, but what about the people around him? Man, people really are damn cheap, Lin Shen cursed under his breath, deciding not to think about these matters. What was most important was to quickly raise his level. He didn't take the words of Bai Shenfei, as she left, to heart. It was clear she had said them out of spite to agitate Yuzhen. Upon returning home, Lin Shen opened another mutant egg and drank the liquid inside. Just as he was getting ready to go to sleep, he felt a stir from the death powder. His heart leapt with joy, and he took out the capsule that the death powder had turned into. Indeed, the capsule was slowly transforming and soon turned into a crystal clear, dark red rope. Sudden change, Death Shredder, super base crystal based creature, can evolve. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Hardness, 41. Toughness, 41. Base mutation talent, super base devouring, super base evolution, super base armor piercing spike, super base instantaneous speed, super base 100 refinements, super base solidification, super base soul harvesting. Super base soul harvesting, after killing a certain type of creature, it can produce a soul suppression effect on creatures of the same species. The more souls of that species are harvested, the stronger the soul suppression effect will be, and the effect will permanently exist. The attributes of the death powder were as expected, nothing surprising. The additional soul harvesting skill seemed to be a kind of deterrence skill, based on the description. After massively killing a type of creature, it would create a deterrent force over those creatures. The magnitude of such deterrence could only be known through actual combat. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, Lin Shen took out his watch and teleported to Realm King Planet, planning to find a place to test just how effective the soul harvesting was. And how strong the combat ability of the transformed death powder was after the promotion. Killing ordinary crystal-based creatures wouldn't show the true value of the death powder, so after some thought, Lin Shen decided to use the green crystal warriors as targets for practice. Gamma asterisk, dash and percent dash number percent dash. Riding the evil dragon through the sky, Lin Shen found 2 lone green crystal warriors. He jumped off the dragon's back, using death powder as a spear, and with just one thrust, he pierced through one green crystal warrior's head. Average green crystal warriors simply can't withstand death powder. Lin Shen threw another spear with the back of his hand and pierced through the head of the other green crystal warrior as well. Under the enhancement of super base instantaneous speed, the green crystal warriors didn't even have the chance to dodge. How uninteresting! Lin Shen frowned slightly, as this level of combat posed no pressure on death powder at all, failing to test its true strength. The main problem was that killing these green crystal warriors was no longer useful to Lin Shen, it was purely a waste of resources. Lin Shen's philosophy had always been to kill only when necessary. Since there was no use, he did not wish to kill without reason. I might as well wait until I advance to crystal base level before testing on Ring Mountain Planet. Lin Shen felt that he might be ready to take on the challenges of Ring Mountain Planet. Having tested his skills, continuing any further seemed pointless. After killing the 2 green crystal warriors, information appeared under the soul harvesting skill, Green Crystal Warrior 2-100. The effect was there, but not very pronounced. The green crystal warriors, upon seeing death powder which had soul harvesting, hesitated only briefly before immediately pouncing. Riding the evil dragon in the sky, he sought out mutant purple crystal warriors and red crystal warriors. Having consumed too many blue crystal eggs, the blue crystal base mutation fluid was now useless to Lin Shen, there was no use in killing for it anymore. There was no need to sell it for money either, as Lin Shen was not short on cash, and it could easily cause trouble. Red crystal warriors were exceedingly rare in the desert, so far, not even one had been spotted. Had Lin Shen not had 4 red crystal eggs in hand, he would have doubted their very existence. As fate would have it, just as he was thinking about never having seen a red crystal warrior, a large group of green crystal warriors emerged in the desert ahead, easily numbering in the hundreds. Among those hundreds of green crystal warriors, there was one peach red crystal base warrior, the very red crystal warrior that Lin Shen had been desperately searching for. However, with hundreds of green crystal warriors at its side, it wasn't easy to take it down alone, and killing hundreds of green crystal warriors was too time-consuming. This is a good chance to see what death powder is really capable of. Lin Shen reached out, pulling the death powder wrapped around him and tossed it at the group of green crystal warriors below. Once unleashed, death powder transformed into a giant state, a monstrous creature over 100 meters long, with a mouth like a shredding machine that devoured several green crystal warriors in one gulp. As both were crystal base level, the green crystal warriors had no chance of resisting death powder, they were shredded in an instant once swallowed. The attacks from the green crystal warriors made no impact on death powder. Though it was a red crystal body, it was more elastic than rubber. All attacks were deflected and nullified, unable to harm death powder in the slightest. Like a dragon entering a flock of sheep, death powder struck terror into the hearts of the green crystal warriors, to the point where they began to flee. If only this death powder had been in the battle at Skystar Slope, it alone could have held the ground. Lin Shen was extremely pleased. The red crystal warrior leaped up, smashed his fist towards death powder, and the sound of a sonic boom rang deafeningly. A white gas cone formed around his fist as the center. The intelligence of the red crystal warrior seemed quite high, he had held back until now. Launching a sudden attack when death powder's back was turned to him was a calculated move. The punch landed directly on death powder's body, horrendous strength pressing and deforming its frame. Like a balloon being pressed inward by a needle, death powder's body was severely distorted, seemingly about to burst any moment. The punch from the red crystal warrior was so fierce that even Lin Shen was somewhat worried that death powder's body might be punctured. Chapter 214, Chapter 214, Charging the Tower. Boom! Lin Shen was startled by the loud noise, but it was not the sound of death powder's body exploding, it was the sound of the red crystal warrior being bounced away. The extremely deformed body of death powder had not cracked open, instead, it had propelled the red crystal warrior into the air. Death powder's contorted form instantly returned to its original shape, turned its head, and swallowed the red crystal warrior that had been flung into the air. Within the interlocking, gear-like red teeth spinning, the red crystal warrior's body was ground into pieces and swallowed directly. Strong, indeed, but don't go swallowing my red crystal warriors. Lin Shen was both shocked and pleased. Death powder's combat power was exceptionally ferocious, not inferior to the dragon hunter Jiwei's. Only through battle would they know who was stronger. After death powder ate the red crystal warrior, the remaining green crystal warriors scattered and fled, each faster than the last. Death powder turned its gaze to one of the green crystal warriors, who was so frightened that it even forgot how to run away. It stood trembling on the spot, and then something shocking happened. The green crystal warrior shakily presented its own pet key in front of death powder. Wild base variant creatures actually offering their pet keys, aren't most of them supposed to die rather than submit? Lin Shen immediately thought of death powder's soul harvesting skill. He hurried to check the information on his watch and sure enough, he found that in the soul harvesting skills data, the value for green crystal warriors had reached 100, and there was an additional value of 100 for a red crystal warrior. Soul harvesting has such benefits? So in the future, as long as death powder kills enough base variant creatures, it could easily turn wild base variant creatures into pets. Lin Shen was overjoyed in his heart. Originally thinking it was just an intimidation skill of limited use, he hadn't expected it to have such an advantage. After taking the green crystal warrior's pet key and turning it into a pet capsule, Lin Shen ordered death powder to chase the other green crystal warriors. Soon Lin Shen realized that soul harvesting couldn't make green crystal warriors offer their pet keys with absolute certainty. The probability was about 1 in 10, but the intimidation effect was still very good. Those green crystal warriors didn't dare to fight death powder and only cared about fleeing for their lives. Killing 100 red crystal warriors doesn't seem realistic, this skill feels a bit underwhelming. Lin Shen frowned slightly. The number of mutant creatures was already scarce, and the Realm King planet was considered to have a superabundance of mutations. Finding 100 red crystal warriors was almost impossible. To aim for a 1 in 10 chance of making a red crystal warrior offer their pet key was even harder. After much thought, Lin Shen felt this skill wasn't meant to be used on base variant creatures of the same level. One had to kill creatures of a higher level. Only by slaying ascended creatures beyond their level could the value of the soul harvesting skill be realized. Slain 100 of the same kind of ascended creatures would intimidate their kind, or even cause the ascended creatures to offer their pet keys voluntarily. Plus sigma psi dollar plus and at row number. No matter the number of transformations an ascended creature has undergone, as long as the species is the same, it can be effective, which is just too awesome. I need to advance to Crystal Base and head to the Ring Mountain planet sooner. There's a multitude of ascended creatures waiting for me there. Lin Shen couldn't wait to ascend to Crystal Base right away. He glanced at his current base mutation rate, which had already reached 69, not far from 100%. Lin Shen continued to search for red crystal warriors, but although he didn't find any, he discovered that the soul harvesting of death powder also worked on blue crystal warriors. A blue crystal warrior, upon seeing death powder, turned and ran away immediately, reacting just like the green crystal warriors, with a strong fear of death powder. After studying for quite a while, Lin Shen finally realized that green crystal warriors, red crystal warriors, and blue crystal warriors are all the same series of base variant creatures. The intimidation power gained from killing green crystal warriors is also effective on blue crystal warriors and other variant warriors, though slightly less so. Similarly, the intimidating power gained from killing red crystal warriors also has an effect on other variant warriors. This is much better now. It means that there's a chance for red crystal warriors to yield their pet keys to death powder, though the odds are much lower. Lin Shen instantly felt the value of this skill had increased. According to this pattern, the creatures in Ring Mountain should all belong to a dragon-type base variant creature, and the intimidation power obtained from killing any of them would also work on other dragon-type creatures. In that case, this soul harvesting is even better than Jai Weiss dragon-killing talent. It just needs time to grow. Lin Shen secretly figured out which ascended creature to kill first once he reached Ring Mountain. A tower-shaped building appeared in front, and Lin Shen immediately recognized it as the Realm King Tower and decided to let the evil dragon fly over. Whether it was bad luck or something else, this was the first time Lin Shen had seen the Realm King Tower after entering so many times. However, Lin Shen was well informed about the Realm King Tower. Many radio hosts had broadcasted news about the Realm King Tower before, and though the heat had died down compared to before, one could still often hear news related to the Realm King Tower on the radio. Lin Shen had also seen people attempting to explore the tower, so he had a good understanding of the situation inside the Realm King Tower. For instance, the first floor of the Realm King Tower is an absolutely dark space, where not even the light of a flashlight can illuminate the first floor. Some have speculated that there is something ubiquitous on the first floor, like fog, but it is even lighter than fog. One cannot feel its presence, yet it blocks all light, creating the illusion of absolute darkness. Besides the darkness, there's also a crystal-based creature similar to a poisonous bee on the first floor, whose attack contains toxins. After being stung, nothing can be seen on the body surface except for an almost invisible tiny hole. Upon poisoning, one would feel feverish as if they had a cold, yet feel very cold and weak, with a soft and powerless body. Fortunately, except for its fast speed, the crystal-based creature does not possess high capabilities in other areas. There are two methods to pass through the first floor. One is to have the ability to identify locations by sound and be quick enough to kill the crystal-based creature in the dark, then find the portal to the second floor amidst the darkness, thereby clearing the floor. The second method is simpler. If you have a sufficiently hard carapace or body to withstand the toxin, you can withstand the crystal-based creature's attacks and find the portal to the second floor, which would also allow you to clear the floor. If you can just withstand it, and your body is poisoned, then you must face a tough battle on the second floor and will struggle to reach the third floor. Each of the floors from 1 to 9 is guarded by different crystal-based creatures, and the environments are also distinct. To reach the 9th floor, one's comprehensive abilities must be top-notch. Chapter 215, Chapter 215 Section 1. They both reached the 9th floor, so they were ranked by time, with faster times earning higher ranks. The reward for the 9th floor was a 41-speed pet launcher, which was an extremely premium item for an average mutator. Lin Shen wanted the pet launcher, but he was not very interested in the crystal-based creatures within the tower. The 9 crystal-based creatures inside the tower were not mutants, simply ordinary crystal bases. They seemed so formidable only because each level of the tower was an environment most advantageous to them. In such environments, their strength could be maximized. In those kinds of environments, even a mutated crystal base may not necessarily be their match. For instance, the second layer had a high-temperature environment, guarded by a hot rock giant. The hotter the environment, the harder the body of the hot rock giant became, and in such high temperatures, ordinary mutants couldn't defeat the hot rock giant. Lin Shen landed in front of the Realm King Tower, retracted the evil dragon, and directly entered through the gate. The challenge of the Realm King Tower was too simple for Lin Shen, as releasing death powder could take care of everything. The darkness of the first layer was of no use to death powder, which didn't rely on vision to move. It found the crystal-based creature in the darkness almost instantly and swallowed it whole. The second layer, a single swallow. The third layer, still in one gulp, and the fourth layer was the same. The crystal-based creatures inside the 9-layer tower couldn't stop death powder at all, allowing Lin Shen to easily breeze through each level. In fact, he only needed to rely on the carapace to withstand the unique environments of each floor, with no need for any battles on his part. In front of another Realm King Tower, Ximen Swordsman entered with a smile on his face. This time, he had made perfect preparations. He had researched how to quickly pass through each layer. It was easy for him to pass through the 9 layers, but to be the fastest and secure the top rank would get him the overall reward from the Realm King Tower. Since he had come, he had to do his best and take the ultimate reward. Otherwise, why would he go to such great lengths? This was the thinking of Ximen Swordsman. Everything was perfect. Ximen Swordsman was very satisfied with his performance. The steps he took through each layer were exactly the same as he had calculated, without any mistakes. The time he used was also very precise. Continuing at this pace, his ranking would certainly surpass Ouyang Yadu, who was currently the first. Congratulations on completing the Realm King Tower trial. Your total time is 1 minute and 54 seconds. You can leave your name on the Realm King Tower. May I know your name? Being strong is just that simple. It's even faster than I expected by 5 seconds. Easily ranking first, it's too easy. There's no challenge at all. After taking the reward and hearing the voice inside the Realm King Tower, Ximen Swordsman casually replied, Swordsman. Swordsman is added to the Realm King Tower. Based on your time, your current rank is second. Goodbye, the voice from inside the Realm King Tower sounded again. Second. Are you kidding me? 1 minute and 54 seconds. Should be the first. Ouyang Yadu took 2 minutes and 10 seconds, right? Ximen Swordsman wore a look of astonishment, though he had already been teleported out of the Realm King Tower. How could it be second? I remember Ouyang Yadu indeed took longer than him. Such a beautiful clearance, I feel it's already the limit, definitely first. The Realm King Tower scoring system must have made a mistake. Each level was almost perfectly passed, without any time wasted, definitely first. It has to be first, faster than Ouyang Yadu. If there's no mistake I will eat the Realm King Tower. The spectators also felt that Ximen Swordsman should be first, not second. Ximen Swordsman stood in front of the Realm King Tower, looking up at the names engraved on the tower. Upon clearly seeing the rankings, he was momentarily taken aback. The spectators who saw the ranking were also stunned. The name Swordsman was indeed in the second position. However, the first place wasn't Ouyang Yadu, who was now ranked third, indeed lower than Ximen Swordsman. The name in the first position was strikingly the Great Red Bull Knight, which was naturally Lin Shen. Lin Shen just wanted to claim a reward and didn't wish to be too conspicuous, so of course, he would not use his real name. Since he did not enter through the Realm King apparatus and there was no live broadcast footage of him, it also wouldn't be suitable to use the name Tian, as that could cause trouble for Tian Cheng, with others thinking Tian Cheng had a way to bypass the broadcast. After some thought, Lin Shen remembered that someone had once nicknamed him with that title. Moreover, no one knew that the Great Red Bull Knight was him, so he directly used that name. The Great Red Bull Knight, he has appeared again, and actually won the top ranking in the Realm King Tower. 1 minute and 34 seconds, damn, how could he be so fast? Even just running up there without battling would take that long, right? I knew the Great Red Bull Knight was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Wait a minute, why isn't there any footage of the Great Red Bull Knight? When did he go up the tower? The Great Red Bull Knight has never been live broadcasting, it's been said before, he must not be human, too scared to even show his face, can't be wrong. The Great Red Bull Knight must be human, otherwise how could he have saved Mo Zhenqi and others back then? A question that had ceased to be a major topic of discussion was brought back up by the crowd, all speculating whether the Great Red Bull Knight was truly human. Simon Swordsman looked at the name and time on the tower, his expression not very pleasant. He thought he had done everything perfectly, yet there was someone who was even faster than him, and by so many seconds no less. Simon Swordsman knew in his heart that even if he tried again, he would definitely not be able to surpass the Great Red Bull Knight's record. Why is my luck so bad recently? Digging up an egg, I met a fierce opponent, trying to storm a tower, I encountered another oddball. Who exactly is this Great Red Bull Knight? Simon Swordsman pondered, then suddenly thought, damn it, could it be the same person? The more Simon Swordsman thought about it, the more he believed it to be possible. Others thought that the fierce man from the sand shell was already dead, but he didn't think so. Original. With such cunning, how could he easily perish together with others? Therefore, he was convinced that the fierce man had definitely not died. Considering further that both the fierce man and the Great Red Bull Knight had no broadcast footage, he increasingly felt that these two could be the same person. Unfortunately, he had no way to prove it, only hoping for a chance to encounter the Great Red Bull Knight and then confirm his suspicion. Today, the name the Great Red Bull Knight spread like wildfire across the world, claiming the top spot in the rankings, yet no one knew the extent of the Great Red Bull Knight's capabilities, nor had anyone seen him in action. Chapter 216, Chapter 216 Intentional. Lin Shen also wanted to know what reward the person ranked first would ultimately receive, so when he cleared the levels, he was sprinting with all his might as well. The only difference from Simon Swordsman was that Simon Swordsman didn't have a loyal fan. The combat power of a loyal fan was indeed off the charts, and the key point was their ability to adapt to various environments. Big or small, hard or soft, capable of flying or swimming, they could almost tackle any setting. Simon Swordsman needed to overcome different environments in the 9 levels, face different crystal base variant creatures, switch pets, and adjust his own state. Lin Shen didn't need to consider these things, a single loyal fan took care of everything and the environment's impact on him was also very low, he just needed to keep charging forward. And sprinting was Lin Shen's specialty, stepping on the immortal court would only get faster and faster without any sign of stopping. I wonder if this ranking can be maintained until the end. Lin Shen was not certain that he could stay in first place until the finish. After all, the world was full of fierce people, and someone might break his record any day. Upon exiting the Realm King Tower, Lin Shen had one more pet launcher in his hand. A 41 speed with a 10-round burst was indeed top-notch. No, I must sell the pet launcher in my hand as soon as possible, its value is definitely going to plummet, Lin Shen calculated in his mind. After waiting for a while, the countdown ended and Lin Shen returned to his own room. It was still not dawn. Lin Shen had set a relatively short time this time and got back just in time to sleep a bit more. Upon waking in the morning, Lin Shen hardly ate anymore, replacing all his meals with base mutation fluid, aiming to reach 100% base mutation rate as quickly as possible. Just as he left his house, Lin Shen saw a flashy red sports car parked across the street, with quite a few people admiring the car. Car production lines had been pretty much destroyed in the past, and because car parts weren't produced in the same place, assembling a car used to be extremely difficult. As various bases grew stronger and pathways between them were opened, the situation improved a lot. But no one really bothered to set up car production lines again because cars were no longer practical. Redon Vlempire. They could only be driven within bases. Outside, wild plants were rampant, and the roads were severely damaged. No one would spend so much effort to rebuild them. Even if they were repaired, who knew when a base variant creature might pass by and damage them? That would be a frequent occurrence. So now, there were basically no more car production lines, and most of the existing cars were leftovers that had not been damaged from the past. The red sports car in front of him looked really new from the paint job and obviously very expensive. Unfortunately, Lin Shen didn't know much about cars and had no idea what brand it was. "Get in, I'll take you to the training camp." As Lin Shen was sizing up the sports car, the car window rolled down and Yayuzhen, sitting in the driver's seat, waved to him. Where did this car come from? Lin Shen settled into the passenger's seat and saw that Yayuzhen was wearing a black bodycon skirt and black tights today. Her whole body's curves and long legs, like a magnet, irresistibly drew one's gaze towards her legs. "Someone else's, borrowed to drive for a few days," Yayuzhen said as she started the car. The next second, Lin Shen was indeed surprised. This was not just any car, it was practically a flying machine. The vehicle rose vertically, and under Yayuzhen's control, flew toward the training camp. "Is this an alien device?" Lin Shen curiously examined the inside of the flying vehicle and asked. "Yeah, want to try it?" "It's very simple," Yayuzhen offered. Sure, Lin Shen was indeed eager to try it. Yayuzhen pressed a button on the screen and, to Lin Shen's surprise, a steering wheel popped out in front of him, at the passenger's seat. Yayuzhen explained how to pilot the device to Lin Shen, and after Lin Shen tried it, he indeed found it very simple, even simpler than driving a car. The flight device was too advanced, and operation was extremely convenient. Lin Shen felt this was appropriate. The higher the technology, the simpler it should be to operate. "Is it fun?" Yayuzhen, resting her chin on her hand, watched Lin Shen, who was thoroughly enjoying himself, and asked. "It's fun." Lin Shen really liked playing, especially with these novel gadgets. "If it's fun, then take it and play with it. When you get tired of it, I'll take it back," Yayuzhen said as she handed the flight device's control crystal card to Lin Shen. "Forget it, it's not even yours." "It wouldn't be good if it gets damaged," Lin Shen refused to take it. "It's fine if the device gets damaged, it isn't a big deal as long as you're okay," Yayuzhen said, stuffing the crystal card into Lin Shen's top pocket. "Then I won't be polite." Lin Shen said as he piloted. "Does this thing refuel?" "No, it uses a solid energy block extracted from base mutation fluid. The mother planet currently doesn't have the technology to produce solid energy blocks and can only import them from alien worlds. The entire flight device is made from base mutation materials. Its strength is acceptable, but at such high speeds, collisions definitely won't end well, so you still need to be careful," Yayuzhen explained. Lin Shen had heard from Tian Xin before about flight devices on alien worlds, but he had never seen one for himself. He had thought they would be very cumbersome, never expecting them to be so portable and nearly indistinguishable from cars. Moreover, the device did not have the kind of thrusters that one sees in science fiction films. Whether taking off vertically or flying, it moved very smoothly, and Lin Shen had no idea how it worked. After playing for a while, Lin Shen piloted the flight device to a secluded open space near the training camp and landed. He handed the control crystal chip back to Yayuzhen. "What's up?" Yayuzhen asked, slightly taken aback. I've had enough fun for today. I'll find you next time I want to play, Lin Shen said with a smile as he got off. Okay, after your training is done, I'll pick you up, and we can go check out the distillery street market, Yuzhen said casually, taking the control crystal chip. Sounds good, but let's not use this, Lin Shen said, patting the flight device. I thought you would like it. If you don't, I'll return it later, Yuzhen commented. It's not that I don't like it, it's just too eye-catching. I don't want to be tomorrow's news on the Shanghai Corner radio station, Lin Shen joked. After Yuzhen left, Lin Shen silently marveled to himself, the Ye family's foundation in Sea-Corn base is deep indeed, managing to get their hands on a flight device from an alien world. That's something not even money can necessarily buy. He had also thought about visiting the distillery street market lately but simply hadn't found the free time. Today, since Yuzhen invited him, it coincided perfectly with his own intentions. The distillery street market, along with the sandfield and the salt drying field, were collectively known as the three major markets of Sea-Corn base. Lin Shen had previously visited the sandfield and also planned to visit the other two markets to see if he could find another base mutation egg with a fire seed. After arriving at the training camp, it was still the same three routines: running laps, stretching, and meditating, followed by theory lessons, and then free time. For the past couple of days, Lin Shen had not practiced the overlapping waves skill, and instructor Mu hadn't forced him to. No matter how good Lin Shen's physical condition was, without grasping the essence of the overlapping waves skill it was useless, so instructor Mu was considering what kind of skill Lin Shen was suited for. With nothing better to do, Lin Shen practiced the rod skill he had learned from the fisherman with death powder. Instructor Mu, who occasionally kept an eye on Lin Shen, watched for a while and his expression gradually turned peculiar. Is that kid doing it on purpose? Instructor Mu realized the skill Lin Shen was practicing was very complex and unique. He could learn such a complex skill, yet he seemed unable to grasp the overlapping waves skill, which merely required repetition. It all seemed deliberate. Originally, Instructor Mu had thought Lin Shen might not be too bright, with only average aptitude, suitable for simpler and more straightforward skills. But now, it seemed that was not the case at all. Chapter 217, Chapter 217 The First Gift. After a day of training, Lin Shen left the training camp's main gate and saw Yuzhen waiting outside. The two of them walked together to the distillery street market, casually eating some food along the way. Unlike the battlefield, the distillery street market has no stalls during the day. All the shops are on both sides, and only at night do vendors set up their stalls in the middle of the street. The stalls here are not as formal as those in the battlefield, with no clear division of areas, selling all kinds of stuff. Many of the stall owners are not professionals, they might sell things hunted during the day at night, or some mutators' old stuff they no longer needed, trying to make some money. Yuzhen changed into her usual sports outfit and looked around the stalls with curiosity, seeming to find everything fascinating. She bought lots of shiny bracelets and necklaces, mostly made from fragments of base variant creatures, not worth much money. Yuzhen also bought many bracelets, sold at 10 yuan for 3. Lin Shen followed her around for a long time without seeing any fire seed. Oh, and this is for you, Yuzhen said as she handed Lin Shen a canvas bag after they had strolled through the night market and as she was about to depart. What? Lin Shen, somewhat puzzled, took it and opened it to find that it was full of pet capsules. Has the mutant sea demon god hatched? Lin Shen, recognizing the pet capsules, was instantly delighted. They hatched before I came and have already been tamed, Yuzhen sighed. I originally wanted you to come and get them yourself, but considering you might not visit my home again, I thought I'd better bring them to you. Lin Shen didn't say much, pulling out 2 capsules and keys of the mutant Sea Demon God General, and checked their information. Sea Demon God General, mutated crystal-based creature, evolvable. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Hardness, 40.2. Toughness, 40.2. Base change talent, mutated heart of the ocean, mutated wave-breaking blade, mutated intuitive understanding, mutated twin demon heart. The attributes and skills of the two mutant sea demon god generals were exactly the same, even down to the decimal. Normally, crystal-based creatures should have 3 innate skills, but they had 4. Heart of the Ocean gave them a special bonus in underwater battles, wave-breaking blade was a burst skill, endowing the trident with more destructive power, intuitive understanding was a bit special, improving combat ability after activation, the longer the battle, the greater the boost. As for the last skill, Twin Demon Heart, the information said it enabled a psychic connection between them, the exact function of which was unclear. Lin Shen felt this skill probably allowed them to coordinate more seamlessly, it should be useful when fighting 2 against 1. Lin Shen, I'm leaving, Yaoyuan, standing to the side, said softly. You're leaving so soon? Is Madame Ye urging you back? Lin Shen asked. Yaoyuan shook her head and said, it's not because of my mother. You've met her and probably have some understanding. A person as proud as she is wouldn't deign to restrict anyone. If she really didn't want me to see you, she would find 10,000 ways to keep us apart. Lin Shen carefully considered it, and indeed Madame Ye was that kind of person, she had never forbade him from seeing Yaoyuan. This time when I leave, it might be a long while before I can see you again, I hope we can still chat and have meals together like now, Yaoyuan said. Of course, we can. Lin Shen felt that Yaoyuan's words were somewhat strange, wondering whether Madame Ye had not allowed her to see him anymore, but since Yaoyuan had already said that wasn't the case, there naturally was no such possibility. We've known each other for so long, and I've never given you anything. This is my first pet, I'm giving it to you as a memento, Yaoyuan said as she took out a crystal base egg and handed it to Lin Shen. Lin Shen was slightly taken aback, but after thinking it over, he accepted it, then took something out and handed it to Yaoyuan. Though I have quite a few pet launchers on me, this is the only one that wasn't taken by force, I'll give it to you. The pet launcher Lin Shen gave to Yaoyuan was a prize from the Realm King Tower. Yaoyuan took the pet launcher and fiddled with it for a while, she seemed to like it very much. She even held the gun with both hands, closed one eye to aim at Lin Shen, pretended to fire, and even made a gunshot sound with her mouth. Lin Shen played along, pretending to be shot, which amused Yaoyuan so much that she pursed her lips and laughed. What time are you leaving tomorrow? I'll see you off, Lin Shen said after Yaoyuan finished laughing. You see me home, and then I see you back, if someone didn't know better, they'd think we can't bear to part, Yaoyuan said, blinking, if you really care, you don't have to see me off, just find time to visit me. Absolutely, Lin Shen nodded. Then it's settled, Yaoyuan turned and walked into the villa. As she closed the door, she looked at Lin Shen with a meaningful expression and said, I have a thing about cleanliness and don't like sharing things with others, especially personal items, like a bed. Lin Shen wanted to explain, but Yaoyuan had already closed the door. Once home, Lin Shen initially wanted to go to Realm King Planet, but after thinking it over, he eventually chose not to. Instead, he set a time to teleport to Ring Mountain Planet. With Jai Weiss and Death Powder, killing some ordinary first-turn ascended creatures shouldn't be difficult. Right now, Lin Shen just wanted to improve Death Powder's soul harvesting skill, which would be very useful in the future. With his familiarity with the area, he soon found a ring mountain inhabited by several pterosaurs. Lin Shen didn't dare to enter the ring mountain and fight with those pterosaurs. He loaded a few steel-level pet capsules and instead used the angel revolver to shoot the pterosaurs inside. At first, the pterosaurs just swallowed the steel-level pets without any intention of rushing out. But Lin Shen kept shooting at them, and soon enough, one of the pterosaurs couldn't take it anymore. It spat out a scimitar, glinting with blue light, and burst out of the ring mountain, rushing toward Lin Shen. Lin Shen was prepared, and he rode on the evil dragon and fled. After the scimitar emerged from the ring mountain, white steam immediately began to billow from it. The energy of the scimitar itself conflicted with the special gases on this planet, greatly weakening the scimitar's speed and force. Even so, the scimitar was still much faster than the evil dragon, and just as it was about to catch up to the evil dragon, Lin Shen fired Jai Weiss out. Jai Weiss soared through the air toward the scimitar, and with the acceleration from the shot, he actually caught the handle of the scimitar with both hands. All of the dragon markings on his body lit up, and he stubbornly held onto the scimitar. No matter how it flew through the air, it couldn't shake him off. The pterosaur, realizing its life base had been caught, could no longer endure and flew out of the ring mountain. Lin Shen, riding the evil dragon, reached out for death powder, turned it into a spear, and watched the pterosaur radiating blue light, ready to strike at any moment. Chapter 218, Chapter 218, Dead. The pterosaur ignored Lin Shen and charged directly at Jai Weiss. Redon Vlempir. Jai Weiss grasped the sickle with both hands, forcibly preventing it from flying back to the pterosaur's side. His dragon-killing talent was indeed formidable. Relying solely on his crystal base body, he was actually able to forcibly control the life base. Of course, the environment also played a part. The sickle was already frosted over, and the energy it could unleash was severely suppressed by the surrounding conditions. As the pterosaur charged towards Jai Weiss, Lin Shen leapt up, commanding the evil dragon to meet the pterosaur's onslaught. The Hell Rock Crystal Evil Dragon's attributes were not as strong as the pterosaur's, but its skills were all about enhancing its body, plus it had the ability to regenerate. It could almost be considered the strongest meat shield pet of the base mutation tier. When the evil dragon collided with the pterosaur, its body was instantly lacerated with several deep wounds by the pterosaur. The evil dragon fell to the ground, clearly outmatched. Yet, the pterosaur was also hindered, its body pausing for a moment. Seizing that brief moment, Lin Shen's death powder was fiercely thrown towards the pterosaur. The pterosaur, flapping its wings and not yet having adjusted its flying posture, couldn't dodge in time. It could only try to bite the death powder with its teeth. If it had been a long spear, the pterosaur certainly would have managed to bite it. Unfortunately for it, death powder was not a real spear. Its initially rigid form suddenly softened, twisting like lightning in the air, dodging the pterosaur's bite. After death powder flashed past the pterosaur's bite, its body became rigid again and even accelerated instantly, piercing towards the pterosaur's body with armor-piercing force. At such a close distance, the pterosaur had no room to dodge and was directly pierced by death powder. After its sharp tail penetrated the pterosaur's body, death powder's form softened again, wrapping around the pterosaur's body and finally biting down on the pterosaur's dragon wing. The pterosaur, entangled by death powder and wounded, let out a miserable scream. Its speed and strength suddenly surged, becoming incredibly fast, shooting through the air like a blue fighter jet. The injured evil dragon standing up from the ground had its wounds visibly healing at a rapid pace. It pounced towards the pterosaur again, blocking its path. Lin Shen also fired pet capsules at the pterosaur, launching both the Frost Swordsman and the Azure Moon Blade Hand from different directions to surround and attack the pterosaur. As the main force, the evil dragon continuously grappled with the injured pterosaur, taking the deadliest blows and suffering the most severe wounds. It could only be considered fortunate that it was relatively huge and had enough endurance and regenerative abilities to barely survive. Had it been any other pet, or even Jai Weiss with such grave injuries, they would likely have died long ago. Of course, had it not been for Jai Weiss controlling the pterosaur's life base, they wouldn't have been qualified to grapple with the pterosaur at all. Even so, the Azure Moon Blade Hand, in the midst of the battle, was carelessly sliced into two by the pterosaur's dragon wing, causing Lin Shen a great deal of pain. Thankfully, after a while, death powder's super base solidification began to take effect. The pterosaur's body gradually started to stiffen, especially the dragon wing bitten by death powder, which was becoming less responsive. The Frost Swordsman thrived in this environment. The cold temperatures greatly amplified his power. Although his sword of frost couldn't cut into the pterosaur's body, the chilling frost it emitted also restricted the mobility of the dragon wings to some extent. After struggling for over an hour, the pterosaur could no longer maintain its flying posture and fell to the ground, stiff as a board. Although it still appeared vicious with bared fangs and claws, it was now at the end of its tether. Not long after, the pterosaur's body had become completely immobile, turning into a statue-like figure of cyan hue. Following the death of the pterosaur, the sickle controlled by Jai Weiss also gradually quieted down, until finally the spirit within the sickle ceased to move. Killing a first-turn ascended creature, the supersource pterosaur. Discovering a first-turn spirit-based pterosaur sickle. With the environmental advantage, as well as Jai Weiss dragon killing innate skill for suppression, killing a first-turn ascended creature is still so difficult. I wonder how powerful a supersource pterosaur would be without the advantage of the environment. Lin Shen inwardly marveled at the strength of ascended creatures. Death powder loosened its grip, but Lin Shen looking at the corpse of the supersource pterosaur was somewhat troubled. Although death powder's solidification could be a weapon beyond its level, the ascension liquid inside the supersource pterosaur's body had already solidified, and it was uncertain whether it could still be used. Jai Weiss dragged back the spirit base of the pterosaur sickle, only to witness death powder suddenly twist around, transforming into an enormous state, and swallow the pterosaur sickle in one gulp. "Hey, what are you doing eating that thing? Spit it out, I was planning to sell it for money." Lin Shen wanted to stop it, but it was already too late, death powder had swallowed it down. "Forget it, it's not needed for now anyway, and I don't know who I would sell it to." Lin Shen thought for a moment and realized it wouldn't be of much use before his own ascension. Lin Shen gathered his belongings and once again headed to the Ring Mountain, prepared to use the same method, allowing death powder to kill more supersource pterosaurs, enhancing its deterrence against these supersource dragons. Lin Shen didn't dare to provoke those seemingly strong ascended creatures, he could only lure and kill supersource pterosaurs and supersource triceratops of that ilk. While Lin Shen was fighting fiercely on Ring Mountain planet, Yayuzhen had already departed from her home planet. She wasn't just simply leaving Seacorn Base, but was leaving the home planet, heading to the planet of the Diman tribe. Great cosmic clans like the Diman tribe have many subordinate races, with numerous talents from various races coming to train with the Diman tribe. The Diman tribe also welcomed the gathering of talents from different tribes. After all, the universe was far too vast. Relying solely on the Diman tribe's own people would be impossible to conquer the entire universe. The talents from different tribes were equally important to the Diman tribe. Yi Jinggren had once visited the Diman tribe and had quite a good network there. Yayuzhen had reached the limits of base mutation level, and according to Madame Yi's arrangement, she needed to train for ascension with the Diman tribe. Almost at the same time Yayuzhen left the home planet, a man both dark and thin arrived at the Lin family's rented accommodations, seeking out Lin Miao. "Hey, if you're here because of him, then there's no need to say anything," Lin Miao said, looking at the man. "Lin Miao, since I'm here, whether you want to hear it or not, I must speak my piece," He said with a cold face. "Say what you want, but it won't change anything," Lin Miao said firmly. "Indeed it won't change anything. The person is already dead, what is there to change?" He said coldly, with a sneer. Lin Miao's expression changed. "Hey, what do you mean? Who's dead? Who else could it be but that idiot?" He showed no kindness in his expression. "Are you lying to me?" Lin Miao's face turned deathly pale, drained of all color. "Lie to you? I really don't have the time for that, nor the inclination," He said, pulling something out of his backpack and tossing it to Lin Miao. "His life is gone, now this is all that's left. He asked me to give this to you. Keep it if you wish, or throw it away if you don't." Lin Miao caught the object and looked at it closely, only for his complexion to instantly turn ashen. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering, nearly falling over. Chapter 219, Chapter 219, Spade A. Lin Miao held in her hand an egg that resembled a crystal base egg, completely translucent like a crystal, without the slightest impurity. But it was not a crystal base egg. Inside the egg-shaped crystal, there was a lifelike grey image of a six-winged phoenix. This was clearly a spirit base, but there was an obvious issue with it. It lacked any luster or energy fluctuations. Six paths phoenix, he. Lin Miao, as if grasping at her last straw of salvation, looked at He with pleading eyes. Yes, it's as you think. He failed his ascension, died, and this is his unfinished life base. He, seeing Lin Miao's demeanor, couldn't bear to be harsh and sighed, keep it well, even in death, he wished to stay by your side. Fulfill his last humble wish. Upon hearing He's words, Lin Miao seemed completely enervated as she stared blankly at the spirit base in her hands. It shouldn't have been like this, it shouldn't have been like this. Lin Miao muttered to herself, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. He did everything he could. Now that he can stay by your side as he wished, it's not in vain. Keep it well, He said, shaking his head. I will. No one will be able to take him away from me again. Lin Miao said with a hollow look in her eyes, not knowing whether she was speaking to He or herself. He, seeing Lin Miao in such a state, sighed and, without saying anything more, turned to leave. Did he leave any words for me? Lin Miao asked, watching He's retreating figure. Find a good man and get married, He said without turning back and walked away. I found one, but it's too late now. Lin Miao hugged the spirit base in her arms, curled up in a corner, her eyes devoid of light. Atop an immense planet dark and lightless as the dark domain, terrifying creatures lurked everywhere in the shadows. Within an ancient castle-like edifice, monstrous in its blackness, lay a beautiful woman lounging on a sofa, her back adorned with bat-like black wings and ram-like horns atop her head, savoring a cup of blood-red liquid. Her entire pitch-black wall suddenly lit up and displayed the image of a fellow clad in battle armor. Princess Catherine, the human you were betrothed to, Wan Nianbei, has failed his ascension and been confirmed dead, the Diman man said. Catherine, unconcerned, continued to sip the liquid in her cup as she replied, for a human to cultivate successfully and achieve the six paths phoenix body is indeed rare. Such a worthless human who even fails at ascension is not worth your concern, Your Highness, the man on the screen said. Catherine neither agreed nor disagreed, simply asking indifferently, ascension failed, and the flesh may be destroyed, but is the spirit base still intact? The flesh is destroyed, the spirit base unfinished, a half-disabled product, the man paused to answer. Bring it back. Since he was mine, even if only ashes remain, they should be scattered in my garden, Catherine said calmly. A worthless spirit base, unworthy even to be fertilizer, why should your highness bother? The man's speech was cut off mid-sentence. Catherine's eyes narrowed slightly, a bizarre creature crouching like a dog next to the sofa lifted its head, its eyes bursting with blood-red light, fixated on the man in the screen. The man, located on an unknown planet, had his head explode like a watermelon. The screen immediately became chaotic, with a few men of the Diman tribe dragging away the corpses. One of them, a man trembling, stood in front of the screen and bowed his head to Catherine. What is your name? Catherine asked the Diman man indifferently. Your Highness, I am Yui, Vice Commander from Hanji Star, the Diman man cautiously replied. Very good. From now on you are the Commander-in-Chief of Hanji Star. You know what I want, bring it back to me, Catherine said nonchalantly. Your Highness can rest assured, I will go and find the people of Wan family right away, Yui said, both alarmed and delighted, bowing once more. Very good, Catherine turned her head away, and the screen went dark. Ascension failed, Wan Nianbei, did you think you could escape from the palm of my hand? Even if you turn into an evil ghost and fall into hell, you can only be buried at my feet, Catherine said coldly, draining the liquid from her cup in one gulp. Why are there so many boring people in this world? Catherine picked up an ancient-looking mechanical watch, activated it, and a holographic image with a contact list appeared. But that contact list only had one name, marked Spade A. Why haven't you replied to my message? Where have you gone? You disappear without a sound, leaving one quite bored. I was thinking of finding a replacement to play with, but who knew it would be so uninteresting? Catherine spoke to the motionless avatar of Spade A, her gaze shifting as if a new idea had struck her. You won't reply to my messages, won't pay attention to me, huh? I'll make you reply to me, Catherine murmured to herself, picked up the watch, and aimed it at the exotic beast beside the sofa, smiling and saying, Darling, come on, smile for the camera. The exotic beast, crouching like a dog beside the sofa, slowly lifted its head and showed a bizarre smile to the camera. Catherine took a photo of the exotic beast's smile, then opened the chat window with Spade A and sent the image directly. Lin Shen was on Ring Mountain planet hunting the supersource pterosaur when he suddenly felt a vibration from the watch on his wrist. Looking down, he saw another message from Red Heart A. Now, in the crucial moment of hunting the supersource pterosaur, Lin Shen did not have the mood to check the message, ignoring it to continue commanding the battle. Always on Vlempire. After struggling for most of the night, this was already the fourth supersource pterosaur he had lured out. With Jai Weiss and Death Powder cooperating, killing a first-turn supersource pterosaur was not difficult, but how to keep its ascension liquid intact was a problem. Using Death Powder to kill it, the ascension liquid inside the dead supersource pterosaur would solidify, hard enough to shatter teeth, making it inedible. Having Death Powder entangle the spirit base while Jai Weiss killed the supersource pterosaur would keep the ascension liquid, but the spirit base would surely be consumed by Death Powder, that gluttonous thing that never gave peace of mind. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Shen decided to keep the ascension liquid. As for the spirit base, let Death Powder take care of it, if it could ascend, so be it. After killing another pterosaur, there were no more in Ring Mountain, and Lin Shen climbed to the top to look inside. Inside the nests of those pterosaurs, he saw no ascension eggs. Just as Lin Shen was about to leave, he suddenly saw the blue magma below bubbling up, as if there was something inside. Chapter 220, Chapter 220, Mutant Dragon Fight. Lin Shen quickly ducked and hid, stealthily peering down. Before long, he saw a creature slowly rising from the blue lava. Surprisingly, it was a very strange pterosaur. Lin Shen had seen many creatures inside the Ring Mountain on this planet, although they varied greatly in appearance, similar to various dinosaurs. But their bodies were all made of a blue steel material, this was the similarity. However, this pterosaur was different, its body was black, and the surface looked largely like a nano coating, with some blue striped light patterns. Those light patterns seemed as if filled with blue lava, the intense blue light was very dazzling. Mutated Ascension. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised, this was his first time seeing a mutated ascended creature. The mutated supersource pterosaur flew out from the blue lava and landed in a hole in the mountainside, shaking off the blue lava from its body. Lin Shen looked closely and noticed something strange. He had always thought that the blue inside the mountain was lava, but seeing the blue substance shaken off the pterosaur's body, it didn't seem to be lava. Lava, when cooled, should form volcanic rocks or volcanic ash and such, but the blue liquid shaken off the pterosaur didn't solidify, instead, it evaporated. What exactly is that blue liquid? Lin Shen regretted not reading more books, his knowledge at a crucial time was completely insufficient. The mutated supersource pterosaur called out a few times with a very unpleasant sound, swinging its head left and right as if searching for something. It's not looking for those pterosaurs, is it? Too bad I've already killed them, Lin Shen thought to himself. The mutated supersource pterosaur called out for a while, finally quieting down and lying motionless in the pit, as if it had fallen asleep. Lin Shen didn't dare to provoke this mutated supersource pterosaur, even killing ordinary pterosaurs was a strain, it was better not to take the risk. Just as he was about to sneak away down the mountain, he suddenly heard a splashing sound below, and took another look inside, only to see something rush out from the blue liquid again. Another mutation. Lin Shen saw that the creature crawling out from the blue liquid was a supersource triceratops. Only this supersource triceratops's body was also a black-gray color, covered in blue light patterns, very similar to that mutated supersource pterosaur. Looking at the blue light patterns on their bodies, Lin Shen had a sudden thought: could it be that the blue liquid inside the ring mountain is actually dragon blood, the blood of these supersource dragons? The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed, but it was not in the traditional sense of dragon blood, but rather their ascension liquid. Lin Shen had previously killed pterosaurs, and the ascension liquid extracted from their bodies didn't glow blue, but was a kind of transparent liquid, so he hadn't thought in this direction. However, seeing the blue light patterns on these two mutated creatures that matched the color of the liquid, he suddenly realized that the blue liquid in the pool might indeed be their ascension liquid. It's just that after their deaths, the ascension liquid inside their bodies lost its activity, and so it no longer glowed or heated up. While they were alive, the ascension liquid inside their bodies should also light up and heat up. This isn't right either. There's so much blue liquid in the pool, it's impossible that so many supersource dragon-type creatures were bled that much. Lin Shen thought it over and felt something was amiss, but couldn't figure out what was actually going on. What puzzled him even more was where these two mutated ascended creatures came from. Lin Shen had been luring and killing pterosaurs here for most of the night, and during that time, he had not seen these two mutations at all. Now they had suddenly emerged. Could it be that they had been hiding in the green liquid this whole time, or were all these ring mountains interconnected underneath? As he was pondering this, he suddenly heard two strange cries. The previously encountered mutated pterosaurs had discovered the emerging mutated triceratops, took to the sky with beats of their wings, and spat out a curved blade with black ash and green electric light patterns. The curved blade slashed directly towards the mutated triceratops, which opened its mouth and ejected a black trident with green electric light patterns. The two life bases flew through the air at unbelievable speeds. Lin Shen couldn't make out their flight paths at all and could only see streaks of black and green lightning constantly flashing and clashing within Ring Mountain. Lin Shen felt secretly relieved that he hadn't provoked them. At such speeds, if the distance wasn't too great, he wouldn't even have the chance to retaliate before being killed outright. Vlempir original content. Waves of shockwaves exploded within Ring Mountain, and, surprisingly, the mountain proved to be unexpectedly sturdy. It wasn't destroyed despite the terrifying battle unfolding. As the rocks on the mountainside continuously crumbled and flaked off, after a while, Lin Shen was astonished to find that what he thought was Ring Mountain seemed not to be a natural mountain at all but rather something man-made, resembling a power plant's cooling tower. Below the rocks was a black material, similar to a black ceramic coating. Lin Shen hadn't paid attention to this black material before, mistaking it for part of the mountain rock. However, as more of the external rock peeled away, it began to look suspicious. The black material was very smooth and neat, obviously not of one piece with the outer rocks. The more the outer rocks fell off, the clearer it became that the entire Ring Mountain might be made of this black material. The battle between the two mutated creatures could only leave some marks or pits on the black material and failed to completely destroy it. The outer layer of rock, falling into the green liquid, quickly dissolved, eventually vanishing in a puff of green smoke. This planet must be much larger than the humans' home planet, and everywhere you look, there are such ring mountains. If all these ring mountains are man-made, who had the means to construct so many of them on a single planet, and what purpose do they serve? Are they simply to contain these supersource dragons? Lin Shen was full of questions, but for the moment had no answers. The battle between the two mutated dragons continued, but neither could gain the upper hand. Life base clashed with life base, and the two supersource dragons began a close fight, tearing at each other fiercely, turning the skies dark and the ground dim. After watching for a while, Lin Shen noticed another issue. Theoretically, both the Triceratops and the pterosaurs could fly, with pterosaurs, due to their dragon wings, being even more adept at it. But whether it was the Triceratops or the pterosaurs, during their battles, they would often dive into the green liquid instead of maintaining continuous flight. Each time they plunged into the green liquid, the electric light patterns on their bodies would become even more luminous. This led Lin Shen to a new hypothesis: the green liquid might not be their ascension liquid, but it certainly could replenish their energy. The reason supersource dragons couldn't leave Ring Mountain was not due to any miraculous effect of the mountain itself, but rather it was the energy emitted by the green liquid that protected the dragons from the external environment, preventing them from being harmed by it. Could it be that supersource dragons are not indigenous to this planet but were brought here from outer space to be corralled? Lin Shen was increasingly convinced this might be the case. Chapter 221, Chapter 221 Mutated Ascension Egg. Lin Shen hid outside, his heart harboring thoughts of picking up a bargain. If the two mutant creatures wounded each other in the fight resulting in both of their downfalls, he could be the one to reap the benefits. These two mutant creatures were stronger than Zheng Gaiwen, they probably were not as simple as just first turn. If he could obtain their spirit bases, he could definitely fetch a high price for them. Read more on Vlempire. Unfortunately, Lin Shen's plan quickly came to naught as the mutant pterosaur was beaten back, diving into the azure liquid and swiftly disappearing without a trace. Its curved life-base blade also flew away, its destination unknown. After driving away the pterosaur, the Triceratops climbed up the wall of the canyon and lay down in a hole, looking as if it had fallen asleep. Lin Shen felt slightly frustrated. He had hoped to gain an advantage, but now he hadn't gotten any benefit at all. Mists churned within Ring Mountain, and rocks that fell into the azure liquid turned into black-grey smoke. As the smoke flew out, it settled on the mountain walls, gradually forming a layer of rock ash, covering the black material underneath. What a mysterious place, Lin Shen marveled inwardly. He wondered about the origins of its creator, who could wield such magical methods. With a mutant Triceratops there, Lin Shen didn't dare to go down. He planned to find another Ring Mountain to go inside and obtain some of the azure liquid for research, to see exactly what it was. If the supersource dragon could rely on the energy provided by the azure liquid to restore its expended energy, could this liquid then be used as ascension liquid? Just as he was about to leave, he noticed that the Triceratops below had started moving. It rose from the hole and then dived into the azure liquid, vanishing from sight. That is, a mutated ascension egg. Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up when his gaze landed on the hole where the Triceratops had been sleeping. There was an egg with a black shell featuring azure and electric patterns inside. Without even thinking about it, he knew it must be newly laid by the Triceratops. So they fought to the death over a nesting site. Lin Shen finally understood. Lin Shen's eyes were glued to the mutated ascension egg below, momentarily uncertain and hesitant. He feared that if he went to retrieve it now, the Triceratops might suddenly return and move the mutated ascension egg to another location after discovering him. If he didn't take it now, the chance would be even slimmer once the Triceratops came back. The early bird catches the worm, the latecomer suffers the loss. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and directly summoned the evil dragon, instructing it to fly into Ring Mountain and retrieve the mutated egg. Obedient to Lin Shen's command, the evil dragon flew into Ring Mountain, diving toward the mutated ascension egg. As it neared the azure liquid, Lin Shen distinctly saw blue smoke rising from the evil dragon's body as if a stone pot was smoking over a fire. Lin Shen was struck with alarm. Outside Ring Mountain, he hadn't felt the temperature within to be very high, but now he realized it was much hotter than he had imagined. His flesh and blood body would be cooked, even with the alloy carapace for protection. Luckily, the evil dragon's body was truly resilient, enduring the intense heat to forcefully snatch the mutated ascension egg and bring it out. Watching the smoke and shrouded evil dragon fly out at high speed, Lin Shen was overjoyed. Once it exited the entrance of the mountain, the evil dragon directly tossed down the mutated ascension egg, and Lin Shen saw that its claws had melted slightly from the scorching heat. The mutated ascension egg rolled down the sides of Ring Mountain, and Lin Shen hastily followed it only to see steam continuously rising from the egg. The azure light and electric patterns above carried an extremely high temperature, and it was this that scalded the evil dragon's claws. Here, the environment was particularly cold, and the constant convection between the high heat and low temperature formed a mass of steam. It swirled around the mutated ascension egg, resembling a white vortex of steam. Lin Shen immediately grew worried. If this continued, the energy within the mutated ascension egg would keep depleting and might very well turn into a dead egg. But when it came to returning it back to Ring Mountain, Lin Shen was somewhat reluctant. If it's a dead egg, then let it be. At least it can still be sold for materials, and the liquid inside can be used as mutated ascension liquid. It will be just right for my use later on. Lin Shen summoned Jiwise, instructing it to push the mutated ascension egg away from Ring Mountain to avoid the mutated Triceratops from finding it. Even with the environmental suppression, Lin Shen did not dare to provoke the mutated Triceratops. Checking the time, there was less than an hour to go before he could return. Lin Shen simply didn't go elsewhere to hunt supersource dragons, choosing instead to wait for the countdown to end. When the countdown finally ended, Lin Shen clenched his teeth and placed a hand on top of the mutated ascension egg. Despite the protection of the carapace, touching it still felt like touching a red-hot iron plate to Lin Shen. Fortunately, his watch had already teleported him back, and the mutated ascension egg had come to his room as well. Not good! Lin Shen exclaimed as he saw the metal floor that had come into contact with the mutated ascension egg starting to turn red, realizing that something was amiss. Due to the presence of the mutated ascension egg, the temperature inside the room kept rising. In just a short while, the curtains were almost igniting. Without any hesitation, Lin Shen used his watch again to transport himself and the mutated ascension egg back to Ring Mountain planet. Although there were other methods, Lin Shen didn't want others to see the mutated ascension egg, so he had no choice but to teleport back again. Bringing it back was a bit of a hassle, but leaving it outside would definitely result in a dead egg. After much thought, Lin Shen gritted his teeth. By coordinating with the evil dragon and Jiwise, he managed to send the mutated ascension egg back again. He planned to find a place that could house the mutated ascension egg after returning, and then come back to retrieve it. This time Lin Shen only set the timer for 1 hour. By the time the egg was sent back, it was nearly time. Returning to his room once more, dawn had already broken. After getting up and washing up, he noticed that his big sister hadn't prepared breakfast as usual, and she hadn't urged him to go to the training camp either. Did big sister go out? Lin Shen asked Lei, who was practicing Tai Chi in the yard, with a puzzled expression. Nope, the master of the house hasn't left today. I was also wondering about it. The master has never gotten up this late before. Maybe she got too tired from the business talks yesterday, Lei pondered and replied. Lin Shen frowned slightly and turned towards his big sister's room. Big sister, are you there? Lin Shen first knocked on the door of her room, then called out. Xiao Wu, what is it? Lin Miao's voice came from inside the room. Lin Shen immediately felt that something was off. Lin Miao's voice was fine, but her mood wasn't. He had never heard his big sister sound so down. Without hesitation, Lin Shen pushed open the door, which was unlocked, only to see his big sister sitting on the bed, clutching something in her hands. Big sister, is that a spirit base in your hands? Lin Shen looked over and asked uncertainly. Chapter 222, Chapter 222, Turning the Tables. Wan Nianbei is dead. Lin Miao saw Lin Shen and couldn't hold back any longer, bursting into tears. What happened? I saw him a few days ago, and he was fine. Lin Shen hurried over to comfort Lin Miao. Ascension failed, only this incomplete spirit base is left. Lin Miao sobbed as she recounted what had happened. Maybe it's fate. Lin Shen was about to say something to console Lin Miao when Lei knocked on the door from outside. Master, the Wan family people have come and would like to see you. There are a lot of them, and something seems off, Lei said. What do they want? Lin Shen couldn't help frowning. Wiping the tears from her face, Lin Miao stood up and said, regardless, they are his family. You go entertain them first. I'll change my clothes and tidy up, then I'll be right out. All right. Lin Shen stood up and went to the living room first. But as he approached the front yard, before he even entered the living room, he felt something was amiss. Inside the yard, many of the mutators from the Wan family had arrived, and their posture didn't seem like they were there to talk nicely. Ignoring those people in the yard, as Lin Shen entered the living room, he saw a strange middle-aged man sitting in the master's seat. Guests are guests, no matter how important you are, unless you're a relative or an elder, you can't just take over as host and sit in the master's seat. This made Lin Shen feel even worse. Exclusive. Where's Lin Miao? The man only saw Lin Shen enter and didn't see Lin Miao, so he frowned and spoke immediately. Lin Miao is my older sister. My name is Lin Shen. May I ask your name? Lin Shen inquired, looking at the man. You're not entitled to speak here. Call Lin Miao out, the man said, clearly having no intention of giving his name. Even though he already recognized Lin Shen as the playboy, he hardly regarded him at all. In the man's view, whatever a playboy is, he's just like a rural landlord's son with a little bit of land, completely incomparable to a family like the Wan family that has reached the stars. Lin Shen was displeased, thinking, you come to my house looking for my sister, and you act so arrogantly in my place. Who do you think you are? Is the Wan family so great? This is not the splendid era base of the Wan family, nor is it your family's mansion. Who can speak and who can't is not for you to decide. Lin Shen stared coldly at the man as he spoke. The man seemed to disdain talking to Lin Shen and glanced at a mutator beside him. The mutator stepped forward and reached for Lin Shen's head with one hand. Lin Shen instantly drew his angel revolver and fired at his hand. A capsule of the mutant black armored centipede shot out from the barrel, taking on a battle stance in midair and biting towards the hand of the mutator. At such a close distance and speed, the mutator seemed to be prepared and reacted in time. A crystal-based carapace appeared on his palm, turning the grab into a punch, and he landed it on the mutant black armored centipede, blasting it away. The mutant black armored centipede was sent flying into the yard. Its wings vibrated swiftly, allowing it to fly back. In the eyes of those ignorant country bumpkins, you're some playboy, but in front of my Wan family, you're still just a bumpkin. Don't test my patience, or consequences will befall your Lin family that you can't afford, the man said indifferently, barely glancing at Lin Shen. The mutator who had blasted away the mutant black armored centipede returned behind the man, not making another move. Lin Shen turned his head to see that his older sister had arrived, which explained why the mutator didn't continue to attack. Kua Tao, Lin Miao said as she entered, pulling Lin Shen behind her, and gave a junior's greeting to the man. We have no particular friendship, nor are we relatives, so there's no need for pleasantries, Wang Kua Tao continued with a cold face. The unformed spirit base of Nianbei is in your possession, isn't it? That belongs to my Wan family. Return it. Lin Shen could no longer stand Wang Kua Tao's attitude and was about to explode, but Lin Miao held him back. You're just Nianbei's clan uncle, neither his father nor his blood uncle. Who he leaves his belongings to is his choice. Why should he give them to you? Lin Miao demanded, looking at Wang Kua Tao. She would never hand over the last thing Wang Nianbei left her to anyone. He was a person of the Wan family, all that he had belongs to the Wan family. I naturally have the right to deal with it, Wang Kua Tao said coldly. My demand is out of respect for Nianbei, offering you one last shred of dignity. Don't force me to do something that will strip you of it. Do you not even spare the dead, after the living have given everything to the Wan family? Lin Miao's face also began to look unsightly. Alive, they are the people of the Wan family, dead, they are the ghosts of the Wan family, Wang Qiatao said coldly. I'll say it one last time, return the belongings. What if I don't? Lin Shen knew that object was Lin Miao's last reminder of Nianbei, and with the Wan family's attitude, it was something they could not surrender regardless. Then you die. Without any further ado, as soon as Wang Qiatao finished speaking, a mutator beside him attacked once again. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lin Shen and threw a punch at his chest. Stop! Not wanting to see Lin Shen harmed, Lin Miao was aware of the Wan family's powerful influence. It didn't matter if it was Lin Shen, even if Lin Xiangdong had destroyed the life bases of 5 ascenders, the Wan family didn't take him seriously either. Yes, the object left by Wan Nianbei was essential, but it wasn't worth Lin Shen's life. But that mutator from the Wan family gave Lin Miao no opportunity, his punch not weakening in the slightest, carrying a terrifying sonic boom, and with the force of thunder, he aimed even more ferociously at Lin Shen, determined to kill him on the spot. Lin Shen was furious. He reached out for the death powder, and holding it like a long spear, he stabbed it straight at the mutator's fist. Courting death. The mutator's eyes were sinister as he continued his punch at Lin Shen, completely disregarding the spear-like death powder. Ah! At the collision of the spear's tip and the fist, the mutator screamed in agony. His fist was actually pierced by the death powder. The people of the Wan family were all taken aback, never expecting that the gun in Lin Shen's hand could penetrate a crystal-based fist. If you can speak, then speak. If not, get lost. You're not welcome here, Lin Shen said to Wang Qiatao with a cold stare. Do you really think that having a fancy crystal base pet makes you arrogant? Country bumpkins will always be country bumpkins. Wang Qiatao had no intention of negotiating, and with a thought, a glimmering spirit-based sword appeared before him. It seemed like in the next instant, it would pierce through Lin Shen's body. Ascenders. Lin Shen's expression was unchanging, he simply reached out and took Lin Miao's hand, his gaze shifting to the other people beside Wang Qiatao. Just one ascender was nothing in Lin Shen's eyes, but the Wan family had more than just one ascender. Here, take it. Lin Miao's heart was filled with sorrow. Despite her reluctance, she could do nothing but hand over the object Wan Nianbei had left her. The dead are gone, but the living must go on. Too late. Wang Qiatao had no intention of sparing their lives. His spirit-based sword turned into lightning, barreling towards Lin Shen and Lin Miao. But after the flash of the sword, Lin Shen and Lin Miao's figures were no longer there. They had a teleporter on them. Wang Qiatao's face slightly darkened, and confusion arose in his heart. Teleporters that could be carried on one's person were a rare sight on the mother planet. Chapter 223, Chapter 223, Actual Combat. Lin Miao thought she was certainly going to die, but then she found the scenery before her eyes change, and she arrived in the midst of a colorful desert. Is this, the desert of Realm King Planet? Lin Miao looked at Lin Shen in astonishment. Lin Shen nodded slightly. This watch teleporter was found by me at Gourd Mountain, and it can freely transport us to Realm King Planet. It can also be set to exit at a fixed time. I only had time to adjust the timer to 30 days, so we are safe for these 30 days, but after 30 days, we will be teleported back to our original location. If Wang Qiatao is still waiting there, he might not give us another chance to adjust the teleportation. We are temporarily safe, but what about Uncle Lei and the others? Lin Miao said with concern. The Wan family is after us, Uncle Lei and the others are just employees of the Lin family, and that place isn't Sea-Corn Base. Even if they are people from the Wan family, they can't just kill people at will in Sea-Corn Base, but it's inevitable that Uncle Lei and the others will suffer a bit. Lin Shen had already made up his mind when he chose to teleport to Realm King Planet. If he had started to fight back just then, Uncle Lei and the others would most likely have been killed on the spot. Only if he and Lin Miao left would Uncle Lei and the others have a chance to live. Lin Shen, this is my business. I'll give him what he wants. If he wants to kill, then let him kill me alone. Don't bother with it anymore, Lin Miao said. Big sister, didn't you see just now? He was determined to kill us, giving him the object is useless, Lin Shen said calmly, knowing Lin Miao was distraught with worry. Big sister, leave this matter to me. With these 30 days, I should be able to advance to a crystal base warrior. By then, he may not be able to kill me. He's an ascender, even if you become a crystal base warrior, you won't be his match. Lin Miao shook her head and smiled bitterly. That's not necessarily true. Your brother isn't just an ordinary crystal base warrior. Sister, trust me, give me time, and I will definitely be able to do it. Lin Shen knew there wasn't much time, and he had to do everything in his power to prepare for the battle with the Wan family. What Lin Shen was seeing wasn't just one Wan Qia Tao. With the boost from the sacrificial halo, killing him wouldn't be difficult. Taking out one Wan Qia Tao would mean they had irreparably broken with the Wan family, and he must have the capability to confront other ascenders from the Wan family. No matter how powerful the Wan family might be on their mother planet, they could only have the strength of ascenders at most. As long as he could have the power to slay ascenders, it didn't matter what kind of interstellar family you were, on the mother planet, you'd still have to lie low. It was different from killing the supersource dragon on Ring Mountain planet. On the mother planet, ascenders weren't constrained by the environment or affected by the dragon slayer's talent, making even a first-turn ascender very difficult to kill. Just like the previous battle with Zheng Gaiwan, Lin Shen was at an absolute disadvantage, and this time, there would be no black-capped mushroom beast to help him. Moreover, given the Wan family's resources, they likely had more than just first-turn ascenders, they probably had even stronger ascenders. Lin Shen didn't want to waste the strike of the sacrificial halo on just a first-turn ascender. Summoning the evil dragon, Lin Shen planned to find as many mutated crystal base warriors as possible. Besides wanting to obtain mutated base mutation fluid, Lin Shen also had to train his combat skills. Competing in attributes and physical strength with ascenders was definitely a lost cause. He could only rely on pets and skill to perhaps gain a glimmer of a chance for victory. Isn't that the Mount of Tian? How come it is with you? Lin Miao was somewhat surprised to see the evil dragon. Because I am Tian, Lin Shen said with a smile. You're Tian. Lin Miao looked Lin Shen up and down as if she was meeting him for the first time. I used that pseudonym for some reasons, now is not the time to explain. We need to make the most of our time, Lin Shen said as he took Lin Miao with him, allowing the evil dragon to fly in the sky searching for mutated crystal base warriors. Finding a purple crystal warrior surrounded by a cluster of green crystal warriors, this time Lin Shen didn't let his pets take action but went down to fight by himself. When the black carapace appeared on Lin Shen's body, Lin Miao fully believed that her brother really was that Tian who had made such a great impression at Sky Star Slope. At this moment, Lin Miao didn't know whether to feel happy or fortunate. She had tried very hard to ensure Lin Shen could have a peaceful life. But today, she realized, fortunately, Lin Shen had grown up, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to protect her younger brother at all. Lin Shen stepped on the stepping on the immortal court, his hand holding death powder that was sometimes hard, sometimes soft, employing not only the stabbing skill taught by Wei Wufu but also the rod skill taught by the fisherman. He even integrated the finger skill of Red Heart A, but right now, aside from the stabbing skill, Lin Shen's proficiency in the other skills was still lacking. Watching Lin Shen, an alloy mutator, being able to slaughter effortlessly among a group of over 100 crystal base warriors, Lin Miao felt both distressed and proud. Distressed because she hadn't been able to take good care of Lin Shen and had even put him in danger because of herself. Proud because her younger brother, like his older brothers, was one of the rare individuals in the world. See more Vlempire. Apart from drinking base mutation fluid, Lin Shen was engaged in fierce combat every day, honing his skills through actual fighting. He had never put in such hard work before. After experiencing numerous real battles, Lin Shen realized that the techniques once difficult to master weren't so hard after all, it was just that he had never committed enough effort and focus to them before. Even the technique of the overlapping waves skill, Lin Shen had come to understand the substance of momentum through actual combat. He wasn't deliberately practicing the overlapping waves skill, but in the continuous use of stepping on the immortal court, Lin Shen suddenly realized that the so-called overlapping waves skill shared a miraculous commons with the unending momentum of stepping on the immortal court. With this new understanding, Lin Shen suddenly saw the light. He was able to effortlessly execute the overlapping waves skill. The fisherman's rod skill was also partially abandoned by him, he only practiced those moves that felt more natural to him. It wasn't that the other techniques were inferior, but because time was of the essence, he didn't have the opportunity to ponder those that were more challenging for him to master. Now, he needed to refine his skills as much as possible, otherwise, he wouldn't stand a chance in a fight against the Ascenders. As for that particular finger skill of Red Heart A, Lin Shen had put in a great deal of hard work, and it was, in fact, the skill he practiced most diligently. In battle with the Ascenders, if he couldn't rely on anything else, he would have to rely on the A-cup ointment sealing skill. Mastering this finger skill, combined with A-cup ointment sealing, would be his ultimate weapon. Luckily, the finger skill taught by Red Heart A was very similar to the stabbing skill taught by Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu's stabbing skill could directly serve as the foundation for the finger skill. The more Lin Shen studied this finger skill, the more he found it to be mystically unfathomable. As for the new message sent by Red Heart A, Lin Shen hadn't had time to read it. It wasn't until one day, when Lin Shen encountered a bottleneck while practicing the finger skill, that he decided to check what Red Heart A had sent him. Only then did he take a glimpse at it. With just one glance, Lin Shen's eyes went wide. In the image, there was an extremely strange creature, a wolf clad in a cloak at first sight, baring its teeth as if smiling at him. That smile was indescribably eerie. One look at the smiling wolf's face and Lin Shen suddenly felt his mind grow fuzzy. His thoughts scattered uncontrollably as if bewitched, and his body began to move on its own. Lin Shen picked up his wristwatch, selected Red Heart A from the contacts, and then pressed the communication button. In the Diman tribe's mother planet, Catherine was attending an important gathering. Suddenly, she felt her wristwatch vibrate. She glanced at it and realized it was a communication request from Spade A, her eyes immediately sparkling with delight. "Excuse me, I have something to attend to, please continue," Catherine said, paying no attention to the reactions of the others as she swiftly left the hall. Once outside, she eagerly pressed the acceptance button. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 224, Chapter 224, Netherworld Sulphur Wolf. But the moment Catherine pressed the agree button, the communication was suddenly cut off, and the image on the other side hadn't even had a chance to project. To break the Netherworld Sulphur Wolf's illusion so quickly, "It's no wonder it's you," Catherine said, not angry at all, her face filled with satisfaction. Her expression was like someone who had found a fun game and wanted to keep playing indefinitely, not wanting it to end too soon. So even if she lost the game, she was still very happy. "Let me think, how should I continue this game?" Catherine mused, her red lips curving slightly in thought. Lin Shen broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for evolution theory taking effect in time, allowing him to regain a bit of his senses, the communication would have already been connected. Just through a segment of footage, it can control a person's brain. What exactly is that creature? Lin Shen fretted inwardly, feeling that he needed to be even more careful from now on. He couldn't casually look at the messages sent by Red Heart A. It wasn't long before Red Heart A sent another message, but this time Lin Shen had no intention whatsoever of opening it. Putting Red Heart A's matter to the back of his mind, he continued to intensely train various skills. As the days went by, Lin Shen's various skills became more refined, and his base mutation rate was also about to reach 100 points. At Seacorn Base, not long after Lin Shen had entered Realm King Planet with Lin Miao, all members of the Lin family caravan were brought into the living room. "Give me a result," Wang Qiatao said coldly as he scanned them, and his men knew what to do, taking the people away to prepare for severe torture. "Did I go to the wrong place? Isn't this sea corn base, rather than splendid era base?" A voice came from the outside, and Instructor Mu pushed the door open and walked in. After receiving the message, he rushed over immediately, but it was still too late. "Mu Qingchuan, this is a matter for my Wan family and it has nothing to do with you," Wang Qiatao said coldly. "You come to see Corn Base, wanting to beat or kill my student, and yet you say it has nothing to do with me. I wonder what then is my concern?" Instructor Mu said as he walked next to Lei and others, looking at Wang Qiatao. Wang Qiatao seemed to have some apprehension towards Instructor Mu and was not as domineering as when he spoke with Lin Shen and the others. "Lin Miao took something from my Wan family, I must get it back," Wang Qiatao stated. "What did Miao take from you that warrants such a major effort from your Wan family?" Instructor Mu asked, frowning. "It's none of your business. I must take that item back, even if it means using all of the Wan family's resources," Wang Qiatao declared, making his stance clear. Instructor Mu was somewhat surprised in his heart. This statement from Wang Qiatao was to tell him that if anyone attempted to interfere with the Wan family, they would go as far as mutual destruction to persist, without leaving any room for negotiation. Lin Xiangdong's performance at Jinshui Lake, you must be aware of it, too. It's best to leave some leeway in life, for future encounters. Let me mediate for you. Take the item and leave them with their lives, it would be beneficial for both the Wan family and the Lin family, Instructor Mu suggested. There is no room for discussion. I must get the item back, and their lives, I am also determined to end. If your disciple Lin Xiangdong wants to fight to the death, let him come to my Wan family. As long as he has the ability, he can kill anyone from my family. Wang Qiatao flatly rejected Instructor Mu's proposition. Instructor Mu was shocked and had no clue what Lin Miao had taken from the Wan family that made them so determined to take her life. Instructor Mu knew this issue was not as simple as just taking an item and was no longer something he could resolve on his own. The Wan family has so many ascenders, he alone, no matter how formidable, couldn't withstand them all. Even if all the ascenders from Sea Corn Base were added together, their strength wouldn't be much stronger than the Wan families. These people are just employees of the Lin family's trading convoy. The affairs of the Lin family have nothing to do with them. I vouch for them, they won't get involved in the Lin family's matters anymore. Please, let them live, Instructor Mu said, pointing at Lei and the others. Fine, I'll give you, Mu Qingchuan, this face, but you can't interfere in this matter anymore, Wang Qiatao said. Instructor Mu frowned slightly, but then Lei suddenly bowed deeply to Instructor Mu. Instructor Mu, I am truly grateful to you. Although my surname isn't Lin, I have followed the Lin family my whole life, and I don't plan to leave. I consider myself a member of the Lin family. They are targeting the Lin family, and I can't abandon the Lin family. See more novel Fire. Even if I die, I cannot watch them harm my masters and Mr. Lin Shen. Therefore, I don't need your vouch, and you don't need to promise them anything on our behalf, just be yourself. Instructor Mu, we also don't need you to make any promises for us. Please just be yourself. A few of the old household members of the trading team stepped forward and bowed to Instructor Mu. They weren't dismissing their lives, rather, they were using their lives to ask Instructor Mu not to give up on Lin Shen and Lin Miao. Many of the old household members had been with the Lin family since the days of Lin Shen's parents, having shed blood and risked their lives with several generations of the Lin family. They were not just ordinary employees. They all had life and death ties with the Lin family, and even in their old age, they continued to work for the Lin family not only for the salary but also for the deep, life-honored bonds. They feared death, yet their sense of honor made them willing to face the terror of death. Just as there were such courageous individuals, there were also many who were afraid of dying, quickly raising their voices to ask Instructor Mu to save them. There was nothing wrong with that, it was just a job, after all, with no need to die for someone else. Instructor Mu looked at Lei and the others, sighing softly, if you die like this, you won't solve anything, and the Lin siblings won't have the face to see your families again. The situation here is not as simple as you think. Leave now, there will naturally be someone to deal with this situation. Having said that, Instructor Mu turned to Wang Qiatao and spoke, I'll take the people with me, and I won't intervene in matters here anymore. Good, I trust your character, Mu Qingchuan. Release them, Wang Qiatao gestured, signaling the mutators guarding Lei and the others to stand down. Let's go, we can talk more outside, Instructor Mu interrupted Lei, who seemed to want to say something, and started leading him out. He wouldn't leave without the old household members, and as for the others, they didn't need telling, as they were already running outside. It wasn't until they had left the courtyard that Instructor Mu let Lei and the others explain the situation clearly. He only knew that people from the Wan family were looking for trouble with the Lin siblings, but he was unclear about the details. Lei and the others weren't sure what was going on either and guessed it might be related to Wan Nianbei, although their explanation was vague. This matter is not so simple, Instructor Mu said with a frown after listening. Instructor Mu, you must save our masters and Mr. Lin Shen. Why do they insist on taking their lives and not just the items? Lei implored. This matter is no longer something I can resolve by stepping in. But don't worry, I will go find Hai Daxiu right away. Only Hai Daxiu's intervention might save their lives. You go to the Azura training camp and stay there for now, I'll go to Hai Mansion. Instructor Mu instructed Lei and the others to head to the training camp before he proceeded to Hai Mansion. Upon hearing that Instructor Mu was going to seek Hai Daxiu's intervention, Lei and the others showed expressions of relief. Chapter 225, Chapter 225, A Deadly Situation. Discover Novel Fire Novels. Hai Daxiu's surname isn't really Hai, it's just her nickname. In Seacorn Base, with its many training camps grouped into a training camp association, Hai Daxiu is the association's president and the actual ruler of Seacorn Base. Only Hai Daxiu had the authority to mobilize the ascenders of Seacorn Base, and Instructor Mu had some ties with her, so persuading Hai Daxiu to step in wasn't difficult. After all, this was Seacorn Base. The Wan family's members acting recklessly, killing at will as the ruler of Seacorn Base, Hai Daxiu couldn't just stand by and let this happen. After Instructor Mu met with Hai Daxiu, things went quite smoothly. Hai Daxiu had long been aware of Wang Qiatao's situation and had been intending to see him. The reason she had waited until now without visiting was that she was waiting for Instructor Mu to come to her. I can help you, but I have a condition, Hai Daxiu said to Instructor Mu with a smile. The Azura training camp is yours. Instructor Mu knew what Hai Daxiu wanted and didn't wait for her to say anything, handing over the deed to the training camp directly to her. He had already made his decision when he went to find Hai Daxiu. All right, let's go then, Hai Daxiu said without wasting words, leading her people to the guest house where Lin Shen and his group were staying. Instructor Mu was no longer in a position to come forward and could only wait for Hai Daxiu to return. After a long wait, Hai Daxiu finally came back, but her expression seemed somewhat off. I can't accept your training camp, Hai Daxiu said, returning the deed to Instructor Mu. What do you mean? Instructor Mu didn't take it, frowning at Hai Daxiu. He didn't believe that Hai Daxiu couldn't handle even a Wang Qiatao. With Hai Daxiu's power, even if she beat up Wang Qiatao today, the Wan family couldn't do much about it. Instructor Mu thought that Hai Daxiu had taken a larger benefit from the Wan family and that's why she was letting him go unchecked. Hai Daxiu discerned Instructor Mu's thoughts and sighed, Old Mu, you're mistaken. If I accept your training camp, I wouldn't give a second glance to anyone else's offer, no matter how great. Then why aren't you intervening? Are you still the Hai Daxiu of Seacorn Base or not? Instructor Mu asked, puzzled. Aside from Wang Qiatao and another ascender, the Wan family has 12 other ascenders outside the base, including Wan Shualiu. The Wan family is determined to get the Lin siblings and would not hesitate to start a war over it. They're serious, not joking, Hai Daxiu sighed. Old Mu, you should understand my dilemma. If a war starts, regardless of victory or defeat, the cost would be too great. I cannot wage war with the Wan family over the Lin siblings. Instructor Mu's expression turned grave. The Wan family has brought 14 ascenders, even Wan Shualiu, just for the Lin siblings? How is that possible? It's just 2 mutators. I don't think it's necessary either, but they have indeed come. The 12 ascenders including Wan Shualiu are just outside the base. They haven't entered Seacorn base out of respect for me. What can I do? We can't really go to war with the Wan family, can we? We can't let so many people die over 2 individuals, Hai Daxiu said helplessly. Instructor Mu also knew it was impossible to expect Hai Daxiu to go to war over Lin Shen and Lin Miao, so he left her place. With some inquiries, he quickly confirmed what Hai Daxiu had said. The Wan family's 12 ascenders were stationed just outside the base and weren't difficult to find. You rascals, just how did you manage to anger the Wan family? Instructor Mu was worrying when Goddess Consort Bai arrived at the training camp. Instructor, what happened on Lin Shen's end? Goddess Consort Bai knew something but wasn't clear on the details. I haven't figured it out myself yet. All I know for now is that Lin Miao and Wan Nianbei of the Wan family were together before and later separated due to the Wan family's opposition. Recently, Wan Nianbei failed in ascension and died. The Wan family's people suddenly came looking for the Lin siblings, demanding something from them, and for this, they did not hesitate to deploy 14 ascenders. Now, 12 are outside the base, including Wan Shualiu. Instructor Mu repeated the events in detail. Just give them what they want, said Bai Shenfei, her complexion changing upon hearing that the Wan family had dispatched 14 ascenders. It's not a matter of giving or not giving, the Wan family is determined to take the lives of the Lin siblings, explained Instructor Mu, feeling helpless. Where are Lin Shen and Lin Miao now? Asked Bai Shenfei after a moment of thought. They should have teleporters on them. I'm not sure to which planet they teleport, but for the time being, they've saved their lives. However, as you know, the teleporters on the mother planet are time-limited, and they will have to come back eventually. Wang Qiatao and another ascender from the Wan family are waiting at the spot where they teleport away. Once they return, their death will be inevitable. After hearing this, Bai Shenfei turned and walked away. Instructor Mu called after her, "Where are you going?" "I need to go back to my family's house," replied Bai Shenfei before she quickly left the training camp. After leaving the training camp, Bai Shenfei immediately departed from Seacorn base and rushed back to the Bai family overnight, in hopes of using the Bai family's power to persuade the Wan family to spare the Lin siblings' lives. Upon hearing what Bai Shenfei reported, family head Bai Jingxing looked at her and asked, "Have you made a choice for Lin Shen?" "Yes," replied Bai Shenfei without hesitation. She knew that only by doing so was there a chance that Bai Jingxing might intervene to save Lin Shen. "Consider someone else, no one can save his life," said Bai Jingxing. "Why? If the Wan family wants something, why not just give it to them?" Bai Shenfei was shocked, having not expected even Bai Jingxing to say that the siblings' lives could not be saved. "I know a bit about Wan Nianbei's situation. The thing must be returned, and the Wan family certainly won't let the Lin siblings off," Bai Jingxing explained. "Why?" Bai Shenfei asked, puzzled. Wan Nianbei caught the eye of a princess from the Diman tribe. After her ascension, she was to go to the Diman tribe and become that princess's favored concubine. The Wan family did not ask for Wan Nianbei's consent and was keen on facilitating this matter. However, Wan Nianbei had already favored someone else, presumably Lin Shen's older sister. With Wan Nianbei's talent and abilities, it's impossible for her ascension to fail. Anybody could guess that the only reason for her failure was that she'd rather die than be forced into the Diman tribe, he said. So the reason the Wan family dispatched so many ascenders, determined to put the Lin siblings to death, is because of that Diman princess. Bai Shenfei, having understood, felt despair. It must be related to that Diman princess, otherwise, why would the Wan family make such a grand move over such a trivial Lin family? They are merely ensuring that the Diman princess has not even the slightest dissatisfaction. The world is this cruel. A mere whim of the powerful can cost the weak their lives, or even the lives of their entire clan. Remember, only by becoming stronger can we control our destiny and not end up as ants trampled under the feet of the mighty, Bai Jingxing said indifferently. Regardless, the fate of the Lin siblings is sealed. Ouyang Yedu is a great choice. You've been at the base mutation level long enough, it's time for you to break through. Bai Shenfei fell silent, wanting to save Lin Shen but not knowing how. If it were just one ascender, she might risk everything in a fight, but no one stood a chance against 14 ascenders from the Wan family. After some thought, Bai Shenfei turned to leave. She was headed to Darkbird base to try her luck. For now, only Lin Xiangdong might have the ability to save Lin Shen and the others. She knew of the incident where Lin Xiangdong had destroyed the life bases of 5 ascenders from Wanderer base with a single strike. There might be a slim chance. The critical issue was that at this juncture, apart from Lin Xiangdong, it was impossible to ask anyone else to intervene. Only the major interstellar families had the power to stop the Wan family. But no major family would go to war with the Wan family over the Lin siblings. Backed by the Diman tribe, the Wan family was already among the leading human forces on alien worlds. Chapter 226, Chapter 226, 6 Paths Phoenix. Lin Shen and Lin Miao continued to hunt base variant creatures in the desert, where Lin Miao got to witness Lin Shen's strength and his many powerful pets. Lin Shen indeed had many mutated pets that were quite strong, but there was still a gap compared to the ascenders. Lin Shen gave Lin Miao 2 pet launchers, and most of the mutated crystal base pets were also stored inside those 2 pet launchers for Lin Miao to familiarize herself with controlling them during this time. Once the battle with the ascenders began, it was essential for Lin Miao to have the ability to survive. Lin Shen himself only kept death powder and some ordinary crystal base pets, whereas others including Jiweiss, Frost Swordsman, Sea Demon God General, and so on, were temporarily used by Lin Miao to help her get through this difficult time first. Lin Miao was very intelligent by nature and her level was at crystal base level. It was only because she had always managed the family business that she hardly had any actual combat experience before. But her talent was evident as she was very quick to learn. Her ability to command multiple pets in battle far surpassed that of an average person. Most people would be in a flurry if they had to command several pets at once, but Lin Miao could simultaneously direct more than a dozen pets in battle, and she could take care of every detail of each pet's positioning and more. On the 23rd day after arriving on Realm King Planet, Lin Shen's base mutation rate reached 100%. Lin Shen found a spot nearby that was free of base variant creatures and asked Lin Miao to protect him while he took out the primeval egg given by Tu Xiaodao, swallowed it, and began ascending to crystal base. As Lin Miao watched the amazing changes occurring in Lin Shen's body, she dared not be distracted and released all the pets to stand guard around Lin Shen to prevent any accidents. There shouldn't have been any accidents since it seemed there were no base variant creatures around. While thinking this, Lin Miao's gaze swept around her, but her expression suddenly changed drastically. Brought to you by Novel Fire. She saw numerous green crystal warriors appearing on the sand dunes surrounding them, and they were everywhere, with numbers that seemed to exceed 1,000. How could this happen? Lin Miao looked worriedly at Lin Shen, who was in the process of ascending to crystal base, and had no choice but to grit her teeth and set up formations with her pets. But as more and more green crystal warriors appeared, Lin Miao began to feel a sense of foreboding. What was even more alarming was that blue crystal warriors started to appear, followed by purple crystal warriors, and even a very rare red crystal warrior. Lin Shen had specifically looked for red crystal warriors and couldn't find any, yet one had appeared here now. And there was not just one red crystal warrior. As more and more green crystal warriors showed up, the number of blue and purple crystal warriors also increased, and 2 red crystal warriors had already made their appearance. The number of green crystal warriors had exceeded 10,000 and was still surging out continuously. Lin Miao's mind raced as she thought about how to defend against the terrifying numbers of crystal base warriors. A deep red warrior appeared, his body like a crystal formed from coagulated blood, shimmering with a blood-colored halo in the sunlight, and in his hand was a blood crystal spear. He actually had a weapon, which the other warriors didn't have. With a battle cry from the deep red warrior, the green crystal warriors and warriors of different colors charged like a tide towards where Lin Shen was positioned. In the more than 20 days Lin Shen had spent in the desert, he had killed wantonly, and having consumed the base mutation eggs of various warriors, he had already provoked their wrath. This ambush was clearly premeditated. As the commander of the ambush, the Deep Red Knight's intelligence must be high, otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen such a critical moment. Seeing the warriors surging towards her like a tide, Lin Miao could only be thankful that the pets Lin Shen gave her were strong enough and numerous enough. Lin Miao multitasked, controlling a host of pets to staunchly defend against the tide-like offensive. Under Lin Miao's command, the pets coordinated seamlessly, with frontline tanks, backline damage dealers, and maneuverable pets ready to support any potential breaches. Lin Shen's pets were indeed strong, but if it weren't for Lin Miao's command, any slight breach that allowed those warriors to penetrate their ranks and disturb Lin Shen, who was in the middle of a base mutation, would pose a major problem. 2 red crystal warriors sought to entangle Jiwei's, yet Lin Miao didn't give them the chance. The pet army continually rotated their attacks, with each pet moving and weaving, never confined to one spot. The deep red warrior, frustrated from being unable to break through, let out an angry war roar once again. At his roar, all the warriors seemed to go mad, their eyes bloodshot as they charged at the pet formation even more fiercely. Lin Miao struggled to hold on. Killing the charging warriors wasn't difficult, the challenge was to guard the utterly immobile Lin Shen and prevent any warrior from breaking through. Fortunately, Lin Miao managed to do so. With the cooperation among her pets, she forcibly stopped wave after wave of attacks. Seeing Lin Shen's transformation seemed about to finish, Lin Miao let out a slight sigh of relief. Once Lin Shen successfully ascended, they would no longer need to tangle with these warriors, they could just ride the evil dragon and fly away. After all, these warriors couldn't fly and would be helpless against them. Not daring to relax, Lin Miao constantly scanned the battlefield while adjusting her pets' positions. Suddenly, Lin Miao noticed something wrong with the sand below. Realizing something, Lin Miao rushed towards Lin Shen instantly. The ground below erupted as a deep red, seemingly blood crystal-carved giant scorpion emerged, its tail turning into a streak of blood light aiming for Lin Shen. Lin Miao had already used all her pets to block the tidal wave of warrior attacks, she had no pets left to deploy, and with Lin Shen undergoing ascension and unable to move, she had no choice but to stand her ground and catch the scorpion tail, which struck like lightning. However, it was clear the scorpion tail's strength was augmented by some skill. Lin Miao, clutching the tail, struggled to halt its powerful thrust. The tip of the tail seemed poised to pierce right into her chest. Suddenly, a golden light blossomed from within Lin Miao's embrace. The scorpion tail struck against the golden light and was forcefully repelled. The ball of golden light flew out from Lin Miao's embrace and, swelling as if catching the wind, instantly transformed into an enormous 6-winged phoenix, even larger than a helicopter. The phoenix's golden radiance was dazzling, and with a skyward cry, it stilled the entire battlefield. The next second, the 6 paths phoenix flew behind Lin Miao, embracing her from the rear. 4 of its wings wrapped around her body while the other 2 sets of wings flapped, lifting Lin Miao into the sky. After spiraling through the air, the 6 paths phoenix turned into a golden streak of light. Bang 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 bang! Like golden lightning exploding across the desert, it instantly sliced the bodies of all the warriors within several hundred meters around Lin Shen in half. The deep red giant scorpion desperately tried to burrow back into the sand, but its tail couldn't retract in time and was severed as well. Atop the once battle-scarred desert, only a golden trail of light harvested life, cleaving everything in its path without giving anyone a chance to react. Even the red crystal warriors were no exception. Their upper bodies were instantly separated from their lower halves. In the blink of an eye, within a kilometer's radius, there were no longer any intact creatures left aside from Lin Shen and those pets. Chapter 227, Chapter 227, Promotion to Crystal Base. Lin Shen had successfully advanced to Crystal Base. When he opened his eyes, he was startled to see a scene filled with the corpses of green crystal warriors strewn all over the ground. He instinctively searched for a glimpse of Lin Miao, fearful that something might have happened to his older sister. Given the number of crystal-based creatures and the ferocity of the battle, even if his pets were strong, it would be difficult for them to emerge unscathed and to achieve such a terrifying victory. However, when Lin Shen saw Lin Miao, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Just as Lin Miao landed on the ground, a golden phoenix with 3 pairs of wings was slowly spreading its feathers, unwrapping around Lin Miao. After setting Lin Miao down, the 6-winged phoenix circled her in a spiraling dance, growing smaller and smaller, until it became a tiny egg-shaped spirit base in Lin Miao's hands. The grey patterns of the 6-winged phoenix within lost their luster. It was the same spirit base that Lin Shen had seen before. Lin Shen was greatly surprised in his heart. Theoretically, a spirit base should only function when activated by an ascender. The spirit base left by Wan Nianbei was defective, an unsuccessful remnant that had not yet fully formed. For a defective spirit base to activate on its own, and even possess a will of its own, was simply incredible. "Big sister, what's going on?" Lin Shen walked over and asked Lin Miao. Lin Miao, holding the 6 Paths Phoenix spirit base, recounted the recent events. Lin Shen was silently startled. The intelligence of these base variant creatures truly could not be underestimated. They had set up such a deadly trap. Thankfully, the 6 Paths Phoenix spirit base was there, otherwise, their plot might have succeeded. No wonder the Wan family, no matter what, wanted to retrieve this spirit base. It seems the spirit base left by Wan Nianbei is no ordinary item, thought Lin Shen, mistakenly assuming that was why the Wan family wanted the spirit base back. In any case, with the 6 Paths Phoenix spirit base, Lin Miao's safety was secured. It wouldn't be so easy for the Ascenders to target her now. Without the need to look after Lin Miao, Lin Shen could now fully focus on battling Wang Qiatao and the other Ascenders from the Wan family. Although Lin Shen had only seen Wang Qiatao and another Ascender, he was mentally prepared to face the whole Wan family in the future. What he didn't know was that there were 12 more Ascenders from the Wan family outside the Sea Corn base. Fortunately, those 12 Ascenders were wary of entering Sea Corn base, which provided Lin Shen with an opportunity. "Sis, go ahead and try to communicate with the 6 Paths Phoenix, and try to master it as much as possible," Lin Shen suggested to Lin Miao, while he examined his newly acquired abilities after advancing to Crystal Base. During his advancement to Crystal Base using the primeval eggs, his base mutation carapace underwent another transformation. The design of the carapace became more angular and distinct, and while still black in color, it had turned into a semi-transparent black-gray crystal. The hieroglyphic patterns were still there but were less conspicuous, as if they were embedded inside the black-gray crystal. From the outside, the changes to the base mutation carapace didn't seem especially significant, nowhere as drastic as the changes during the alloy upgrade. But Lin Shen was well aware that the enhancement brought by advancing to Crystal Base was no less than the upgrade to alloy. User: Super Base Crystal-based creature, evolvable. Strength: 55. Speed: 41. Toughness: 41. Toughness: 41. Base mutation rate: 1%. Theoretical active lifespan limit: 400. Base change talent, super base change, super base pattern, super base recast. Super base recast, power that cannot kill you will eventually make you stronger, all pain and ordeal shall become the foundation on which you rebuild your glory. Lin Shen felt very fortunate that the talents he had acquired were not only non-repetitive but also a perfect fit. The talent recast, for the time being, appeared to be a very powerful recovery ability. His base variant carapace could be cracked, pierced, or even shattered, but as long as Lin Shen was not dead, the carapace could be recast and healed. Coupled with the enhancement from super base change and the continuous absorption of the world's force by the super base pattern, Lin Shen was tantamount to a fighting machine that was very hard to kill. As for how effective the recast talent could be, its true measure would need to be tested in actual combat. Lin Shen found a green crystal warrior to try it out, but a regular green crystal warrior could hardly damage his crystal-based carapace, unable to leave a mark on it. Even the mutated blue crystal warriors and purple crystal warriors, using their full power with a skill, could only scratch the surface of his carapace, and these scratches would heal instantly. Lin Shen even allowed Jai Weiss to attack his carapace. After using a skill, Jai Weiss could damage it, but it would recover in a flash all the same. Lin Shen found that the recast talent's effect was not limited to the base variant carapace. The effect was equally effective on his flesh and blood, just not as noticeable as with the carapace, and the recovery was slightly slower. With not much time left, Lin Shen collected the base mutation fluid from those mutated warriors to continue increasing his base mutation rate, preparing for his eventual ascension. Once he was able to ascend, he would not need to fear anyone any longer on his home planet. Without going after more mutated warriors, Lin Shen devoted all his time to practicing various skills and familiarizing himself with his talents. Jai Weiss, the Frost Swordsman, and the Death Powder were used as his sparring partners. Both Jai Weiss and the Death Powder were strong enough, arguably at the peak of base mutation, but as long as Lin Shen used his talents, defeating them was not difficult. Unfortunately, there were no ascended creatures on Realm King Planet. Lin Shen really wanted to go to the Ring Mountain planet to test his combat power against the Super Source Dragons, but this was not currently possible. There's a ready-made ascension level combatant right here. Giving up hope on the Super Source Dragons, Lin Shen set his sights on the Six Paths Phoenix. The Six Paths Phoenix was indeed no ordinary spirit base. It was able to respond to Lin Miao's thoughts, and its combat power was terrifyingly immense. Read on Novel Fire. In terms of speed alone, it was faster than Zheng Gaiwen's Red Jade Sword from before. Moreover, the Six Paths Phoenix could achieve an assault merge, wrapping its wings around Lin Miao and engaging in combat together with her. Regrettably, the Six Paths Phoenix could only respond to Lin Miao's thoughts. Lin Shen had also tried to control it but with no response at all. Lin Shen was very skeptical that it was the stubborn attachment of Wan Nianbei that clung to the Six Paths Phoenix, which allowed Lin Miao, a mutator, to control it. "Big sister, have the Six Paths Phoenix attack me," Lin Shen said. His training against regular crystal-based creatures could no longer improve him much. He needed greater pressure to forge himself. "No way, I can only communicate with it simply and cannot control it precisely. If I let it attack you, it would treat you as an enemy, showing no mercy," Lin Miao immediately refused. "No need for mercy. When I face the ascenders of the Wan family, they will show no mercy either. If I can't even handle a single strike from the Six Paths Phoenix, then our return will also be a dead end," Lin Shen said. Lin Miao understood this principle and, despite her worries, she could only do as Lin Shen had said. Chapter 228, Chapter 228, Growth is the result of helplessness. Lin Shen first activated the Super Base Pattern, Super Base Change, and Super Base Recast. On the black, ash-gray crystalline carapace, pictographic text began to glow and heat up. The entire carapace also started to redden gradually, and before long, it turned golden yellow, becoming more and more resplendent. Finally, after suddenly cooling rapidly, Lin Shen's carapace turned crystal clear, as flawless as transparent crystal. Within the crystal, each pictographic character took on a three-dimensional form, constantly rotating, each emitting a brilliant radiance, like ancient, mysterious incantations. With all his skills fully activated, Lin Shen seemed like a deity from ancient times, radiating a sacred aura entirely different from his usual black carapaced appearance. In this state, Lin Shen could only sustain some scratches from Death Powder's full-powered strike, unable to deal him a severe blow, not even fully penetrating the carapace. "Come on," Lin Shen fixed his eyes intently on the Six Paths Phoenix in the sky. "Be very careful," Lin Miao repeatedly cautioned before communicating with the Six Paths Phoenix and permitting it to launch an attack on Lin Shen. Six wings shook, transforming into a bolt of golden lightning, flashing instantly past Lin Shen. Lin Shen's body was sent flying backward, the carapace on one side of his chest shattered, and blood splattered. Lin Shen flew back hundreds of meters, crashing onto a sand dune, creating a large crater, with sand scattering everywhere. Little 5. Lin Miao was startled and quickly rushed over. "I'm fine." Lin Shen climbed out of the sand pit, his wounds and carapace visibly healing at a rapid pace, allowing Lin Miao to relax upon seeing this. "No good, my speed is still quite inferior compared to an ascension level, I can't just stand and wait to be hit. I can only start moving to stand a chance against ascension level." Lin Shen knew where his problem lay. This time, holding the Death Powder, he used the movement technique of stepping on the immortal court, his figure rapidly shifting positions, as he launched another attack on the Six Paths Phoenix. Lin Miao communicated with the Six Paths Phoenix once more, instructing it to strike Lin Shen again. The flash of golden lightning passed by, and Lin Shen's hand wielding the Death Powder didn't even have time to swing as his shoulder was torn. However, the wound this time was clearly much lighter than the last, and he didn't fall like he did before. Again. Lin Shen knew he was on the right track. Using the technique of stepping on the immortal court, he had a chance to contend with ascension level. With each subsequent battle, Lin Shen sustained injuries, but he was also constantly improving. Find your next read on mvlamp_year. Lin Shen continuously integrated various skills into stepping on the immortal court, the unorthodox rhythm, aerial leverage techniques from Stairway to Heaven, and the momentum building of overlapping waves skill. Lin Shen needed to be able to fight ascenders in the air, relying solely on ground combat skills would never let him touch an ascender's body. Ascenders could simply watch the battle from the sky and slay Lin Shen using their spirit base. In that case, Lin Shen stood no chance at all. Stabbing techniques, finger skills, and rod skills, Lin Shen was gradually mastering them. He would ignore what he couldn't comprehend or execute and focus solely on practicing what he could understand and knew how to use. In his hands, the Death Powder turned soft and hard unpredictably, stabbing and whipping, with all sorts of techniques unpredictably insidious. Just with this one technique, there were probably already few among the mutators who could pose a challenge to him, but his opponents were ascenders, so this alone was not enough. Watching Lin Shen getting injured by the Six Paths Phoenix time and again, and then getting back up to fight each time, Lin Miao felt very conflicted. Growth is the product of helplessness, Lin Miao sighed inwardly. If given the choice, she wished Lin Shen would never have to grow up. In the desert environment, the world's force absorbed by the super base pattern allowed Lin Shen to maintain his super base change state for nearly an hour. Then he could only withdraw from the super base change state, rest for a few minutes, wait for the super base pattern to absorb enough world's force to replenish the consumption, and then he could use the power of super base change again. During this time, Lin Shen discovered another characteristic of the super base pattern. The more intense the battle, the stronger the power fluctuations produced in the fight, the more world's force it absorbed. Once, Lin Shen had a few tough exchanges with the Six Paths Phoenix, and the shock waves from the power vibrations were severe, noticeably increasing the amount of world's force absorbed by the super base pattern. Of course, what's called a tough exchange was actually Lin Shen being unable to evade the Six Paths Phoenix's attacks, forcibly confronting them while getting injured himself, resulting in no damage to the Six Paths Phoenix but serious injuries to Lin Shen. If it wasn't for his recast talent ability, he might not have been able to get out of bed for 10 days to half a month. As time passed, Lin Shen was able to maintain the battle against the Six Paths Phoenix for longer periods. He also gradually realized that the Six Paths Phoenix didn't rely solely on speed, but also had its own movement techniques, which were quite strange and mysterious. To understand the behavior patterns of the Six Paths Phoenix, Lin Shen tried mimicking its movements and found that some poses allowed him to move more fluidly in the air, but only a small part of the movements were useful, most were of no use. This discovery immensely excited Lin Shen, and he promptly integrated it into the stepping on the immortal court, making his aerial combat more fluid. With deeper research, Lin Shen increasingly felt that he only had a chance of winning in close combat with ascenders, and absolutely could not afford to distance himself, or else he would definitely suffer a great loss. Although stepping on the immortal court also required distance to increase speed, Lin Shen could move in a comparatively small space, not needing such a long straight line distance. As long as he could hit an ascender, Lin Shen was not afraid of not being able to kill them. Typical ascenders have an attribute limit of 80, but most first-turn ascenders definitely do not reach this limit. Only ascenders with multiple turns can break through the limit of 80. Lin Shen's current strength attribute was 56, which was because the death powder was continuously growing, and influenced by the boundless strength contract, Lin Shen's strength was also constantly increasing. With a strength of 56, plus the enhancement of super base change, Lin Shen's strength attribute was already no less than that of an average ascender, and even stronger than some with lower strength. Paired with the skills of the death powder and his own strength enhancement, piercing through the carapace of a typical ascender was no problem. Even if he couldn't pierce through, there was a cup ointment sealing to use. The only concern was whether he could get close enough. If he couldn't get close, Lin Shen's disadvantage became too great, and he didn't have a life base to use for long-range strikes against ascenders. Luckily, Wang Qiatao and the others were definitely waiting in the room for Lin Shen, so initially, there was no problem with getting close. A few days later, Lin Shen was still no match for the Six Paths Phoenix, but it wasn't so easy for the Six Paths Phoenix to injure him either. Lin Shen attempted to battle with the Six Paths Phoenix from the moment he initiated super base change, instead of waiting until the final form was complete before taking action, which greatly extended the duration of super base change. However, at the beginning of super base change, the enhancing effect on the body was not as strong, resulting in lower defense and more severe injuries for Lin Shen. Yet, Lin Shen also discovered a very peculiar phenomenon because of this, a phenomenon that could only possibly occur during the warming phase of super base change. Chapter 229, Chapter 229, Great Love is Heartless. In the process of super base recast intensifying, if the carapace sustains an injury, then the recast ability will rapidly heal it. The more severe the damage the carapace suffers during this process and the more times it is recast, the strength of the injured and recast area will significantly increase after undergoing a rapid cooldown phase. Unfortunately, this enhancement is not permanent. Once super base change becomes ineffective, this effect will also disappear. Lin Shen could confirm that this was a special transformation produced by the combination of super base change and super base recast, only possible when one has both of these innate skills together. This discovery gave Lin Shen increased confidence. Using super base change in combat meant the initial beatings he took could be converted into increased hardness of his carapace later on. Of course, Lin Shen could even find someone to beat him up before a fight, allowing his carapace to become hard enough after super base change, then go on to battle ascenders. That old saying is really true: to learn how to beat others, one must first learn to take a beating, Lin Shen reflected. Stay tuned to mvlamp_year. By continuously practicing various techniques, his base mutation rate was slowly increasing, and death powder had given him a bit more strength. He now had 57 points of strength. Lin Miao was very worried about Lin Shen's situation. Indeed, Lin Shen was constantly growing, but he could never defeat the Six Paths Phoenix. Lin Shen saw his sister's worry and said with a smile, "I don't need to shatter those Ascenders' life bases, just killing them will suffice, and that's far simpler than shattering life bases." There was another thing Lin Shen didn't say: life bases didn't have acupoints, so he couldn't target them anyway. Time passed day by day, and the 30-day deadline was fast approaching. Goddess consort Bai Shenfei was anxiously waiting at Dark Bird Base, hoping for Lin Xiangdong's return. Unfortunately, Lin Xiangdong had not returned to his home planet and was unaware of the events there. How could he just happen to rush back in time? Goddess consort didn't wait for Lin Xiangdong but encountered Wei Wufu, freshly returned from Tiancheng. After Goddess consort relayed the events to Wei Wufu, he didn't hesitate and immediately set off for Tiancheng again. Wei Wufu knew that he couldn't prevent the Wan family from killing Lin Shen and Lin Miao with his power alone and could only ask his family elders to intervene. However, Wei Wufu had no confidence whether the family elders would actually take action, but this was the only path left to try regardless of the outcome. Goddess consort Bai Shenfei knew what Wei Wufu intended to do, but she held very little hope for the Wei family. She had once heard from her elders that a Wei family member had perished outside, but the family elders hadn't sought vengeance for him. If they treated one of their own in such a manner, would the Wei family elders truly leave Tiancheng for Lin Shen, who wasn't one of them? Goddess consort Bai Shenfei wasn't sure if the Wei family would make an exception for Wei Wufu, but her hope was incredibly slim. She could only continue to stay at Dark Bird Base, hoping Lin Xiangdong would come. Goddess consort Bai Shenfei had been keeping in touch with Instructor Mu and knew Lin Shen hadn't been teleported back. There was still a sliver of hope. After Wei Wufu hurried back to Tiancheng, he went straight to Townland Hall. This was a stronghold built by the Wei family to suppress the underground space and represented the human defensive frontier's vanguard. "Wufu, why have you returned so soon?" Wei Chongqing was slightly startled to see a look of urgency on Wei Wufu's face. He knew his grandson well enough that, even should knives and axes fall upon him, it wouldn't change his expression. "Sir, Wufu, please help." Wei Wufu knelt directly before Wei Chongqing and knocked his head on the ground, refusing to stand up again. "What has happened?" Wei Chongqing's expression was solemn. Wei Wufu usually spoke with difficulty, each word struggling out. Today's sentence was already considered extraordinarily fluent for him. "Lin Shen, friend, in great danger." Wei Wufu still didn't lift his head, merely speaking out. Wei Chongqing listened attentively until he understood Wei Wufu's meaning, then reached out to help Wei Wufu up. But Wei Wufu refused to rise, insisting, "Sir, Wufu, I beg you, any of the Mr. Lin Zhongzhengs could save a life. The fact that you would do this for him means he is very important to you, right?" Wei Chongqing asked softly. "Yes," Wei Wufu replied with just one word. Wei Chongqing nodded then continued, "Is his life more important than your own?" "Yes," Wei Wufu answered without hesitation, another single word. Wei Chongqing nodded again, "You are willing to trade your life for his because you feel he is very important to you, you are not wrong." Just as Wei Wufu thought there was hope and looked up to see Wei Chongqing, he heard him continue, "However, to me and the Wei family, no one's life is more important than this defensive line. If any one of us, your other grandfathers, were to leave this place, we would surely be seized upon by those terrible creatures in the underground space. Then it wouldn't be just one or two people dying, but tens or hundreds of thousands. In nearly 10 years, let alone outside of Tiancheng, even within this Townland Hall, we have been unable to leave even half a step without risking catastrophe. To save one person at the expense of tens of thousands, Wufu, I have no choice. The greatest love is to have no love, to be sentimental is to be ruthless, it's indefinable, and it can't be clearly explained." Wei Chongqing closed his eyes, unable to face the pleading look of his grandson. "Sir, Wufu understands." After Wei Wufu kowtowed 3 times to Wei Chongqing, he said, Mr. Lin Zhongzheng entrusted me, Wufu is going now, sir, take care. With those words, Wei Wufu stood up and left. Since the elders at home could not go to see corn base, he only had himself to rely on. He didn't seek a guaranteed result, only a clear conscience. Wei Wufu, where are you going? Are you going to look for Tian? Wei Wufu hadn't left Tiancheng when Ouyang Yadu stopped him in his tracks. Yes, Wei Wufu answered. Ouyang Yadu's eyes lit up immediately, he had come to Tiancheng to find Tian. But having asked everyone in Tiancheng, no one except Wei Wufu seemed to know this person named Tian. When previously asked, Wei Wufu had always refused to reveal who exactly Tian was. Unexpectedly, today Wei Wufu readily admitted he was going to find Tian. I'll go with you to find him, Ouyang Yadu said. No, Wei Wufu flatly refused. Why? Ouyang Yadu frowned. Death trap, Wei Wufu said with a grave expression. Explain clearly, what death trap? Ouyang Yadu's frown deepened. Wei Wufu explained briefly, and although it was hard to understand, Ouyang Yadu got it. Are you saying Tian is Lin Shen? Ouyang Yadu's eyes widened, isn't Lin Shen practicing talent theory? No, Wei Wufu shook his head. Haha, interesting, really interesting. Let's go, I'll go with you. How can I miss such an interesting event? Ouyang Yadu said as he pulled Wei Wufu and started heading out of the city. Chapter 230, Chapter 230, Not a Beggar. Haha, I have finally returned. In the midst of the desert, Ximen Swordsman excitedly let out a long howl to the sky, he had finally teleported back to this desert. He wanted to quickly find the location of that sand shell in the hopes of getting there before that person and digging out all the green crystal eggs. Summoning a mount, Ximen Swordsman surveyed the environment and then galloped off in one direction. After half a day's travel, Ximen Swordsman suddenly heard some noises from the left side of the desert. Curious and hesitating for a moment, he headed left to see what was happening. Not far into his run, he saw the corpses of green crystal warriors scattered everywhere, likely numbering in the thousands, along with the bodies of blue crystal warriors and purple crystal warriors, and even a red crystal warrior. Near these bodies, a man and a woman stood watching him. The playboy. Ximen Swordsman took a careful look and recognized the man, his heart growing cold. He knew of mutator Lin Shen and had seen some images of Lin Shen, but his impression was that Lin Shen only had some special things about him, and his strength itself didn't seem formidable. But seeing so many green crystal warriors and mutated warriors killed, if it was the work of Lin Shen, then his strength was not as simple as it seemed. With a thought, Ximen Swordsman rode his mount closer to Lin Shen, dismounted and said with a smile, I am Ximen Swordsman. I have long heard of the playboy's great name, and truly, beneath a famous name there is no lack of substance. To be able to kill so many green crystal warriors and mutated warriors, your strength is indeed greater than the rumors have suggested. Read exclusives on vlump_yr. You flatter me, Lin Shen responded politely. He had heard the sound of hooves just a moment ago, and he had not expected Ximen Swordsman to be the one who came. He thought to himself, what fate to encounter this guy in the desert again. Lin Shen had no intention of dwelling on past issues with him and planned to pacify him with a few words and send him on his way. As for the corpses on the ground, Lin Shen had no intention of taking them. If Ximen Swordsman wanted them, he could take them. Ximen Swordsman was about to say something when he suddenly took a strong sniff with his nose, as if he detected an odd smell in the air. Are you the harsh one? Ximen Swordsman's expression suddenly changed, pointing at Lin Shen and exclaimed. Lin Shen was slightly startled, not expecting Ximen Swordsman to recognize him. The environment had been so dark, and Lin Shen had been wearing a battle helmet, his face had not been exposed, so Ximen Swordsman shouldn't have been able to recognize him. Thinking about Ximen Swordsman's forceful sniffing action just now, Lin Shen had a sudden realization, is this guy a dog or what? He can distinguish people by scent. Very well, I had not expected the playboy to be such a harsh person. Today is a good day to settle our score, Ximen swordsman exclaimed, drawing his sword and pointing at Lin Shen. We don't have much of a grudge between us, do we? It's just each seeking their own advantage. Lin Shen, who had other things on his mind, was not in the mood for a lengthy discussion, and pointing to the bodies on the ground, he said, if you feel short-changed, you can take all these as compensation. At these words, Ximen swordsman was taken aback and then became furious. What do you take Ximen swordsman for? I am not a beggar. If I want something, I will take it by force, I don't need charity from others. Lin Shen listened, completely baffled, thinking, what sort of logic is this? You refuse what's offered and insist on taking by force, is being a robber now a matter of pride? As if noticing Lin Shen's thoughts, Ximen swordsman proudly flicked his sword and declared, waiting for others' charity is gaining without effort. Robbing by one's own hand is relying on skill, and the effort you put in makes it completely different. You don't seem to be wrong. Lin Shen suddenly felt that the Ximen swordsman seemed to make some sense. Of course, that's assuming the Ximen swordsman wasn't robbing him. If it's his stuff being stolen, then all that reasoning goes out the window. All right, you tell me how you want to rob, the items are right here, feel free to take them, Lin Shen said, pointing to the body of the mutant warrior on the ground. Now the Ximen swordsman was stumped. Lin Shen had made it clear that he could take whatever he wanted. If he robbed him, it seemed inappropriate, but not robbing also seemed wrong. Still not enough for you? I also have some base mutation fluid, you can take that too, Lin Shen said as he threw several bags of base mutation fluid on the ground. After all, he was going to be teleported back soon, and during the imminent life or death battle, having these encumbrances wouldn't be convenient. He never intended to take them with him anyway. The Ximen swordsman was a bit taken aback. Why were today's tough guys so different from the tough guys from that day? If it weren't for his absolute confidence in his sense of smell, the Ximen swordsman would almost suspect he had tracked down the wrong person. The Ximen swordsman wasn't afraid of a fierce opponent, but Lin Shen's behavior was so unexpected that he didn't know how to proceed. If you're worried I have some scheme up my sleeve, or afraid that I might ambush you, that's fine, we can leave now, Lin Shen said as he prepared to leave with Lin Miao. Wait a moment, the Ximen swordsman saw Lin Shen really meant to leave immediately, and his suspicions suddenly decreased by a great deal. Is there anything else? If you want something else, just say it, Lin Shen turned back and asked. Have you contracted some incurable disease? The Ximen swordsman stared at Lin Shen and asked tentatively. If someone doesn't have a terminal illness, how can they suddenly become so devoid of desires? Especially someone like Lin Shen who, in the past, would rather resort to such extreme measures rather than let him take anything, it was even less likely for him to be without desires. If Lin Shen had indeed been diagnosed with a terminal illness, then no matter how much the Ximen swordsman stole, it would all feel pointless, and he, the Ximen swordsman, hadn't fallen so low as to steal from a dying man. Incurable disease. Lin Shen was taken aback. If it's not a terminal illness, what does this mean? The Ximen swordsman asked, pointing to the things on the ground. They're no longer needed, Lin Shen said with a smile. How can they not be needed? That's mutated base mutation fluid, isn't it? Don't tell me your base mutation rate is already full. The Ximen swordsman didn't believe Lin Shen's words. Who would think there's too much mutated base mutation fluid? Even if he couldn't use it himself, he could sell it for a good price. You don't know what happened at Sea Corn Base. Since this matter was bound to be widely known later on, Lin Shen had nothing to hide and briefly explained his current predicament. The mutator from the Wan family trapped you at Sea Corn Base? And you teleport to Realm King Planet? There were no images of you in the Sky Vault projections before, that is to say, you have a teleporter that can get you to Realm King Planet anytime. The Ximen swordsman suddenly thought of a lot of things. Correct, Lin Shen readily admitted. After the battle with the Wan family, probably no one would be unaware of this, so there was no point in hiding it anymore. I see, the Ximen swordsman pondered for a moment and nodded. No wonder you're so without desires, it's more or less the same as having an incurable illness, since it's a guaranteed death situation anyway. Why don't you give me all the good stuff you have on you now? Your pets are pretty good, and the pet launcher is nice too. And the thing that the Wan family wants, give it to me now, so that those people from the Wan family won't get it cheaply, and you can also vent some anger for yourself. The Ximen swordsman's face was filled with the words shameless. Chapter 231, Chapter 231, Unloading Force. Fine by me, Lin Shen said indifferently upon hearing him rationalize such an unscrupulous act as if he had done a great deed. He was too lazy to waste any more words on him. Have you really thought it through? Ximen swordsman asked, elated at the response. I've thought it through. As long as you can defeat me, take whatever you want, Lin Shen said, drawing out the death powder and pointing it at Ximen swordsman. Then it's a deal. Ximen swordsman didn't waste words, and thrust his sword directly at Lin Shen. His sword was fast, and its blade was thin, not suitable for hacking but for thrusting, aiming purely for speed. His sword might be fast, but Lin Shen's spear was faster and even longer. Ximen swordsman's sword couldn't touch Lin Shen, the spear was already in front of him, forcing Ximen swordsman to dodge and try to close in. Lin Shen's spear missed, and as Ximen swordsman managed to close the distance, it seemed Lin Shen was out of good options. Seeing his chance, Ximen swordsman aimed to sever Lin Shen's spear-wielding hand with a swift stroke, but Lin Shen parried across with his spear, blocking the blow. You're still young, said Ximen swordsman as his sword touched the spear only briefly, not using brute strength but maneuvering to slash at Lin Shen's neck. Unfortunately, as soon as his sword moved, the death powder in Lin Shen's hand, like a venomous snake, had already coiled around Ximen swordsman's sword-wielding arm. Ximen swordsman had never seen such an odd weapon and immediately tried to grab the death powder with his other hand, attempting to pull it off. But as soon as his hand touched the death powder, it wrapped around further, entangling his other arm as well. Lin Shen, holding the other end of the death powder, gave it a forceful swing, sending Ximen swordsman flying. Swirling the death powder above his head like a lasso, Ximen swordsman, with both arms caught, was swung around and around in the air, his head spinning. It was unfortunate there weren't any large trees or beams to hang him from. Suddenly, a carapace appeared on Ximen swordsman's body, inflating like a balloon, and then contracted sharply, creating a gap in the death powder's entanglement. Seizing the opportunity, Ximen swordsman broke free and landed on the ground, staring intently at Lin Shen. Not bad, is that thing a weapon or a pet? Who said pets can't be used as weapons? Lin Shen responded with a smile. That's true, no one said pets can't be weapons. Ximen swordsman nodded, his gaze still fixed on Lin Shen. Lin Shen kicked the sword that had fallen to the ground back to Ximen swordsman. Your sword. I can't use a sword against you anymore. Ximen swordsman caught the sword but planted it into the ground instead. So you're saying you're more formidable without your sword than with it? Lin Shen asked, his interest piqued as he assessed him. That's for you to judge, Ximen swordsman replied, charging at Lin Shen once more. Lin Shen didn't notice anything special about his punch, its speed and strength were not greater than when he had wielded his sword. Lin Shen swung the death powder, launching another straight thrust. Ximen swordsman brought his hands together and astonishingly caught the spear between them. The death powder, attempting to repeat its earlier trick, started to coil again. However, this time, Ximen swordsman rubbed his hands together and the death powder's body immediately began to spin like a drill bit. Taken by surprise, Lin Shen's hands were jolted from the death powder. Ximen swordsman grabbed the spinning death powder, swung it around in his hands a few times, and then tossed it back to Lin Shen. Now we're even, Ximen swordsman said with an icy face. This spiral force is a bit formidable. Lin Shen caught the death powder, which was still spinning in his hand. He gripped it tightly before it finally stopped. No one said you couldn't use spiral force, did they? Ximen swordsman said as he charged forward again. Lin Shen didn't use his full strength, only maintaining his power at a level similar to Ximen swordsman's, and battled with him. Soon, Lin Shen noticed that this Ximen swordsman wasn't as dominant as Ouyang Yedu, nor did he possess the comprehensive combat skills of Wei Wufu, but his ability to control force was very special. Back at Sky Star Slope, Ouyang Yedu had also used the technique of leveraging force, but for Ouyang Yedu, it was just that, a technique. Ximen swordsman seemed to have become a converter. Any force that reached him could be transformed. Others used the technique of leveraging force, but he used the force of others as if it were his own. When a spear tip struck him, his muscles indented inward, and then he managed to bounce the spear tip back out. Is this guy really human? He's trained his body to such an extent, he's practically a monster. Lin Shen knew there were only two ways to break Ximen swordsman's technique of deflecting force. One was to use absolute strength or speed, so that he didn't have time to transform the force, and naturally, it could be broken. Lin Shen's strength was sufficient, and with Death Powder's armor-piercing and instant speed skills, there was a good chance of breaking it. The other method was to find his flaw and use skill to break Ximen swordsman's technique of deflecting force. No matter how well a person trains their body, it's impossible to train every bit to deflect force. As long as you find the part of his body that can't deflect force, which is his weak point, you can break his technique of deflecting force. Lin Shen was quite interested in his technique of deflecting force, so he didn't use the method of overpowering him. Instead, he took the opportunity to test the results of his hard practice over this period of time. Although Ximen swordsman could deflect force with his entire body, Lin Shen's moves were too unpredictable and bizarre, especially when paired with Death Powder, reaching an absurd level. Many moves were unseen and unheard of by Ximen swordsman, which made it very difficult for him to cope. It wasn't easy for Ximen swordsman to borrow Lin Shen's force and counterattack. Especially when Death Powder wound around him, it made Ximen swordsman very uncomfortable. He wasn't afraid of solid weapons, but this kind of soft weapon was very unfriendly to him. The two continued to fight without either gaining an advantage. I'm done fighting. Ximen swordsman suddenly retreated, jumping out of the fray, and shaking his head, he said. Why are you stopping? Lin Shen asked in confusion. Your pet weapon's moves are too damn sneaky, it's uncomfortable to fight, Ximen swordsman said, then mounted his ride, turned around, and left. Don't you want your stuff? Lin Shen called out. Can't win, no face to take it, next time I beat you, I'll take your stuff. Ximen swordsman didn't look back and sprinted away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. That guy's pretty interesting, Lin Miao said with a laugh. If you were weaker than him and he was your enemy, then you wouldn't find him interesting. Lin Shen had no interest in Ximen swordsman. With the countdown just a few days away, he had to keep working hard. Ximen swordsman was just a mutator, and it wasn't easy to win against him with skill, let alone against an ascender. Lin Shen didn't know that Ximen swordsman was someone who had the record of killing ascenders, not just an ordinary crystal base. Even if Ouyang Yedu and Wei Wufu came, they couldn't be sure they could beat him. A few days later, when the countdown ended, Lin Shen and Lin Miao were ready, waiting for the last second of the countdown to arrive. Finally, when the countdown hit 0, the two felt the scenery before their eyes shift, and they found themselves back in that familiar living room. Chapter 232, Chapter 232, One Shot to Kill. Wang Qiatao and LV Chinsu had been waiting in the courtyard for 30 days, because they had not yet seen Lin Shen and Lin Miao teleport back. They inevitably became somewhat impatient. Stay updated with MVLEMP_YR. But no matter how impatient they were, they could only wait. They had to kill Lin Miao and take back the unformed spirit base of Wan Nianbei. The support of the Wan family on the alien world was the Diman tribe. Should they defy the commands of their masters, naturally they would meet with a bad end. Although Catherine had only mentioned taking back the unformed spirit base of Wan Nianbei, the Wan family wondered, why did Catherine definitely want that practically useless broken spirit base? The most likely reason was to send a message to the Wan family. Catherine must have learned about Wan Nianbei and Lin Miao, and after the death of Wan Nianbei, she knew that his last wish was to give his unformed spirit base to Lin Miao. That's why she wanted to take Wan Nianbei's spirit base. The most satisfactory action for Catherine would naturally be to retrieve the spirit base and kill Lin Miao. Only by doing so could they preserve Catherine's face, and the Wan family could continue to grow under the protection of the Diman tribe. They had also considered that Catherine might not know about Lin Miao at all, but they were not willing to take risks. In their opinion, even if it meant destroying a small family clan on the mother world, it was much less risky than betting on the chance that Catherine didn't know. What did it matter if the Lin family had ascenders, just 1 or 2 ascenders after all, no matter how strong, what could they do? The interstellar Wan family had plenty of ascenders. A few ascenders dying, even if the Wan family on the mother world was destroyed, it was better than having a thorn in Catherine's heart. They just hadn't expected that a small family like the Lin family would actually have a personal teleporter with them. During the 30 days, the interstellar Wan family kept urging them. Wang Qiatao and the others were already very anxious, but they could only continue to wait patiently. Damn Lin Shen and Lin Miao, the moment they teleport back, we must make them disappear from this world at the first opportunity, and not give them any chance to activate the teleporter again. Wang Qiatao and LV Chinsu stared intently at the spot where Lin Shen and Lin Miao vanished. The moment they teleport back, he would launch an attack without hesitation and not give them any further opportunities. Suddenly, at the spot they had been watching, 2 figures appeared out of thin air. Without the slightest hesitation, LV Chinsu and Wang Qiatao called forth their life bases from within their bodies. Although ascenders generally had ascension pets, their first reaction was usually to use their life bases, because the life base was like a part of the body, as natural as limbs, with the fastest response time. Using pets, even with advanced pet launchers, required the action of drawing out the pet launcher and pressing the trigger, which obviously was not as fast as using the life base. The life bases of the 2 men emerged from their bodies and respectively thrust towards Lin Shen and Lin Miao. When Lin Shen and Lin Miao returned via teleportation, Lin Miao was already enveloped by the 6 Paths Phoenix, and Lin Shen's carapace shone brilliantly, with an extra layer of blood membrane on the outside. Their innate skills were fully activated, and beforehand, they had allowed the 6 Paths Phoenix to repeatedly break and recast the carapace, taking the strength of the cooled carapace to a terrifying level. Lin Shen was well aware that the moment they returned was the most dangerous. As long as they could get past this hurdle, they could think of other strategies later. Wang Qiatao's life base was a sword that charged directly at Lin Miao, while LV Chinsu's life base was a knife, cutting through the air with frightening strength towards Lin Shen, moving so fast that it was impossible to dodge. The wings of the 6 Paths Phoenix on Lin Miao's body flapped hard, blocking Wang Qiatao's sword with great effort. And as Lin Shen watched LV Chinsu's knife slash towards him, he didn't retreat but advanced, his hand like a lance made of death powder, thrusting directly at LV Chinsu. Seeing this, LV Chinsu let out a cold laugh. He didn't even use his base mutation carapace, because there was simply no need. The speed of the life base was far faster than that of a mutator. There was no way Lin Shen's spear could reach him without his body being chopped in half by the life base blade. Ascenders facing mutators meant an absolute overwhelming advantage. Indeed, just as LV Chinsu predicted, his life base blade struck Lin Shen first, but the cut did not sever him in 2 as expected. The blow only managed to carve a wound into the carapace on Lin Shen's shoulder, penetrating just over an inch before it could go no further. The carapace, having been recast with the help of 6 Paths Phoenix, was already of exceptional strength, and for good measure, Lin Shen had also invoked the blessing skill of the Blood Jade Mountain God. Chinsu, being a common ascender with a strength attribute around 60, found it quite difficult to cleave Lin Shen's body in twain. Chinsu couldn't have imagined this outcome, much less the spear in Lin Shen's hand suddenly accelerating, so fast that it almost caught him off guard. It mainly came down to the short distance. A great hall was only so big, and Lin Shen, holding the death powder, could almost pierce through Chinsu's body with an outstretched arm. With such proximity, and Chinsu's initial lack of defense, now there was no time to dodge. But an ascender was still an ascender, and in that split second, Chinsu managed to deploy his mutator carapace. Even up to that moment, Chinsu had not taken Lin Shen's attack seriously, the attacks of a mutator having a hard time even leaving a mark on his carapace, let alone harming him. However, when the death powder stabbed into his chest, Chinsu's pupils sharply contracted as if he had witnessed something inconceivable. Lin Shen's spear forcefully pierced through his mutator carapace, impaling his heart and protruding from his back. Impossible! That was the thought in Chinsu's mind, as well as in the minds of everyone present. What was supposed to be a moment charged with tension instead fell into an instant of silence. Chinsu could not believe his carapace, with a hardness of 64, had been pierced by a mutator. Wang Qiatao could not believe such a thing was possible, and the other mutators of the Wan family were even more incredulous. Yet there it was before their eyes, Chinsu, an ascender, whose life base had failed to kill Lin Shen, countered by Lin Shen's spear that pierced straight through his heart and mutator carapace. They all were shocked and in disbelief, but Lin Shen did not hesitate even for a moment as he pulled the death powder out decisively. With the extraction of the death powder, blood gushed out like a fountain from the wound. Clutching the wound on his chest, Chinsu stared at Lin Shen with wide eyes while blood continued to surge from the injury on his back. He took a few steps back and fell to the ground, struggling to rise but unable to, trying to say something, but only blood spewed forth. An ascender had died just like that, leaving Wang Qiatao both shocked and enraged. Lin Shen, however, did not pause for a second. Moving like lightning, he thrust his spear toward Wang Qiatao. Now that it had come to this, it was kill or be killed, there was nothing left to say. The only thing to do was to eliminate the enemy and survive. Chapter 233, Chapter 233, Slaying the Ascendant. To the surprise of everyone, Wang Qiatao suddenly soared into the air and smashed a huge hole through the roof, intending to escape. Wang Qiatao was noble and aloof, but that was when he had the absolute power to crush his opponents. That Lin Miao possessed the Six Paths Phoenix spirit base had already exceeded his expectations. It was a known fact that Wan Nianbei's ascension had failed, and he was already dead, his life base not fully formed. Theoretically, it should be a useless spirit base, impossible to wield. Even if it were fully formed, without an ascender's strength, activating the spirit base should be impossible. Yet, an incomplete and discarded spirit base was unexpectedly activated by a mutator, surpassing his understanding. What was more terrifying was that Lin Shen, a mutator, managed to impale and kill the ascender, Chinsu, with a single thrust of his spear. Though it was a major factor that Chinsu had been exceedingly arrogant, not using any skills or techniques and getting stabbed to death right away, it was still a horrifying event. At the very least, it was evident that Lin Shen, the mutator, had the capability to kill ascenders. Facing two opponents, Wang Qiatao did not feel certain, he did not wish to take the risk. Outside the base, the Wan family had 12 ascenders, both Lin Shen and Lin Miao were in a fatal situation. He did not need to take risks under these circumstances. Without any hesitation, Lin Shen sprang towards the sky, chasing after Wang Qiatao through the hole he had created. Instructor Mu had been closely monitoring the situation from a nearby small building, and when he suddenly heard the terrifying noise coming from the courtyard, he gritted his teeth and prepared to rush over. But before he could make a move, he saw a figure burst out of the house, and it was none other than Wang Qiatao, followed by another figure in pursuit. This scenario was something Instructor Mu had never anticipated, and he was momentarily stunned. Not only was Instructor Mu caught off guard, but an ascender sent by Hai Daxiu to monitor the situation was also bewildered by these events. He had considered various possibilities but never expected that Wang Qiatao would be the one fleeing. The person chasing after Wang Qiatao donned a mutator carapace so splendid it seemed as if a deity from ancient times had emerged, its whole being seemingly radiating a sacred glow. He had never seen anyone's mutator carapace shine so brilliantly. Although it was just a base mutation level, the sight of that armor alone gave off an overwhelming impression of power. After Lin Shen emerged from the house, he immediately used death powder like a javelin, flinging it at Wang Qiatao in mid-air. Wang Qiatao saw the dark red lightning like death powder flying towards him and sneered internally, seeking death. The mutator carapace enveloped his entire body, and at the same time, he drew a spirit-based sword, slicing at the incoming death powder. The death powder's speed was certainly fast, but in Wang Qiatao's eyes, it wasn't swift enough, giving him ample time to cut it down with his sword. At the same time, his life-based sword also pierced through the roof from inside the house, striking upwards towards Lin Shen who was mid-air. However strong a mutator might be, they were still just mutators, devoid of the power to fly and unable to alter their trajectory in the air to dodge the life-base's attack. Almost at the moment Wang Qiatao's spirit-based sword slashed into the death powder, his life-based sword had reached Lin Shen below. Everything happened so quickly that by the time Instructor Mu realized the person coming out from behind might be Lin Shen, it was already too late to intervene and rescue. But then, a bizarre scene unfolded. When Wang Qiatao's spirit-based sword hit the straight spear, the spear suddenly became impossibly pliable. When the spirit-based sword struck it, no force could be applied. Instead, the death powder wrapped around like a rope, using the force of his slice to coil around, binding not only the spirit-based sword but also Wang Qiatao's sword-wielding hand. On the other side, Lin Shen, hovering in midair, tapped his left foot on the back of his right, forcibly shifting a distance away as Wang Qiatao's life-based sword grazed by, leaving a long scratch on Lin Shen's carapace as it soared into the sky. Boom! The golden Six Paths Phoenix burst through the air, transforming into a bolt of golden lightning and charging toward Wang Qiatao in the sky. The speed of the Six Paths Phoenix was simply too fast, Wang Qiatao couldn't dodge in time, nor could he manage to shake off the death powder wrapped around his arm, and was forced to strike at the Six Paths Phoenix with his sword. Brought to you by MVL Empire. Insidiously, the death powder slithered along his arm, wrapping itself around Wang Qiatao's body, as the spirit-based sword in his hand clashed harshly with the wing of the Six Paths Phoenix. The spirit-based sword was severed by the wing of the phoenix, and Wang Qiatao's body was sent reeling backward in the air, flying directly towards where Lin Shen was. Still in mid-recoil, Wang Qiatao discarded the broken sword, grasped a pet launcher, and fired directly at Lin Shen a few meters away. This was an Ascension-level pet launcher with a speed of 80. He had realized that Lin Shen's strength was incredibly powerful, outrageously so, even comparable to some Ascenders. But Lin Shen's speed was still not fast enough, as he had failed to fully dodge his previous life-base attack. With the pet launcher's speed of 80, the Ascension pet it fired was something Lin Shen absolutely couldn't evade. The Ascension pet struck Lin Shen squarely, unable to kill him but certainly enough to take half his life, leading him to a dead end regardless. However, in the instant he fired, Lin Shen's speed surged crazily, reaching an inconceivable velocity. Lin Shen hadn't expected such good fortune, that Wang Qiatao would actually use a high-level pet launcher against him. With the activation of 7 steps of conflict, Lin Shen's speed shot up to 80, and he instantly crossed the few meters distance, hurtling forward to confront Wang Qiatao in midair. Wang Qiatao was both shocked and furious, unable to comprehend how Lin Shen's speed could surge to the point where he was left behind. Reaching out to strike at Lin Shen, his arm felt as though it was bound by rubber bands, stretching out by force but significantly slower. The death powder wrapped around him stretched long and thin but didn't break. Lin Shen zipped past him, dodging his punch while fiercely jabbing a finger under his ribs. Wang Qiatao thought he could withstand Lin Shen's jab without an issue, but once the finger landed on him, he suddenly felt his body stiffen, unable to move. The Six Paths Phoenix swooped down from above, as Wang Qiatao desperately tried to control his life base to return and block it, but it was still a step too late. The Six Paths Phoenix dashed past Wang Qiatao's side, slicing his body cleanly in two. Wang Qiatao's upper and lower halves separated, his eyes bulging to the extreme, and until death, he couldn't believe that he would die here. Don't kill him! Almost at the same moment Wang Qiatao was bisected, Instructor Mu's voice carried over, but it was a bit too late. Instructor Mu. Lin Shen landed on the rooftop, looking at Instructor Mu with some confusion, not understanding why he would plead for Wang Qiatao. Noticing Lin Shen's thoughts, Instructor Mu said with a wry smile, "By killing Wang Qiatao, you've made a mortal enemy of the Wan family." It was already mortal enmity. Lin Shen said. The Wan family has 12 ascenders just outside the base, each no weaker than Wang Qiatao, and among them is Wan Shualayu, a 7th turn ascender, Instructor Mu sighed. 12 ascenders. Lin Shen's expression also changed. He had thought that after killing Wang Qiatao and Lv Chensu, there would be some time before the Wan family sent more ascenders after him, long enough for him and his sister to flee. He didn't expect the Wan family to have 12 ascenders waiting just outside the base. Yet Lin Shen had no regrets about his choice. Even if he hadn't killed Wang Qiatao, the Wan family would not have spared him. Chapter 234, Chapter 234, Taking the Initiative. Wang Qiatao and Lv Chensu were both just first-turn ascenders, and among the 12 ascenders outside, there was the existence of a 7th turn, which was quite frightening. A first-turn ascender's attribute could at most be 80, but a 7th turn ascender, equivalent to an increase of 60% in attributes, could reach 128 if calculated using the top attribute of 80. Just the absolute suppression of attributes alone could crush a fellow first-turn ascender. Yet Lin Shen wasn't too worried about this 7th turn ascender because, over such a long time, the attributes accumulated by the sacrificial halo had exceeded 150. Added to his own innate attributes, when he struck with full force, his other attributes could surpass 190, with strength even breaking 200. As long as he seized the opportunity well, he had a great chance of killing a 7th turn ascender with a single strike. But even if his strike was powerful, it could only kill one ascender, and there were still 12 others outside. After killing the 7th turn ascender, the remaining ascenders would still easily encircle and kill him and his sister. Even if all of them were first-turn ascenders, Lin Shen and Lin Miao still stood no chance, not to mention that it was impossible for them all to be first-turn ascenders. Instructor Mu wanted to say something else but suddenly saw over a dozen figures appear in the sky outside the base, attempting to forcefully breach into the base. The ruckus of the earlier fight had been enormous. Wan Shualayu and the others outside heard the commotion and saw Wang Qiatao's life-base sword soar into the sky, and knowing that something had happened, they no longer cared about Hai Daxiu's dignity and directly attempted to storm into Sea Corn Base. Hai Daxiu had been prepared for a long time, originally just to guard against the Wan family taking advantage of the situation to harm Sea Corn Base, and had not expected Wang Qiatao and Lv Chensu to be killed. But no matter what, Hai Daxiu couldn't allow the Wan family's people to start a battle within her base. Hai Daxiu, leading many ascenders from Sea Corn Base, rose into the sky and blocked the 12 Wan family ascenders who were trying to storm Sea Corn Base. Wan Shualayu had already seen Wang Qiatao lying dead on the street and also saw Lin Shen and Lin Miao standing with Instructor Mu and the Six Paths Phoenix, greatly surprised in his heart. He recognized at a glance that the Six Paths Phoenix was Wan Nianbei's spirit base and was surprised that the supposedly defective spirit base could be used, and he also deduced that Wang Qiatao had been slain by the Six Paths Phoenix. Could it be that Catherine wanted Wan Nianbei's spirit base for some other reason? A thought flashed through Wan Shualiu's mind. Hai Daxiu, a member of my Wan family has died in your sea corn base. Are you planning to shield the murderer, or did you originally intend to start a war with my Wan family? Wan Shualiu said, seizing the moral high ground with his words. Hai Daxiu spoke indifferently, the one who killed your Wan family's ascender is from the Lin family and has nothing to do with my sea corn base. However, this sea corn base is not a place to be trampled upon by others. I don't care about a fight to the death among yourselves, but if you want to fight, take it outside. No one is allowed to run rampant in my base. So if they stay inside your sea corn base for a lifetime, do I have to wait outside for a lifetime? Wan Shualiu said coldly. Within today, members of the Wan family and the Lin family must both leave sea corn base. Settle your own disputes. Neither party is allowed to harm the people and property of sea corn base, otherwise, if you want to fight or battle it out, sea corn base will accompany you to the end. Hai Daxiu resolutely confronted Wan Shualiu. Fine, sea corn base has its rules, I respect your rules, Hai Daxiu, and sea corn bases. I will wait outside until midnight, Wan Shualiu said, his gaze sharp as a blade as he glanced at Lin Shen and Lin Miao inside the base and then turned to leave the base. Seeing Wan Shualiu and his people waiting outside the base, Hai Daxiu instructed the other ascenders to stay and watch, while she herself flew over to Lin Shen and Instructor Mu. You heard what was just said. I can only keep you here until midnight. Otherwise, if a battle breaks out among ascenders within the base, countless people might be caught in the crossfire, and that is a cost I cannot bear, Hai Daxiu said, looking at Lin Shen. She was quite curious about Lin Shen, a mutator who had emerged from a place like Darkbird Base and was capable of killing an ascender above his level. It was indeed surprising. How is them leaving now any different from sending them to their deaths? Instructor Mu sighed. I'm sorry, sea corn base isn't mine alone, I don't have the authority to use others' lives to save someone, Hai Daxiu said. You've helped us by so much time already, my sister and I are extremely grateful, Lin Miao said, bowing slightly. Lin Shen knew that Hai Daxiu had no familial ties with them and was under no obligation to make enemies of so many ascenders from the Wan family on their behalf. The fact that Hai Daxiu did not immediately send them away was out of consideration for Instructor Mu, and that itself was a great help in buying them so much time. Lin Shen now had the option to teleport to an alien world again, but if he did that, when he and Lin Miao returned, they would have to face not only the Wan family, ascenders from Hai Daxiu and Sea Corn Base would become their enemies too. Hai Daxiu had secured them a day's time. Running now would be the same as forcing Hai Daxiu and his people to side with the Wan family, with even more serious consequences. Lin Shen knew that he couldn't run now, his only choice was to take a risky gamble. He didn't plan to wait until midnight to leave. The biggest advantage of the one-day Hai Daxiu had secured for them was that he could go out alone first, while his elder sister could still stay inside the base until midnight. With this difference in time, the siblings would not be attacked together. They definitely couldn't win a fight. If both went out together and were surrounded, not even the Six Paths Phoenix could ensure Lin Miao's safety. Now, Lin Shen only had one chance. If he could take out Wan Shualiu, a seventh turn, in one strike and intimidate the rest of the Wan family's ascenders, he could last through the day. Lin Shen retracted the base mutation carapace from his body and turned to Instructor Mu to say, Instructor, I am considering leaving the city by myself. Please take care of my elder sister for the time being. Hearing Lin Shen speak, both Instructor Mu and Hai Daxiu were taken aback. They exchanged looks, not understanding Lin Shen's intention. Lin Shen. Lin Miao began to say something upon hearing this but was interrupted by Lin Shen. Elder sister, this time you must listen to me, Lin Shen said, unable to explain but looking resolutely at Lin Miao. Although Lin Miao didn't know what Lin Shen was planning, she chose to trust him. At this point, their situation was dire, a dead end. Before her impending death, she was willing to place her trust in Lin Shen. You and your sister can only stay in the base until midnight. Hai Daxiu misunderstood Lin Shen's intent, thinking that Lin Shen still wanted Instructor Mu and Seacorn Base to protect Lin Miao, which was of course impossible. Even if Lin Shen were to die, the Wan family people would not let Lin Miao go, and Hai Daxiu would not be able to protect her. MVLEMP year exclusive. I understand, Lin Shen nodded slightly and then took out his watch. Hai Daxiu saw Lin Shen take out the watch and couldn't help but frown slightly, thinking that Lin Shen intended to teleport to the alien world again. Lin Shen handed the watch to Lin Miao and said, "Keep the teleporter on you, and if you see a chance, rush out of the base and then use it to teleport away." Lin Miao, however, showed no intention of taking it and calmly said, "You and I, brother and sister, can only live or die together. There should be no surviving alone." All right, Lin Shen knew his elder sister's temperament and that teleporting would indeed only save their lives temporarily and would not solve the real problem. After putting away the watch, Lin Shen bowed again to Instructor Mu. "Instructor Mu, I must entrust my elder sister to your care for now." Having said that, Lin Shen turned and walked towards the base's main gate. Chapter 235, Chapter 235, Hammering Armor. What on earth is this guy up to? A man sat in a private room on the second floor of the tea house, watching Lin Shen walk alone toward the base entrance, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Big brother, is that the playboy Lin Shen you mentioned? It's such a shame, not having had the chance to speak with him before he's about to die," said the girl beside him, who had a somewhat boyish look, sighing. "There's nothing that can be done about it. The Wan family has 12 ascenders, including the 7th turn ascender Wan Shualayu. There are fewer than 10 families on the mother planet capable of suppressing them, and unfortunately, those few probably have no reason to save the Lin siblings," Tu Xiaodao said, shaking his head. "Didn't you say you have a good relationship with that Lin Shen? Are you not going to see him one last time before he dies?" The girl asked again. "If he dies, it will all disappear like smoke in the air. There's no point in saying anything now, let's hope someone can lend him a hand." Tu Xiaodao shook his head. Lin Shen arrived at the entrance of the base and from a distance saw the 12 ascenders of the Wan family standing not far outside the base. They also saw Lin Shen, their gazes coldly fixed on him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shen stepped out of the base and alone headed toward the 12 ascenders of the Wan family. Lin Shen had Wang Qiatao's sword and LV Chinsu's knife strapped to his back, and Wang Qiatao's 80-speed pet launcher hanging at his waist. Regrettably, he couldn't activate his spirit base, and he likewise couldn't use the ascendant pet launchers. Wan Shualayu and the others were somewhat surprised to see Lin Shen walk out alone, not expecting him to come out so soon. As he walked, Lin Shen removed the knife and sword from his back and tossed them onto the ground. The Wan family members were somewhat puzzled by what Lin Shen was doing and did not attack him for the moment. Their primary targets were Lin Miao and Wan Nianbei's spirit base. Killing Lin Shen was merely incidental. They hadn't witnessed the deaths of Wang Qiatao and LV Chinsu, assuming both were killed by the Six Paths Phoenix and thus did not take Lin Shen very seriously. Without a word, Lin Shen continued walking forward, simultaneously removing the pet launcher from his waist and throwing it onto the ground as well. Hai Daxiu and Instructor Mu, watching from atop the protective wall, were also puzzled by Lin Shen's actions, unsure what he was up to. After discarding the pet launcher, Lin Shen still moved toward Wan Shualayu, his gaze fixated on him the whole time. "Wang Qiatao and LV Chinsu were both slain by me. The ascenders of the Wan family are nothing special. Wan Shualayu, since you are intent on stubborn lone will and wish to seek death, then come out and meet it," Lin Shen said as he walked toward Wan Shualayu. Upon these words, everyone watching secretly showed a look of astonishment on their faces. They racked their brains but had not anticipated that Lin Shen would say such things after he came out alone. Haha, this man is really interesting. It's just a pity he's about to die, Ximen swordsman sat on the wall enjoying the spectacle, laughing out loud hearing Lin Shen's words. Instructor Mu and Hydaxia were both stunned. They had seen boldness before, but never had they seen a mutator be so bold in the presence of ascenders. Is this student of yours really not ill in the head? Hydaxia asked Instructor Mu, his expression complex. He should not be ill. Instructor Mu couldn't figure out what Lin Shen was up to either. The ascenders of the Wan family were not enraged, they simply looked at Lin Shen as if he were a clown. In their view, Lin Shen's words were merely an attempt to shoulder the blame himself, to clear Lin Miao of any association. But such a thought was obviously too naive. The Wan family had come specifically for Lin Miao, and even if that hadn't been the case, killing Lin Shen certainly wouldn't have meant sparing Lin Miao. Since they'd made their move, they were determined to eliminate the roots of potential trouble, leaving no threat behind. Wan Shualiu glanced at Lu Zhong, the ascender standing beside him, who understood his intention and immediately summoned his life base. A Luli-like giant hammer tore through the air, aiming straight for Lin Shen. Although hammer-type life bases weren't as fast as sword types, their destructive power was generally a lot stronger. Lin Shen's base mutation carapace appeared on his body, and as the Luli giant hammer swooped down, he shifted to the left like a phantom in a split second. Lin Shen was fast, but still considerably slower than the hammer, and he failed to completely dodge it. The hammer struck Lin Shen's shoulder, shattering the carapace there. Fortunately, it had only hit his shoulder and had not struck any vital parts. The hammer spun in the air and lunged at Lin Shen again, this time with increased speed. Lin Shen moved swiftly, but clearly couldn't keep up with the hammer, which swept past his ribs, leaving a large crack in the carapace and blood seeping out. He talked so big earlier, I thought he had some real skills, but it turns out he's just like this, the girl beside Tu Xiaodao said a bit disappointed. He must have his reasons for doing this, Tu Xiaodao said with a frown. He's been beaten to such a state, what reason could there be? A few more blows and he could be smashed to death. Does he plan to go argue with Yama? The girl snorted, Big brother, you said this guy was so powerful, but I think he's all talk. You must have been fooled by him. Join the adventure on mvlamp_yr. Maybe, Tu Xiaodao said, choosing not to say anything further. Lu Zhong's hammer struck Lin Shen time after time, fracturing the carapace all over his body, but it still didn't kill him. At this point, some people began to notice something odd. Lin Shen's carapace was regenerating at a visibly rapid pace, growing redder and more golden like a piece of iron heated in the forge. Every time Lu Zhong's hammer hit the carapace, it sprayed out sparks like molten lava. Yet it still failed to kill Lin Shen on the spot. On the contrary, Lin Shen seemed to be getting faster. What kind of innate ability is this? It seems to get stronger as the battle progresses, the girl was surprised. Not just her, everyone watching was surprised by Lin Shen's performance. A mutator, taking so many hits from an ascender, increasing in speed, and with a carapace that regenerated so quickly, was not something an ordinary mutator could achieve. Could it be that he was able to kill LV Chensu because this ability is quite powerful? Hydaxia speculated with an epiphany. The hammer continued to beat on Lin Shen, hammering the carapace out of shape, as if forging an iron billet. Finally, the brilliantly translucent carapace, now radiant and splendid, suddenly cooled, and white mist rose. Within that mist, Lin Shen, aglow with resplendent radiance, threw a punch at the Luli giant hammer life base that was again descending upon him. Boom! The Luli giant hammer was actually split open by Lin Shen's punch, his force able to contend with the ascender's life base. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 236, Chapter 236, Blood Prison King. Lin Shen's punch wasn't merely a simple punch. He had been using stepping on the immortal core to dodge the hammer's onslaught, and although he could have completely avoided it, he chose not to do so. Instead, he dodged the critical spots and used the hammer's force to temper his carapace and enhance its strength. At the same time, during this process, he was also accumulating force with stepping on the immortal court. Stepping on the immortal court is inherently a technique where each step is stronger than the last, sharing a unique harmony with the overlapping waves skill. It would be more accurate to say that Lin Shen had mastered the flexible use of stepping on the immortal court rather than having comprehended the overlapping waves skill. Discover secrets at mvlemp_year. With each step Lin Shen took, his momentum grew stronger, and after so many steps, his momentum had swelled like a colossal wave, as if to shock the heavens. Under such stacking force, Lin Shen, whose strength was not much less than Lu Zhong's to begin with, managed to send the hammer flying back with a full power strike. The continuous, wave-like force, akin to surges of giant waves, was so powerful that the hammer couldn't be stopped. It smashed into the ground right in front of Lu Zhong, creating a large crater. Instructor Mu's eyes shone brightly. "You little rascal, having trained your overlapping wave skill to such an extent, you didn't show it during class, were you playing tricks on me?" "Big brother, this guy is really quite strong," the young girl said in surprise, looking at Tu Xiaodao. "He was always strong, but such strength is still not enough to fight an ascender, let alone to drive back Wan Shualiu. It's still a dead end," Tu Xiaodao sighed. "This punch is quite interesting." Ximen Swordsman's eyes narrowed to slits. Seeing his own life base being smashed to the ground by a mutator, Lu Zhong was immediately enraged. With a grasp, the hammer flew back into his hand, and he was about to charge out to annihilate Lin Shen. "I do not slay the nameless under my hand, Wan Shualiu, there's no need to send your men to their deaths," Lin Shen stated indifferently. "You're seeking death," Lu Zhong roared furiously at these words, charging out like a tiger released from its cage, hammering directly at Lin Shen's head. Lightning-like halos appeared on the hammer, a sign that Lu Zhong had imbued his innate ability onto the life base, determined to kill Lin Shen with a single blow. Wan Shualiu and the other ascenders just watched, showing no intention of intervening. Lin Shen was indeed very strong, an invincible existence among the mutators, but still not impressive enough for the ascenders. The full force of Lu Zhong's blow was not something Lin Shen could withstand. Lightning tore across the sky, reaching Lin Shen's head in an instant. Yet, Lin Shen seemed to be too late to dodge as he watched Lu Zhong's dual grip swing from the heavens, the hammer's electric light sparkling, seemingly about to crash on Lin Shen's head. At this moment, with no dodge in sight, everyone thought Lin Shen was done for. But somehow, Lu Zhong inexplicably paused mid-air. In just that moment of hesitation, Lin Shen's figure suddenly moved. In an instant, his hand transformed death powder into a long spear, and he leaped up, crossing paths with Lu Zhong in mid-air. Death powder pierced through Lu Zhong's throat, and as Lin Shen crossed paths with Lu Zhong in that split second, he reached from behind to grab death powder and pulled it out. Lu Zhong fell heavily to the ground, clutching his profusely bleeding neck, struggling to rise, but it was already too late. Fresh blood gushed from his mouth, and the large hole in his neck spewed blood like a fountain. It was clear he was not going to survive. Everyone was shocked, they hadn't seen how Lin Shen had killed Lu Zhong. Lin Shen's strength was indeed formidable, even outrageously so. It was a power that mutators should not possess. But even such strength was only considered ordinary among ascenders and wouldn't normally be enough to easily kill Lu Zhong. It appeared to them as if Lu Zhong hadn't resisted at all, simply running into Lin Shen's spear. Just how Lin Shen managed it, they still hadn't figured out. "Wan Shualiu, I've already said this, don't send your underlings to their deaths," Lin Shen said, holding his spear and pointing at Wan Shualiu. When Lin Shen said this before, all of the Wan family's ascenders thought he was insane. But now, with Lu Zhong lying beside them, not yet dead and his blood pooling on the ground, nobody could take Lin Shen's words as the ramblings of a madman anymore. "Your teleporter isn't bad," Wan Shualiu said calmly. Lin Shen immediately felt a chill in his heart, realizing Wan Shualayu had seen through his trick. The spear strike just now was indeed not the true extent of his strength. He had simply opened a message on his watch when Lu Zhong charged, allowing Lu Zhong to see the netherworld sulphur wolf's grinning image sent by Red Heart A. Lu Zhong instantly became confused, not offering any resistance, and was pierced through the neck by Lin Shen's spear. He had thought this tactic could be used once or twice more, but Wan Shualayu had identified it much too quickly. But so what if he had seen through it? As long as they viewed the footage, their minds would still be affected. Unless they refused to look at Lin Shen, which would still leave Lin Shen with the upper hand. Now that his tactic had been exposed, Lin Shen simply projected the image from his watch for all to see. He had watched it many times, and with the help of evolution theory, he had become immune to the sulphur wolf's grin. Others, however, would inevitably be affected by it. Sure enough, every person who saw the image of the netherworld sulphur wolf's grin paused with a vacant expression. Without hesitation, Lin Shen charged towards Wan Shualayu and the others, but before he could reach them, an eerie blood-colored particle rose from Wan Shualayu's body. These blood-colored particles congregated above his head, forming an ancient life base with 1,000 hands and eyes, 3 heads, and 8 legs. The blood-colored life base was demonic and ghost-like, its myriad arms unfolded, and each palm had an eye that was closed. It had 3 heads, the frontal one resembled Buddha, the left one was a bird's head, and the right a tiger's. The tiger head roared, and those who were beguiled by the netherworld sulphur wolf's grin snapped back to clarity with its roar. The Buddha face at the front emitted murmurs akin to a devil's whisper, and the sounds caused Lin Shen's watch to fail its function. As if its energy had been depleted, the projected image disappeared on its own. Originally, I intended only to take your life, but you've used such despicable means to kill an ascender of my Wan family. Now, even if you wish for death, it will not come. Flaying and bone stripping will not pardon your crimes. I will make you experience all the pain in this world, unable to live or die. As Wan Shualayu spoke venomously, the demon-like life base opened the eyes on its hands, as if coming to life. Blood-red eyes emitted a sinister blood-colored halo, like the gaze of malevolent spirits from hell. 7th turn life base. Blood Prison King. Instructor Mu's complexion changed drastically. He hadn't expected Wan Shualayu to use his 7th turn life base to deal with a single Lin Shen. Chapter 237, Chapter 237, Prison King's Eye. Lin Shen stared at the 7th turn life base Blood Prison King, yet he still charged forward at full speed. The reason he had abandoned his knife and sword, even going so far as to throw away Wan Qiatao's pet launcher, was simply to attract the attention of Wan Shualayu and the others, preventing them from launching an attack as soon as they laid eyes on him. Distance was crucial, he needed to close the gap. Only when he was close enough would he stand a chance of striking a lethal blow. However, to others, Lin Shen's act of charging straight towards the Blood Prison King seemed akin to seeking his own death. Ascenders' life bases gain a 10% enhancement in attribute after the first rebirth, but it's not just the attributes that are enhanced. The capabilities of base change talent also improve with each rebirth. At the same time, the innate talents of the life base itself are enhanced. Ordinary life bases generally don't possess base talents, only mutated life bases do. With each rebirth of the life base, the power of the life base skills also continues to increase. The 7th turn Blood Prison King, a very rare triple talent mutated life base, possessed the Prison King's Eye, a dominating base talent. It was also considered highly ranked among human ascenders. Normally, if ascenders have the opportunity to advance, most would choose not to undergo too many rebirths. Excessively frequent rebirths demand an enormously large amount of resources, and after reaching the 5th turn, most human ascenders try to break through instead of dwelling indefinitely at the ascension level. Read first at MVLEMP_YR. Remaining at the ascension level for an extended time results in an investment that doesn't proportionally match its returns. For the 10% enhancement provided by each rebirth, the vast amount of resources and time subsequently expended are not worthwhile for most ascenders. Only those truly exceptional in talent and with unique base talents in their life bases pursue higher numbers of rebirths. Wan Shualiu was such a person. With his capabilities, he had a great chance to break through the ascension level at the 5th turn, but he chose to stay at the ascension level to pursue the limit of 10 turns. After the 5th turn, each subsequent rebirth required an overwhelming amount of resources, and only now had he reached the 7th turn, nearly breaking through to the 8th turn. Countless hands of the Blood Prison King bore eyes that radiated light, intertwining halos of numerous light resembling the gaze of many demons locking onto Lin Shen. Lin Shen, who had been charging forward furiously, suddenly came to a halt as if bound. It seemed as if the only things remaining before his eyes were the demonic and ghastly Blood Prison King and the bizarre sea of blood-colored eyes observing him. I've always heard that the Blood Sea reincarnation scripture of the great cosmic clan's High Ao could give the chance to congeal the mutated life-base Blood Prison King after ascension, and that with a minuscule probability, this can result in the Prison King's eye talent that is capable of transforming the power of the life base into a gaze that can imprison all beings. Today, I have finally witnessed it with my own eyes. It is indeed formidable, Tu Xiaodao praised. Does Lin Shen have any chance of breaking the Prison King's eye? The young girl asked, unsure if it was out of sympathy for the underdog or for some other reason. She did not wish for Lin Shen to be killed just like that. It's difficult, Tu Xiaodao mused before saying, as far as I know, there are only 2 methods to break the gaze of the Prison King's eye. What methods? The young girl quickly inquired. There are some life-based skills that can counter the Prison King's eye. For example, Phoenix Purple Chi Ju practiced by Wei family, where after ascension there's a chance to congeal a Purple Chi Phoenix life base. Some Purple Chi Phoenix life bases possess an innate skill known as Purple Chi Eastward Divine Light, which can break the imprisoning power of the Prison King's eye's gaze. There are several other similar base talents as well, but unfortunately, Lin Shen is still a mutator, so this method is not feasible. Is there another way? The girl asked urgently. The other method is rather simple. The gaze of the Blood Prison King originates from the strength transformed from the Blood Prison King himself. As long as one's strength surpasses that of the Blood Prison King, one can shatter the gaze of the Blood Prison King with absolute force, Tu Xiaodao said. Lin Shen is just a mutator. No matter how strong he is, it's impossible for him to be more powerful than a 7th turn life base. Doesn't that mean he's doomed? Is there really no other way? The girl said. At least I have not heard of any other methods. The reason Wan Shualiu pursues higher level rebirths is to maximize the effect of the Blood Prison King's gaze. Among ascenders, unless someone undergoes more rebirths than Wan Shualiu, it would be very difficult to break his Blood Prison King's gaze. Tu Xiaodao shook his head. Tu Xiaodao was aware of this, and so were Instructor Mu, Hai Daxiu, and others. Hence, the moment Wan Shualiu deployed the powers of the Blood Prison King, Instructor Mu knew that Lin Shen was in trouble. Instructor Mu stood up, but he was held back by Hai Daxiu. Your teaching ability is unmatched, but your life base rebirth count is too low, not enough to rival Wan Shualiu's, so breaking the Blood Prison King's gaze won't be possible, and your effort would be in vain. Hai Daxiu shook his head. It was I who kept Lin Shen here. If I do nothing and just watch him be killed, how will I face Yang Dong, that little brat in the future? I can't let him point at my aged face and curse me, right? Instructor Mu said. You promised Wang Qiatao not to interfere with Lin Shen's affairs with the Wan family again, Hai Daxiu added. I'd rather be the despicable one who breaks his word to fatten my conscience. After all, it's just an aged face. I don't need it, Instructor Mu said as he tried to push Hai Daxiu's hand away. However, Hai Daxiu's hand was like an immovable mountain, pressing down so firmly that Instructor Mu couldn't budge. You. Instructor Mu's complexion changed instantly. Old Mu, you can disregard your face, but not your life. You can blame me if you want, but I have to keep you alive, Hai Daxiu's body surged with water-like life base energy, encapsulating Instructor Mu in a sphere of water. Within the sphere, serpentine dragons entwined around Instructor Mu's body, rendering him unable to move. Instructor Mu tried with all his might to break free from the grasp of the serpentine dragons and stand up, but he struggled to break through Hai Daxiu's life base. "It's over," Ximen Swordsman, sitting on the wall top, stood up, planning to leave the place. He met Lin Shen in the desert and learned about this affair. After teleporting back from the Realm King planet, he came straight to Seacorn Base for the spectacle. Indeed, he witnessed quite a drama. Lin Shen was very powerful, but facing a 7th turn Blood Prison King, there was no chance at all. "Lin Miao, come out, or I'll start slicing off pieces of Lin Shen's flesh," making him wish he could die but unable to. Wan Shualiu reached out a hand and drew the spirit-based knife that had been laying on the ground near Lin Shen into his palm, then slowly walked toward Lin Shen. The Blood Prison King hovered above his head, its gaze from the Prison King's eye completely immobilizing Lin Shen, so he couldn't move at all. Lin Shen's body still shimmered with the brilliant light of the super base pattern, but no matter how desperately he tried to unleash his strength, he couldn't move in the slightest, the death powder in his hand equally immobile. Wan Shualiu walked up to Lin Shen, and still, with no sign of Lin Miao, he hesitated not a moment longer and brought his knife down toward Lin Shen's arm, aiming to whittle him down to nothing. "Aren't you supposed to have incredible regenerative abilities? Let's see if you can regrow a severed limb. If you can, I'll cut you 1,000 times, 10,000 times. If Lin Miao doesn't show up, then the cutting will go on forever." Wan Shualiu's eyes bore extreme coldness. Chapter 238, Chapter 238 Terrifying Fist Power. "Stop!" A golden streak of light flew out from the Seacorn base, revealing itself to be Lin Miao wrapped in the aura of the Six Paths Phoenix. Lin Miao couldn't stand idly by and watch Lin Shen be killed. If anyone should die first, it should be her, as this was originally her matter to face. Wan Shualiu saw Lin Miao and also heard her voice, but he had no intention of stopping. The spirit-based knife in his hand continued to slash down. Lin Miao clenched her teeth, her eyes nearly spitting fire in frustration, yet she was utterly helpless. Hai Daxiu witnessed this scene and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The girl beside Tu Xiaodao couldn't bear to watch anymore and turned to say to him, "Brother, let's go." Tu Xiaodao silently rose. He wanted to help Lin Shen, and he wasn't afraid of the Wan family. But he was no match for Wan Shualiu. To step forward would be to court death. Moreover, 11 ascenders from the Wan family were watching intently like tigers waiting to pounce, and he certainly didn't have the ability to take on so many alone. "Sai, it was you who taught me to keep a low profile, to accumulate strength," Tu Xiaodao lamented inwardly, turning his head for one last look at Lin Shen. However, upon this glance, Tu Xiaodao's pupils suddenly contracted, his face taking on an expression as though he had seen a ghost. Lin Shen, restrained under the might of the 7th turn Prison King's eye, suddenly emitted a burst of blood light, and his body began to move. Impossible! Everyone who witnessed this scene had their eyes widened to the extreme, their eyeballs nearly popping out. How could a mutator break free from the restraint of the 7th turn Prison King's eye? It defied all logic. Hai Daxiu, Instructor Mu, Tu Xiaodao, and the many ascenders of the Wan family all stared at Lin Shen with their eyes wide open, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Wan Shualiu, who had swung his knife at Lin Shen's arm, was also in disbelief. How could a mere mutator break the confinement of the 7th turn Prison King's eye? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wan Shualiu was horrified and at a loss, for not only had Lin Shen broken free from the restraint of the Prison King's eye, but his fist, at a speed Wan Shualiu couldn't match, carried a terrifying, shrill scream as it thundered toward him. It was so fast, too fast, even Wan Shualiu, a 7th turn ascender, felt like his movement speed had slowed to that of a turtle under such velocity. At such a short distance, with such a swift punch, Wan Shualayu had no chance to dodge. The base mutation carapace emerged on his body, as he desperately tried to change the course of his knife to meet Lin Shen's fist head-on. The seventh turn blood prison king above his head and the eye in the palm of his hand unleashed powerful beams, doing their utmost to restrain Lin Shen's movements. Useless, utterly ineffective. The blood halo of light was as if warped by a terrifying force, completely unable to bind Lin Shen's body. Boom! Lin Shen's fist, radiant with brilliant light and tainted with blood, met Wan Shualayu's long knife. In the brief moment of contact, the first turn spirit base knife shattered into fragments, exploding like tofu under the might of Lin Shen's fist. Without the slightest pause, Lin Shen's fist, accompanied by the sound of thunder, struck Wan Shualayu squarely in the chest. Blood, shattered bones, viscera, and fragments of carapace erupted from Wan Shualayu's back as if from a volcanic explosion. Standing behind Wan Shualayu, the Wan family ascender who was directly facing him was hit by the erupting debris. His body was covered in holes and blood formed a large fan-shaped spray pattern behind him. Nearby ascenders who had been splashed with blood stepped back in shock as they came to their senses, retreating from the wounded ascender. When they subconsciously turned to look at Wan Shualayu, they were even more horrified and backed away repeatedly. Wan Shualayu's entire chest had been blown open, leaving a gaping hole. Both his seventh turn ascender's body and base mutation carapace had been punched into pulp. Many of the Wan family's remaining 10 ascenders felt the urge to turn tail and flee, taking to the skies. In their eyes, Lin Shen had become something other than human, nothing short of a monster. The body of a mutator releasing such terrifying strength, if not a monster, then what? Tu Xiaodao's mouth hung open for a long while without closing, while the Ximen swordsman, who had been ready to leave, froze on top of the wall, staring blankly as Wan Shualayu's mangled body slowly fell. Hai Daxia was also stunned in place, motionless for a long while. Instructor Mu's eyes were filled with ecstatic joy, but then he was overrun by countless doubts. Could that kid actually be an alien monster in human skin? Even Lin Miao, who had rushed out from inside the base, stopped in mid-air, unable to believe what she saw as she looked at Lin Shen and the falling body of Wan Shualayu. As Wan Shualayu's body thunderously collapsed, his blood prison king life base above his head also lost its vitality, falling to the ground. The numerous eyes of the prison king in the palms also closed, no longer radiating with halos of light. Lin Shen slowly withdrew his fist, turning his gaze to the other Wan family ascenders. Swept by his look, those normally haughty ascenders involuntarily stepped back, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Find adventures at novelfiremp.yr. Aren't you after my life? I'm right here, Lin Shen said calmly, appearing like the Grim Reaper gazing at the ascenders, but internally he was frantically panicked. Why aren't these guys running away? The power of my sacrificial halo is already spent. I can't possibly be a match for these 10 ascenders if we continue to fight. What am I supposed to do now? Provoked by Lin Shen's words, the ascenders seemed to wake from a dream and turned to flee into the heavens. Everyone stop! A sword light flashed, blocking the ascenders who were about to take flight. One of the ascenders stood his ground without fleeing, still staring coldly at Lin Shen. Above his head, a great sword gleaming with the golden light of the sun swirled around, blocking all the ascenders attempting to escape. Wang Guiliu, what are you doing? If we don't leave now, do you want us all to die here? One of the ascenders bellowed in anger. No one will die, Wang Guiliu said without looking at him, only staring at Lin Shen as he coldly spoke. A base mutation capable of unleashing such power, do you think that's normal? If he still had the ability to unleash that strength, do you think he would let us go? The only possibility for his not attacking us is that he has no more strength left to do so. This is all your speculation. The ascender's words were cut off by Wang Guiliu. That's why I'll be the touchstone. If he still has the power to kill me with that strength, then it won't be too late for you to escape. If he can't even kill me, a mere first turn ascender, it's just one base mutation, what are you so afraid of? With that, Wang Gilea's sun-like magnificent great sword transformed into a golden rainbow, charging at Lin Shen. We're so close to success, yet it's a pity the Wan family is not an ordinary clan after all. At a critical moment, someone can stand up. The Ximen swordsman narrowed his eyes, his judgment matching that of Wang Gileu. He too believed that it was unlikely Lin Shen could unleash that horrific strength a second time. Chapter 239, Chapter 239 Wang Gileu. Don't come over, I'm enough here by myself, Lin Shen called out to stop Lin Miao, who wanted to rush over to help. His eyes narrowed slightly, he took a step forward, and dodged Wang Gileu's sword with the posture of stepping on the immortal court. Almost at the same time, Lin Shen opened the information on his watch, and the smiling face of the netherworld sulphur wolf was once again projected out, forming a not-so-large holographic image above his arm. It was because of the suppression by the Blood Prison King that the watch could not be activated, but now that the Blood Prison King had lost control, Lin Shen naturally wouldn't leave it unused. The moment the image of the netherworld sulphur wolf was projected, Wang Gileu's sword, which was like the sun, suddenly erupted with intense light, radiating like a mini-sun. The light and shadows from the holographic image projection were interfered with by the light from the sword, distorting and blurring the image, making it difficult to exert its effects. Lin Shen could only continue to move quickly, as the life-base sword, like a mini-sun, kept coming at him with attacks, its speed already quite fast within the realm of the first turn. Luckily, Lin Miao understood his intention and didn't rush over to help, just watching from a distance. Even with their sibling teamwork, they were still no match for so many ascenders, and the deterrence from the previous punch would also be completely lost. Lin Miao not coming over was a deterrent in itself, but the deterrence did not come from Lin Miao. Although this Wang Gileu is only at the first turn, he is more troublesome to deal with than Wan Shualiu, Lin Shen knew he had really met his match. Although Wan Shualiu was powerful, he never considered Lin Shen to be a rival, and arrogance was his original sin. Even though Wang Gileu was far from as strong as Wan Shualiu, he made Lin Shen feel more troubled. Lin Shen had thought he was about to scare off all these ascenders from the Wan family, but unexpectedly, Wang Gileu turned the tables. It just goes to show that one mustn't underestimate these families capable of leaving their home planet, you never know how many talented individuals are among them, Lin Shen sighed inwardly. Do you see? He no longer has the ability to launch that strike. He's just a mutator, at best slightly stronger than an average mutator, with strength and speed not even on par with a common first-turn ascender. Let's join forces to kill him. In just an instant, Wang Gileu shouted to the other ascenders. He had no other choice, for he possessed only one life base, without pets or other spirit bases on him. Wang Gileu was not supposed to be this destitute, but who would have let Wan Shualiu be his elder brother? Because Wan Shualiu had nurtured the Blood Prison King life base, all of their family's resources were poured into Wan Shualiu, hoping to raise his life base to the 10th turn as soon as possible. If Wan Shualiu, who possessed the Blood Prison King life base, were born to the interstellar Wan family, the Blood Prison King would have reached the 10th turn long ago. Unfortunately, he was born to the Wan family on the home planet. Though also of the Wan family, those who stayed on the home planet were, frankly, akin to being eliminated. The resources and the environment in the universe are naturally far better than on the home planet. Anyone with the capability would choose to establish themselves in the universe, so why would they stick to the home planet? Those who are able to venture out are like the talented individuals who emerge from remote valleys, carving out their own place in the world, whereas those who cannot leave are relatively less capable. Although Wan Shualiu could venture into the universe, there is still a big difference between the Wan family of the home planet and the Hanji Star's Wan family. Resources and other aspects will not be inclined in favor of Wan Shualiu. They all bear the surname Wan, but their bloodlines have already branched off. In order to allow Wan Shualiu to grow quickly, their branch of the family bloodline did their utmost to support him, and Wang Gileu, being Wan Shualiu's younger brother, was also willing to give everything he could. Even though his contributions were insignificant and he could only hunt down some first-turn ascended creatures, he gave all the spirit base he could obtain to Wan Shualayu. Wang Yiliu was very clear-headed, knowing that as long as Wan Shualayu grew strong, as long as he broke through ascension, only then could their branch of the Wan family bloodline leave their mother star, and one person's success would lift all associates to heaven. Yet Wan Shualayu, the one on whom their family had placed great hopes, was murdered on their mother star by a mutator. This was nothing less than a catastrophic blow to Wang Yiliu's branch of the Wan family bloodline. A seventh-turn ascender who had nearly no rivals on their mother star had died like that, beyond anyone's expectations. Wang Yiliu, too, had found it inconceivable how could a mutator kill a seventh-turn ascender? But he no longer had the time to dwell on these issues, for with Wan Shualayu's death, the Wan family still had to survive. He had to minimize the losses. He believed that Lin Shen couldn't unleash a second strike with that same strength. This notion wasn't purely speculative, in fact, he had noticed some details. When Lin Shen used that terrifying strength, a blood-colored halo bloomed around him. After using it, Lin Shen's blood-colored halo shattered and rose as if dispersing. Which was unlike a normal innate skill where, after use, the glow would retract normally. Based on various inferences, Wang Yiliu concluded that Lin Shen couldn't launch a second strike. He was prepared to risk a bold gamble. He needed to retrieve the Blood Prison King life base. Only by doing so could he maximally mitigate the loss. But Wang Yiliu couldn't retrieve it himself. He had observed that Lin Shen kept hovering around the Blood Prison King, never straying far from it. Clearly, Lin Shen also understood the importance of the Blood Prison King and wouldn't allow him to take it. Wang Yiliu also had gained a clear understanding of Lin Shen up close. Lin Shen had the ability to kill ascenders, so he must not give Lin Shen the chance. Now, as long as the other ascenders attacked Lin Shen together, Lin Shen would undoubtedly die. Even if he didn't die, as long as he was forced to leave the vicinity of the Blood Prison King, once Wang Yiliu got hold of it, Lin Shen would still be on the path to death. Wang Yiliu was relieved that Lin Shen was only a crystal base. If he had been an ascender, even just a first-turn ascender, he probably would have already used the Blood Prison King. Then, for these ascenders, the question wouldn't be about killing Lin Shen, but rather, even escaping would be very difficult. Yiliu, this man is extremely sly and cunning, an ascender said. Just now in his fight with Lu Zhong, he deliberately concealed his true strength, tricking brother Shualayu into entering the fray, resulting in a one-strike kill. We must not be deceived by his treachery again. Let's retreat for today and discuss a longer-term strategy afterward. Wang Yiliu nearly spat blood in anger. He had never expected to have such cowardly teammates, who were pigs only in name, at his side. Even at this point, they didn't even dare to make a move. Haha, are all of the Wan family's ascenders such cowards? Lin Shen laughed heartily, taunting them. Wang Yiliu forcibly suppressed the rage in his heart and said in a grave voice, "You should all be very clear about the orders coming from Hanji Star. If we fail to retrieve the object this time, you should know the consequences. Think carefully." The ascenders, who had originally thought to run away without regard for Wang Yiliu, hesitated once more upon hearing his words. Chapter 240, Chapter 240 Intimidation. They were well aware that if they failed to retrieve Wan Nianbei's spirit base, the Wan family would undoubtedly face the wrath of the Diman tribe, potentially leading to the family's ruin. However, as they looked towards Lin Shen, listening to his taunting words, they felt a deep sense of fear and dared not attack rashly. Lin Shen's punch had truly terrified them. They were afraid it was exactly what Lin Shen was waiting for them to do. "What are you all watching for? Attack together and kill him, it's the only way we can survive," Wang Yiliu said once again. "Wang Yiliu, your scheming goes deep. You won't make a move yourself but spur others to go to their deaths. Your cunning far surpasses that of your brother Wan Shualayu," Lin Shen said, while dodging attacks from Wang Yiliu's life base. The ascenders, who had been somewhat persuaded by Wang Yiliu and were thinking of attacking, now hesitated once again. Yet, Brother Yiliu, why don't you join the fight? The eyes of the ascenders immediately turned towards Wang Yiliu. With Lin Shen's remarks, they realized that Wang Yiliu had only unleashed his life base, and he had not joined the fight himself. If Lin Shen was as he claimed, with a strength that was at best comparable to an ordinary first-turn ascender, or even less, then why hadn't Wang Yiliu rushed forward to join forces with his life base to kill Lin Shen? Ascenders preferred to battle using their life bases, mainly because close combat was extremely difficult in ascender fights, so they rarely engaged in melee combat, but that didn't mean they lacked the ability to do so. In fact, the combat abilities of an ascender themselves were not inferior to those of a life base. Lin Shen was not an ascender, he couldn't fly, nor did he possess ranged attack abilities, so why didn't Wang Yiliu attack him? Wang Yiliu, filled with frustration and unable to kill these fools with a single blow, had to suppress his anger and said, "You just need to do as I do, use your life base from a distance to strangle him. If you're worried about your life base getting damaged, then let your pet capsules out, there's no risk involved." Wang Yiliu knew that he couldn't explain the situation now. If he were to say that Lin Shen had the ability to kill ascenders in close combat, it would only increase the doubts in the hearts of these ascenders. "Wang Yiliu, oh Wang Yiliu, you really do want me dead? Then stop hiding and let your pets out," Lin Shen said. Seeing the ascenders hesitate once more, Wang Yiliu felt a surge of rage. He could only lament that the ascenders from their home planet, due to their inherent strength limitations, became excessively cautious after leaving it, leading many to become paranoid and fearful of taking any risks. When they were unchallenged and domineering on their home planet, they indeed had the air of lords, acting as if no one else mattered. But as soon as they encountered something they couldn't understand, on alien worlds, struggling to survive, their true nature would reveal itself. Ascenders who were truly powerful and capable would not stay on their home planet indefinitely. After all, among these ascenders, the only ones truly bearing the Wan surname were Wang Yiliu and another first-turn ascender, Wan Fixiang. Other ascenders had joined the Wan family to seek shade under a great tree, using the Wan family's interstellar resources to hunt ascended creatures on alien worlds. When the time came to truly risk their lives, how many were actually willing to do so? Wang Yiliu had no choice but to keep silent about the fact that he had no pets. How could others believe that the younger brother of the seventh-turn ascender Wan Shualiu did not even have an ascension pet? He said that others wouldn't believe him, they would only become more suspicious. "Uncle Xiang, if they don't understand the weight of that command, don't you either? If we can't retrieve the item, how are we supposed to explain it to the princess of the Diman tribe?" Wang Yiliu planned to start with Wan Fixiang. "Uncle Xiang, I don't need you to make a move, just release your flame giant dragon, leave the rest to me. Once the deed is done, the Blood Prison King spirit base of my brother shall be yours," Wang Yiliu said. Wan Fixiang's expression changed unpredictably upon hearing this, his gaze toward the Blood Prison King filled with greedy desire. Lin Shen saw the look in Wan Fixiang's eyes and knew things were about to take a bad turn. As expected, Wan Fixiang was moved by Wang Yiliu. Indeed, as Wang Yiliu had said, failing to complete the task and being investigated by the Diman tribe, their end would not be a good one. Now, without having to take any risks, he only needed to release the flame giant dragon. If the plan succeeded, great, if not, he could run away. And if it really did succeed, the seventh-turn Blood Prison King was of incalculable value, something he could never obtain in his lifetime. "All right, nephew Yiliu, I'll assist you." While he said so, he also stepped back slightly, pulling out his pet launcher and firing a pet capsule toward Lin Shen. "Stop!" Wang Yiliu truly hadn't expected Wan Fixiang to be so wicked as to actually target Lin Shen with the flame giant dragon. Wan Fixiang could have kept the flame giant dragon by his side and simply commanded it to attack Lin Shen from a distance using its life base, but nobody expected him to shoot it toward Lin Shen. Wang Yiliu was too late to stop it and could only seize the opportunity to attack Lin Shen without hesitation. If Lin Shen rushed to deal with the flame giant dragon, then he could take the opportunity to take the Blood Prison King. If Lin Shen dodged the flame giant dragon's attack, then he would be forced to retreat, and with the addition of Wang Yiliu's life-base sword attack, they could still force Lin Shen back, giving Wang Yiliu a chance to take the Blood Prison King. If Lin Shen chose to fight head-on, then he wouldn't need to go after the Blood Prison King. Coordinating with both the flame giant dragon and his own life-base sword, the three of them could encircle and ensure Lin Shen's death. That Wan Fixiang is really amusing, using the Ascension pet like that. Does he have a hole in his brain? The girl beside Tu Xiaodao chuckled, thinking Wan Fixiang was truly foolish. However, Tu Xiaodao said, if you really think Wan Fixiang is foolish, then the one who's actually funny is yourself. What do you mean? The girl was full of question marks. Do you really think he's gone mad, to shoot the pet at Lin Shen? If you think that way, you're too naive. He did it on purpose, to force Wang Yiliu to act. Only by doing so could they test whether Lin Shen can still use that terrifying strength, Tu Xiaodao said dismissively. You think they are so scared, why haven't they left? They also suspect that Lin Shen might not be able to unleash that strength anymore, and they also want the 7th turn Blood Prison King. But they are scared to take the risk, so they can only let Wang Yiliu take the gamble, Tu Xiaodao continued. Ah, so Wang Yiliu has been tricked by him, how pitiful, the girl said. No, Wang Yiliu is actually very aware of what Wan Fixiang is thinking, and that's probably what he wanted, Tu Xiaodao shook his head. While they were speaking, the flame giant dragon had already landed in front of Lin Shen, opening its mouth to spew out its life base. Lin Shen, instead of retreating, dodged the sword artifact's assassination attempt and charged at the flame giant dragon, throwing a punch directly at it. Seeing this, Wang Yiliu was overjoyed as he used his life-base sword to cut off Lin Shen's retreat, and sped up to seize the Blood Prison King life base. Chapter 241, Chapter 241, Overwhelming Wang Yiliu. But as Wang Yiliu pounced toward the Blood Prison King spirit base, he suddenly saw a huge figure appear out of thin air behind the Blood Prison King spirit base. Opening a mouth like a shredder, it swallowed the Blood Prison King spirit base in one bite. Wang Yiliu was both shocked and enraged. He punched the huge creature with the intent to blow it up on the spot. It was just a crystal-based creature, and he believed that with his own strength, he could blow it up instantly and empty out the Blood Prison King from its stomach. But when his punch landed on the body of the huge creature, it was like hitting a balloon, causing the creature's belly to cave in to an exaggerated degree, as if it was about to burst at any moment. In the end, it didn't burst. Instead, the huge body was propelled outwards, flying far away and crashing into the alloy wall of the base, collapsing a large gap in the wall. Lin Shen, using the steps of the immortal court step, dodged the claws of the flame giant dragon, and with the momentum of the surging waves brought up by each step, he punched the red spot under the dragon's belly while the angel revolver in his other hand was pressed against the dragon's belly and fired a shot. The sound of the gunshot and the impact of the punch almost occurred simultaneously, but the capsule in the gun collided with the dragon's belly and did not fire. But that was enough, because the pet capsule that Lin Shen fired contained the Dragon Slayer Jaiweiss. Although not fired, the pet capsule's collision with the flame giant dragon was sufficient to allow Jaiweiss' innate skill, Dragon Slayer, to take effect and weaken the dragon's strength. Lin Shen's punch, with the force of the huge overlapping waves, struck heavily on the A-cup ointment under the dragon's belly. With the force of one punch, he burst open the dragon's weak spot, his fist penetrated into it, and ascension liquid sprayed out, drenching Lin Shen. Under the astonished eyes of the onlookers, the flame giant dragon that was about to spew out its life base, shot up into the air, then crashed heavily to the ground without any further movement, its claws no longer even twitching. Wan Fixiang and the others were shocked. Lin Shen had killed the flame giant dragon with a single punch, which made them more suspicious that Lin Shen still possessed that terrifying strength, filling their hearts with growing doubt and paranoia. They didn't know that the flame giant dragon was not actually dead but had merely been struck by Lin Shen at its awoke ointment and was now unable to move. They didn't know that there was such a skill as awoke ointment sealing in the world, so seeing the flame giant dragon motionless, they assumed it was dead. Lin Shen took another step, his terrifying momentum carrying him towards Wang Yiliu. His body seemed to be pushed forward by layer upon layer of giant waves, giving the impression of being unstoppable. Wang Yiliu harbored the same idea but knew he absolutely couldn't retreat. If he retreated this time, the morale of the other ascenders would completely shatter, and they would never be able to aid him in killing Lin Shen again. Wang Yiliu gritted his teeth and stood his ground as his aura erupted, his fist swinging with the force of a meteor crashing toward Lin Shen. On his body, the carapace stood up like the reverse scales of a dragon, its edges flashing with light. Reverse scale killing fist, the most destructive skill among his innate abilities. Lin Shen, too, had no intention of backing down. With the momentum of the immortal court step ramping up his speed and summoning the force of towering ocean waves, he confronted Wang Yiliu's reverse scale killing fist. Boom! Like the explosion of an atomic bomb, the shockwave expanded in a ring, while dust rose like a mushroom cloud skyward upon detonation. Wang Yiliu's ascender body couldn't withstand the might of Lin Shen's towering force and was blasted back repeatedly. His legs carved out two deep grooves in the ground. Strong! Really too strong! Tu Xiaodao's eyes sparkled brightly. He realized that this punch was Lin Shen's own strength, and the fact that a single punch could repel an ascender was already quite astonishing, even if it was done with gathered momentum. The punch that obliterated Wan Shuoliu, after all, was external power. In Tu Xiaodao's eyes, it didn't represent much. Wang Yiliu was pushed back, suffering only a light injury. He forcibly swallowed the blood that had reached his mouth, his eyes revealing a touch of joy instead. A sword shadow attacked from behind Lin Shen. Because of the impact of his full-strength strike, he had not completely shaken off the force from the collision, which slightly impaired his control of his body. By the time he noticed his sword artifact, normally radiant like the sun, had somehow lost all its light and was attacking like a ghostly shadow, it was somewhat late, he could only manage to dodge the vital areas. The sword artifact passed through his waist, piercing the carapace on the left side and revealing the injured muscles underneath. Blood immediately began to flow. You see, his strength is just so, at best almost comparable to a first-turn ascender. If you don't kill him now, when are you waiting for? Wang Yiliu roared at Wan Fixiang and the other ascenders. Then let's battle, Lin Shen said firmly, stepping forward and recklessly charging towards Wang Yiliu, seemingly disregardful of Wan Fixiang and the others. The shattered carapace and wound at his waist also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Shen's punches surged like primordial giant fists, one punch after another, continuous jabbing punches combined with whip-like leg techniques, unleashing waves of terrifying force. He actually managed to suppress the ascension-level Wang Yiliu, forcing him to retreat step by step. Haven't you seen? What are you still waiting for? Kill him together, it will only take a moment. As Wang Yiliu battled furiously with Lin Shen, he roared up to the sky. Yet Wan Fixiang and the others were still hesitating. Lin Shen's recklessness had left all his back openings exposed to them. They seemed to have the opportunity to directly strike him down if they used their life base. But it was exactly because of this that they hesitated even more. A bunch of trash, no matter how many times you call out, they won't come down, Lin Shen said contemptuously while his relentless attack continued. Lin Shen's insults made the ascenders like Wan Fixiang grow even more wary. Yiliu, he's just trying to provoke us into acting, surely there's a scheme. We must not fall for his wishes, better to retreat quickly, one of the ascenders suggested. Pfft! Wang Yiliu couldn't hold back, spewing out a mouthful of blood in anger. He was already finding the fight extremely tough, his reverse scale killing fist had immense destructive power, tearing apart Lin Shen's carapace and leaving deep marks each time. But Lin Shen's carapace healed too quickly, the deep tears mended almost immediately. What made Wang Yiliu even more uncomfortable was that Lin Shen's strength kept growing stronger, his speed increasing. More importantly, his rhythm was extremely strange, each hit timed to disrupt Wang Yiliu at the most unsettling moments. The life-base sword flew around them but rarely found an opportunity to strike at Lin Shen, who seemed to have become his own shield. Pay it he couldn't shake free. Lin Shen's punching and leg techniques were also peculiar. The punches were fast and fierce, appearing simple, but they were unpredictable in their execution. The leg techniques were even more bizarre, each kick non-standard, often swinging out from unexpected angles like a steel whip, strange and insidious. Chapter 242, Chapter 242 Reinforcements. Under the onslaught of Lin Shen's relentless attacks, Wang Yiliu's situation had turned grim. It seemed he wouldn't last much longer. Yet Wan Fixiang and the others were still hesitating. Onlookers watching secretly had already concluded that the outcome was set. Once Wang Yiliu died, 9 out of 10 of the Wan family's ascenders would likely retreat. At this moment, Wang Yiliu suddenly bellowed, "If the Lin siblings do not die, all of you will." This sudden statement left everyone bewildered as to its meaning. With things having progressed this far, and his own safety already compromised, what use was there in making threats? But in the next second, Wang Yiliu forcibly retreated. Although he could not break free from Lin Shen's continuous onslaught, it was enough for him to raise his hand and take out a watch-shaped teleporter, directly pressing the teleportation switch. Lin Shen had already anticipated something when he shouted that phrase and furiously lunged at Wang Yiliu with all his might, but it was still a step too late. His charge hit nothing but air, as Wang Yiliu's figure vanished into thin air, presumably having teleported away. At this, the faces of Wan Fixiang and the other ascenders changed dramatically. The Wan family had a teleporter to the Hanji star, and they had always thought it was on the family head. They never expected it to be in Wang Yiliu's possession. Damn it! Wan Fixiang cursed under his breath. Today's events had definitely been recorded by Wang Yiliu. Now that he had teleported back to the Wan family on Hanji star and would hand over the video, their fate was easy to predict. Wan Fixiang had considered the possibility that the teleporter wasn't with the family head, but he had never imagined it would be with Wang Yiliu. He had always thought the most likely person to hold it would be Wan Shualiu, as he was the most important figure being cultivated by the Wan family from their home planet. If it were in the family head's hands, they wouldn't be too worried, as they were the main force of the Wan family from their home planet. If the family head betrayed them, it would be tantamount to destroying their home planet's Wan family. But in Wang Yiliu's hands, it was different. He had killed his own elder brother and been repeatedly pushed away by them, refusing to help. Wang Yiliu would definitely not show any mercy to them. It was as Wang Yiliu had said before teleporting away, if the Lin siblings did not die, they all would. This was not merely a threat. The only solution now was to kill the Lin siblings and snatch back Wan Nianbei's spirit base. Otherwise, when people from the Wan family on Hanji star arrived, their fate would be worse than death. Brothers, if we don't settle this matter today, we will probably suffer worse than death. Don't hold back anymore, fight for your lives, Wan Fixiang said, immediately taking out his pet launcher and firing another ascension pet, while also summoning his life base. These ascenders were all shrewd people, how could they not understand the current situation? They had also seen that although Lin Shen was formidable, he had not unleashed that terrifying power again. If they joined forces, they should be able to kill Lin Shen in a short time. Several ascenders gritted their teeth and launched their ascension pets, one after another. The pets landed on the ground. Watching those ascension pets land, ready to unleash their life bases, Lin Shen inwardly sighed in distress. Wang Yiliu's move was indeed cunning, forcing Wan Fixiang and the others to fight desperately. Now, Lin Shen had no way to deal with so many ascension pets. His pets were of base mutation level, an entire grade lower, not to mention he was also at a numerical disadvantage. Even if Jai Weiss and Death Powder could battle against first-turn Ascension pets, the other pets lacked that capability. Moreover, he had to deal with the spirit bases of Wan Fixiang and the others. No matter how he thought about it, he had no chance of winning this battle. It looks like I can only teleport to Realm King Planet and survive a little longer, Lin Shen thought, already contemplating retreat. There was no point in risking his life when the cause was hopeless. Better to keep the green hills intact than to needlessly burn the firewood. Just as he was considering retreating and taking his elder sister to Realm King Planet, he suddenly heard an abrupt sound of hooves. The sound of hooves at this time was extremely inopportune. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned toward the direction of the hoofbeats, and they saw two riders sprinting wildly towards the battlefield. As they rode, their mounts frothed at the mouth. Before even reaching the battlefield, the two mounts collapsed on the ground, and the riders sprang into the air, not caring for the lives of their mounts as they rushed into the fray. Wei! Lin Shen was slightly startled to see that the arrivals were Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yadu. "Let's talk after the fight," Wei Wufu said, with his purple crystal armor materializing around him as he charged at an ascender. "Tian, you've tricked me so badly," Ouyang Yadu said to Lin Shen, then turned towards the ascenders, locking eyes with one, squinting, and said, "First, I'll deal with them, and then I'll come settle the score with you." The Wan family had 12 ascenders outside the base. 3 had died, and 1 had fled, leaving only 8. "Wei Wufu, this matter has nothing to do with the Wei family," Wan Fixiang said, seeing that Wei Wufu was paying him no attention and had already charged at an ascender. He turned to Ouyang Yadu and continued, "Does the God's Love base truly intend to become enemies with the Wan family? Can you, Ouyang Yadu, make that decision?" "I can't, but it doesn't matter," Ouyang Yadu said and had already lunged at the ascender. "Quick battle, quick decision," Wan Fixiang ordered the 2 ascenders to suppress Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yadu first. He, along with 5 other ascenders, continued to besiege Lin Shen, seeking the quickest way to take him and Lin Miao down and reclaim the 6 Paths Phoenix spirit base. "This one's mine." Tu Xiaodao flew out from the base and intercepted one of the Wan family's ascenders. In such a short time since they'd last met, Tu Xiaodao had ascended. Wan Fixiang's expression turned extremely ugly. Just as he was about to say something, he saw another figure leap down from the wall of the base, holding a thin sword, and blocking another ascender. "Ximen Swordsman, you, a wandering mutator, dare to stand against my Wan family?" Wan Fixiang said, furious. Tu Xiaodao was a born ascender, and coming from the overseas super base, he dared to step forward, which Wan Fixiang could understand. But how could Ximen Swordsman dare to step up? When had the Wan family fallen so low that anyone seemed able to take a shot at them? "I didn't intend to be an enemy of the Wan family. It's just that I saw a mutator killing ascenders as if it were mere child's play, and I also wanted to try what it feels like to kill an ascender with my own hands," Ximen Swordsman said as he already charged forward. Lin Shen was somewhat stunned. He could understand Wei Wufu coming to help him. But why had Ouyang Yadu and Ximen Swordsman also jumped in, and how had Tu Xiaodao ascended so quickly? It hadn't been long since they'd last seen each other. Lin Shen had intended to flee, but with so many people joining in, things weren't as dire anymore, and he decided not to run. "Big sister, since others have come to help, let's join in as well," Lin Shen called out to his older sister for help, unable to handle that many ascension pets and ascenders on his own. Lin Miao didn't hesitate to communicate with the 6 Paths Phoenix, which turned into a streak of golden light and shot into the battlefield. Lin Shen wasn't idle either. He released Jai Weiss to face off against a dragon-type ascension pet. Death Powder was not to be counted on. Having swallowed the 7th turn Blood Prison King life base, it was unable to digest it and twisted and struggled in agony, seemingly bereft of combat capability. "If you can't swallow it, can't you spit it out? You're really trademark greedy, greedier than I am," Lin Shen cursed inwardly. If it hadn't been for the dire situation at the time, he would never have allowed death powder to come into contact with the Blood Prison King life base that was a 7th turn mutated life base, after all. Chapter 243, Chapter 243 Chaos. Lin Shen charged into the crowd of Ascension pets with the momentum of stepping on the celestial court, fighting alongside the 6 Paths Phoenix against those Ascension pets. Let's kill him together, Wan Fixian commanded his life base to bombard Lin Shen, and the other 3 Ascenders also directed their life bases to attack Lin Shen in unison. A multitude of Ascension pets spewed forth life bases, sending countless streaks of light towards Lin Shen and the 6 Paths Phoenix, lighting up the sky with their luminescence. Explosions and shockwaves ruptured continuously, causing the surrounding space to become unstable, with violent gusts of wind everywhere. Lin Shen charged into the swarm of Ascension pets, his movement technique incredibly elusive, darting within the group, inadvertently turning those Ascension pets into obstacles for Wan Fixian and his colleagues trying to kill Lin Shen. The speed of the 6 Paths Phoenix was simply too fast, its postures and movements steeped in mystery, making it even harder to injure. At this point, regret filled the hearts of Wan Fixian and his companions to the brim. It was clear to anyone that Lin Shen truly could no longer unleash that terrifying punch. If they hadn't been so suspicious, if they had just taken action with Wang Yiliu right then, they would have already killed Lin Shen, and how could have things turned out like this? It's not too late to kill him now. Don't worry about the 6 Paths Phoenix, focus on eradicating Lin Shen, Wan Fixian roared as he directed his Ascension pets to distance themselves from Lin Shen. In the distant sky, another huge dark bird suddenly appeared, with a graceful figure leaping from its back and plunging toward one of the Wan family's Ascenders. That Ascender had no choice but to recall his life base to confront this unexpected adversary. Bai Shenfei. How did she get here too? How can there be so many helping that Lin family kid? Could it be? This is a conspiracy against my Wan family. Wan Fixian felt increasingly uneasy as the thought crossed his mind. With individuals like Bai Shenfei of the Bai family, Wei Wufu of Tiancheng, Ouyang Yadu of God's Love Base, and Tu Xiaodao of the Overseas Super Base standing behind them, each of their families was someone the Wan family would not fear but still needed to give due respect. Now that so many were stepping out to help Lin Shen and oppose the Wan family, it was impossible not to overthink. But it was too late for regrets now. They could only fully focus on eliminating Lin Shen and Lin Miao to retrieve the 6 Paths Phoenix Spirit Base, which was their only way out. Step by step, Wei Wufu advanced towards another Ascender, his armor layering upon itself, transforming him into something resembling a heavily armed mecha warrior, making the already imposing figure of Wei Wufu appear all the more domineering. The Wei family has guarded a city for 1,000 years, I have always admired that. The Wei family has always been non-confrontational, why bother getting involved in all this? Zhu Kailing levitated his 1,000 purples and reds life-snatching hook beside him as he spoke to Wei Wufu. If I am here, he is here, Wei Wufu continued to approach, step by step. Do you know that I am a 3rd turn Ascender? Zhu Kailing added. Yes, it is you, said Wei Wufu, choosing Zhu Kailing, the toughest nut to crack. I pity your Wei family and do not wish to harm you, but if you insist on driving me to a dead end, then don't blame me. Zhu Kailing's gaze hardened as the 1,000 purples and reds life-snatching hook transformed into a rainbow light and shot towards Wei Wufu. Ouyang Yadu wasted no time in idle talk, his body protected all over by white jade armor akin to celestial armor, and he directly pounced on another 2nd turn Ascender. That Ascender's life base was a fairly common sword artifact, which brought forth thousands of sword shadows, enveloping Ouyang Yu. Ouyang Yu's eyes surged with blood, he didn't even bother to discern whether those sword shadows were real or illusion, and lunged forward directly. The myriad sword shadows vanished, and a sword artifact pierced through Ouyang Yu's chest. Ouyang Yadu, no matter how renowned you are, or how strong your gift theory is, you're just a mutator and have not yet earned the right to be arrogant in my presence, the Ascender, looking at Ouyang Yu pierced through the chest, said coldly. Ouyang Yedu had no interest in speaking at all, his body pierced by the sword, merely paused for a moment before he pounced on the ascender again mid-air. The ascender snorted coldly, intending to let the life-base sword pierce through Ouyang Yedu's body and strike him yet again. But the sword, trembling incessantly within Ouyang Yedu's chest, failed to fly out. Thin streams of pale red blood flowed down the blade, not dropping off but instead coating the life-base sword. The color of Ouyang Yedu's blood was frighteningly light, a mere hint of pink, almost unnoticeable as blood. The ascender surged upward, trying to ascend into the sky to widen the gap between him and Ouyang Yedu. In a battle between an ascender and a mutator, creating distance is an absolute advantage, yet now it was somewhat too late for him to do so. Ouyang Yedu pounced in front of him like a spectre, tenaciously grappling with the ascender, each move disregarding his own safety, intent on a mutual destruction. In the beginning, the ascender still had some reservations about the Ouyang family from God's love base and did not deal a lethal blow to Ouyang Yedu, but he soon realized that Ouyang Yedu was fighting like a madman, attacking without any defense, which made him extremely uncomfortable. "You forced this on yourself," the ascender said, no longer holding back, and aimed a punch directly at Ouyang Yedu's chest. As a second-turn ascended being, how could he fear the strength of a mutator? Even if Ouyang Yedu's strength was immense, it couldn't break through his carapace. The target of the ascender's punch was the hilt of the life-base sword embedded in Ouyang Yedu's chest. With this punch, the life-base sword could directly pierce through Ouyang Yedu's body and fly out from behind. His punch struck the hilt squarely, and the life-base sword instantly sped through Ouyang Yedu's chest, but Ouyang Yedu merely grasped his punching arm. But at that moment, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on Ouyang Yedu's lips, his hands tightened on the arm, and with a fierce twist of his body, he slammed his back into the ascender's embrace in a motion akin to an over-the-shoulder throw. The life-base sword, which had pierced through Ouyang Yedu's chest, now also impaled the ascender's chest. The ascender's eyes bulged. He had never seen a human fight like this before, such moves were unheard of in the world. Ouyang Yedu was the first to end the fight. Elsewhere, Tu Xiaodao confronting another ascender from afar had not even begun to engage. "Friend, you're not a direct descendant of the Wan family. Why go to such lengths to die for them?" Tu Xiaodao, upon stopping a first-turn ascender, showed no intention of fighting and went straight into persuasion mode. "If I fail to kill the Lin siblings today, the Wan family from Hanji Star will not let me off," the ascender replied, knowing Tu Xiaodao's identity and hesitating to make a move. "That's easy, just don't go back to the Wan family. Join me instead." "What can the Wan family from Hanji Star do?" Tu Xiaodao said with a smile. This left the ascender hesitating. "Society isn't about fighting and killing. You have to follow the right people. With the character of the Wan family, you'd dedicate yourself to their cause only to worry about being killed by them. Is such a Wan family worth your life loyalty? Follow me, and as long as you serve me well, you would never end up in such a situation," Tu Xiaodao continued to persuade. "But my family is with the Wan family." The ascender hesitated, but suddenly caught sight of a flash of cold light and a life-base throwing knife buried in his heart. You. The ascender couldn't believe that Tu Xiaodao was actually a second-turn ascender. What was more unexpected was that a second-turn ascender would actually scheme to ambush him, a first-turn ascender. It is the way of the strong to prevail over the weak. Even the lion exerts full strength to hunt a rabbit. Remember this lesson well in your next life, Tu Xiaodao said indifferently. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 244, Chapter 244, Monsters and Demons. The Ximen swordsman's sword had been severed by the spirit-base knife, and the second-turn ascender, wielding a crimson spear with life base, kept attempting to kill the Ximen swordsman time after time. The Ximen swordsman seemed weightless. The sonic booms and gales generated by the spear were enough to blow him away. As the second-turn ascender watched the seemingly limp, wind-borne Ximen swordsman, it looked as if he could easily be killed. However, whenever the life base passed by, the power on the spear simply pushed the Ximen swordsman away, as if his body had no weight at all. Unless the spear was devoid of any power, it could not touch the Ximen swordsman. This feeling was extremely frustrating for the Ascender, as the Ximen swordsman and his life base seemed like the positive ends of two magnets facing each other. There seemed to be something in between them, and no matter what, the life base could not get close to the Ximen swordsman. What was even more annoying was that every time his life base spear retreated, the Ximen swordsman would charge again, causing the Ascender great discomfort. Unable to kill him but unable to ignore him was more vexing than being hounded by a persistent nuisance. The sword in the hands of goddess consort Bai managed to withstand the onslaught of the life base of a first-turn Ascender without any damage, clearly not an ordinary item. Her swordsmanship and movement technique were in extreme harmony with talent theory, and it could be said that all the years the Bai family had spent researching talent theory culminated in goddess consort Bai. The strength and speed she could unleash, along with her movement technique and swordsmanship, made her combat capabilities far surpass those of an ordinary mutator. Although having difficulty to slay an Ascender and having a hard time gaining the upper hand, it was also not easy for that Ascender to injure her. Wei Wufu, who single-handedly took on the third-turn Ascender Zhu Kailing, was like a walking arsenal of the human world. His skills and combat experience were incredibly extensive, allowing him to close in on Zhu Kailing, who thus found it difficult to maintain distance. His life base became clumsy and was unable to unleash its true combat power. At first, Zhu Kailing thought to rely on his hard carapace to endure Wei Wufu's attacks and seize the opportunity to seriously injure him, a shameless tactic that banked on a higher level and stronger attribute to bully Wei Wufu. But after taking a punch from Wei Wufu, he no longer dared to entertain such thoughts. Wei Wufu's fist power ignored his carapace defense, injuring his flesh and internal organs. Fortunately, his ascended body was robust enough that if he had been a regular Ascender, perhaps his organs would have been shattered by Wei Wufu's strikes. Zhu Kailing greatly regretted that he should never have spoken all that nonsense at the start, giving Wei Wufu the chance to close in. "What sorts of demons and monsters are they?" Hai Daxiu commented on the battle before her, though her eyes couldn't hide her admiration. Everyone involved in today's battle was like a ghost, and even someone like Hai Daxiu couldn't help but feel moved. When she was their age, she was nowhere near as formidable. "These young people should be among the most promising of our home planet's younger generation to venture out," Instructor Mu remarked with good spirits and then huffed, "Hai Daxiu, are you still not going to let me go?" "I am definitely going to let you go, just not right now," Hai Daxiu replied. "Hai Daxiu, you really are regressing as you age. All those young people dare to step forward, where has your former spirit gone?" Instructor Mu said, annoyed. "I'm getting older and they can afford to be reckless, but I can't afford to act carelessly," Hai Daxiu replied, not perturbed, and said with a smile, "If they mess up, there are elders to clean up after them, but if I screw up, who's going to wipe my butt? At my age, I can only be the one doing the cleanup." "Old Mu, you're not young either, you should tone down your temper. If it weren't for your temper back in the day, how could your life base have had that problem? With your talent, how could you have only achieved so much now? Haven't you learned your lesson? Living is about more than just going far, I just want to walk my own path and see the sights I like," Instructor Mu declared. "You're noble, you're free-spirited, but when your disciples get into trouble, who cleans up their mess? If your life base hadn't had issues, would the Lin siblings be bullied by the Wan family today?" Hai Daxiu's words rendered Instructor Mu speechless. Lin Shen and the Six Paths Phoenix joined forces against numerous Ascension pets and people like Wan Fixiang, pushing the stepping on the immortal court to its limits. Their speed kept increasing, and so did the momentum it generated. Each step he took carried the sound of thunder and wind, stirring up the surrounding chaotic air currents as if riding the wind and treading on waves. His speed was now on par with Ascension level, and the waves of air he kicked up grew larger with each step. The ongoing battles around him only amplified the effect of the super base pattern, allowing him to absorb more and more of the world's force. The super base change continued unabated, showing no signs of weakening from a lack of strength. Lin Shen alone moved among a multitude of ascension pets while also facing numerous attacks from life bases, becoming increasingly dominant. Wan Fixian began to sense that something was amiss. The three ascenders and all these ascension pets still couldn't suppress the Lin siblings. What was worse, as the ascenders fighting with Ouyang Yadu met with accidents, the participating ascension pets also withdrew from the battlefield, making the restrictions on Lin Shen weaker and weaker. What kinds of monsters are these? The sight of Wei Wufu fighting evenly with Zhu Kailing, who had undergone the third turn, sent chills down Wan Fixiang's spine. Seeing that the ascenders battling Ouyang Yadu and Tu Xiaodao had already been killed, he no longer dared to continue the fight. Brothers, it's either they die or we perish today. We can only survive if we kill them. Let's go all out. Wan Fixiang roared, seemingly ready for a death match. But when the other two ascenders charged forward, he suddenly teleported, retracted his life base, and took to the skies to flee, leaving even his ascension pets behind. This move baffled the other two ascenders who were pumped to fight to the death. Their momentum vanished instantly, leaving them with no will to continue the battle. Do you think you can escape? Lin Shen leaped up, soaring with the wind, his body creating towering waves of air, catching up to Wan Fixiang's speed. Wan Fixiang was startled to see Lin Shen chasing him through the sky and, without a moment's hesitation, threw out his life base trying to block Lin Shen. As a mutator, Lin Shen lacked the ability to fly and couldn't leverage the air in the sky. Just a moment's block with the life base would mean Lin Shen wouldn't be able to pursue any further. A damaged life base wasn't a big concern compared to his life. Of course, it didn't matter anymore. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Lin Shen in midair leaped again like a strange bird, dodging Wan Fixiang's life base. His speed only increased. His body broke the sound barrier, trailing long white air waves behind him, like a white dragon streaking across the sky, catching up to Wan Fixiang from behind. Die! Wan Fixiang, in utter terror and seeing no escape, suddenly produced a third-turn spirit-based knife and swung it at Lin Shen pursuing him. In front of Wan Fixiang, Lin Shen leaped once more, evading the strike of the spirit-based knife like a dragon lifting its head. He stepped right onto Wan Fixiang's head. Boom! White air waves crossed the sky, causing clouds to disperse, and the shockwave exploded, creating wave after wave of clouds in the air. Lin Shen, standing atop Wan Fixiang's head, plummeted to the ground, smashing forcefully to create a crater over 10 meters in diameter. The earth and stones around it erupted into a ring that rose several meters high. As the dust settled, Lin Shen was seen standing in the crater, his foot on Wan Fixiang, whose head had burst open like a smashed watermelon. Chapter 245, Chapter 245 This is just the beginning. It's over. Instructor Mu let out a long sigh of relief as Hai Daxiu's life base was retracted, freeing him from suppression. No, this is just the beginning, Hai Daxiu shook his head. Instructor Mu stared at Hai Daxiu, seemingly realizing something, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Hai Daxiu also looked at him and said calmly, "You have been away from the home planet for too long. Do you know the extent to which the Wan family has developed now?" Without waiting for Instructor Mu to answer, Hai Daxiu continued, "The Wan family, now mainly based on the Hanji star, a subordinate planet of the Diman tribe, already has its own strongholds on more than 30 alien worlds. Just openly, it boasts over a dozen Nirvana beings on Hanji star, and the number of ascenders has reached the tens of thousands. Nirvana beings cannot return to the home planet, and the new humans born on alien worlds can't return either. If they don't use the teleporter from the home planet, they have no way to come back," Instructor Mu mused. "You're right, Nirvana beings cannot return to the home planet, and the new human ascenders also can't reach it. Then do you know how many of the Wan family members who left the home planet are now ascenders? The number will not be less than 1,000, and most of them have undergone years of training. They won't be low-level ascenders. Instructor Mu's expression grew more somber, and he knew what this implied. If the Wan family were truly determined to kill the Lin siblings, having viewed the footage of this battle, then it's possible that hundreds of advanced ascenders might teleport back to the home planet. Looking out the window at the setting sun, Hai Daxiu said, "Their battle has ended, but ours has just begun. Do you want to help Lin Shen and the others?" Instructor Mu asked, both shocked and delighted. "Not just them, but all the young people from the home planet without backgrounds. They've proven their worth and have also moved me," Hai Daxiu said earnestly. "What do you plan to do?" asked Instructor Mu. "Join me in convincing those old folks at the Human Supreme Hall to at least get half of them to agree on passing a home planet legislation that limits the excessive intervention of alien world families in home planet affairs," Hai Daxiu said as he glanced outside at Lin Shen and the others. "Until we succeed, they can only temporarily leave the home planet." "Go where?" Instructor Mu pondered. "The others have their own families to make arrangements for them, but for Lin Shen and Lin Miao, as well as that Ximen swordsman, if they are willing, they can first head to Giant Ring Star," Hai Daxiu had already planned in his heart. "Why Giant Ring Star?" Instructor Mu was confused. To his knowledge, that location was not under the influence of Hai Daxiu's backing. The Wan family is backed by the Diman tribe. If they were to go to any of our planets, the Diman tribe's reach would still extend there. Giant Ring Star is under the jurisdiction of the celestial race, and you don't need me to tell you about the relationship between them and the Diman tribe. The Diman tribe cannot reach there, only on Giant Ring Star can they truly be free from the threats of the Wan family and the Diman tribe, Hai Daxiu explained. "That indeed seems feasible," Instructor Mu said pensively. "Instructor Mu, let's start over, it's not too late. I know you've dedicated much to training the young people of the home planet over these decades, but you must also acknowledge that the majority of teleporters leaving the planet are controlled by the major families. No matter how many youngsters you train, in the end, they can only turn to those families. You need to pave a path of advancement for them, not just train them." Hai Daxiu stared at him with burning eyes. "I know starting over is difficult, but I believe you can do it." Instructor Mu looked at Hai Daxiu in stunned silence, then finally managed a wry smile, "As long as you don't mind me holding you back." Who would dare say that Mu Qingchuan of Martial Star is holding anyone back? Back in the day, you were without equal, Hai Daxiu also smiled. "What Martial Star? You're slapping my face," Instructor Mu said with a bitter smile. "No, in my heart, you are always that Mu Qingchuan who once suppressed his contemporaries." Hai Daxiu's gaze was serious, with not a hint of jest. Except for Wei Wufu, all the fighting had ended. Apart from Zhu Kailing, the 14 ascenders from the Wan family who came to the Sea Corn base had been virtually annihilated. The ascender battling Ximen swordsman ultimately died at the hands of his own life base, killed by Ximen swordsman using his own strength against him. Zhu Kailing wanted to escape, but he couldn't shake off Wei Wufu. "Are you all right?" Lin Shen went over to check on Yu Yang Yedu's injuries. "Being injured just makes me feel a bit more comfortable," Yu Yang Yedu said, not minding the wound on his chest. The wound hadn't healed, and strangely, though his flesh was split open and the injury looked severe, it was not bleeding anymore. Lin Shen, assured that Yu Yang Yedu's injuries didn't need attention, finally relaxed. He really hadn't expected Yu Yang Yedu to help him. What puzzled Lin Shen even more was Ximen swordsman. Seriously speaking, he and Ximen swordsman were enemies rather than friends. The fact that Ximen swordsman helped him was even more surprising than Yu Yang Yedu lending a hand. But when Lin Shen went to look for Ximen swordsman, he only caught sight of his retreating figure, already riding his mount into the distance. "Xiaodao, thank you," Lin Shen said sincerely to Tu Xiaodao, who was approaching with a young girl. "It was within my power," Tu Xiaodao replied, pointing to the girl beside him. This is my younger sister, Tu Xiaoao. Xiaoao. Lin Shen was slightly surprised, then glanced at the girl's waist, which was indeed very slender. The girl chuckled and spat, "Where are you looking?" "It's Yao, as in demon, not waist." "I see," said Lin Shen, finally understanding. "It hasn't been long, and yet you're already a second turn ascender," Lin Shen remarked to Tu Xiaodao after greeting Tu Xiaoao. "It was your inspiration that made me realize that everything else is illusory, and only level and strength truly matter. I don't need to challenge those above my level, I just need to always be of a higher level and stronger than my opponents. Crushing them is all that matters," Tu Xiaodao said, assessing Lin Shen. "Originally, I wanted to come out and crush you and Yang Yedu, but it seems my level isn't high enough yet. I need a higher level and stronger strength. After I return this time, I won't come out again until I reach 10th turn. After that, we'll meet again." With that, Tu Xiaodao took his leave with Tu Xiaoao. Lin Shen watched Tu Xiaodao go, not remembering when he'd ever inspired him. Wei Wufu was as stable as a machine, so flawless in his conduct that he almost never made a mistake in any situation. But Zhu Kailing didn't have such a good temperament. So many ascenders had come together, and now he was the only one left who hadn't died. Lin Shen and the others were watching the battle, and Zhu Kailing was starting to get impatient, even desperate to shake off Wei Wufu and flee. But the more he wanted to escape, the less he could get rid of Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu remained calm and cautious, always fighting Zhu Kailing with the most perfect tactics. Zhu Kailing, seeing Lin Shen as though he was about to help, chose to take a dangerous risk. However, he gave Wei Wufu the opportunity he needed. Wei Wufu landed a punch on Zhu Kailing's back, the force piercing straight through to his heart, causing Zhu Kailing to violently cough up blood. Not only did he fail to escape, but his situation worsened rapidly. Wei Wufu, expressionless, kept a tight hold on Zhu Kailing and continued his steady assault. Zhu Kailing, who had lost his will to fight and was injured, couldn't withstand the blows, being hit by Wei Wufu repeatedly, though how many times was unclear. In the end, he spat out fragments of his shattered organs, and was close to the end of his life. "Wei, you really are strong." Lin Shen couldn't help but give a thumbs up, this man had really taken on a third turn ascender head-on without a scratch. Chapter 246, Chapter 246, Open Information. Although the ascenders from the Wan family can hardly be considered elites as most of them belong to the lower echelons of ascenders. The very fact that a mutator was killing ascenders was already a shocking affair. It's just that because these people were too strong, it gave the impression that ascenders seemed not so powerful. Lin Shen originally intended to look for Uncle Lei and the others, but he was stopped by Instructor Mu. Instructor Mu told Lin Shen that Uncle Lei and the others were all at the Azura training camp and there was nothing to worry about at the moment, which greatly relieved Lin Miao. Even though he knew the Wan family probably wouldn't go on a killing spree within the Sea Corn base, Lin Miao was still afraid of the off chance. Wei Wufu and Yang Yedu followed Lin Shen to the training camp, and naturally, Bai Shenfei joined them as well. Instructor Mu did not avoid them and directly mentioned sending Lin Shen and Lin Miao to the giant ring star. Lin Shen, who had been planning to find a place to ascend as soon as possible, was greatly tempted after hearing about the giant ring star. His previous plan was to seek temporary refuge on his home planet, then teleport to Realm King planet and not come back for a long time. Going to the giant ring star seemed to be a better plan than that. If we leave, what's going to happen to Dark Bird Base? Lin Miao was worried about the people from the Lin family. The Wan family wants you, killing those who don't share the surname Lin has no meaning to them. However, to be on the safe side, it's best to disband them for now. Core members can temporarily stay at Sea Corn Base until you return to the Lin family later, advised Instructor Mu. When can we come back? Lin Miao sighed. That depends on when the Human Supreme Hall can pass that bill, sighed Instructor Mu. It wasn't something he could influence with his power, it would require approval from more than half of the Supreme Hall members to pass the bill. The Supreme Hall was composed of human forces that had ventured out from their home planet. Most members came from the great families of those alien worlds. The Human Supreme Hall was established at first because humans found it difficult to survive in the universe, and they could assist each other. However, as it evolved, the Supreme Hall has now become a platform for various human forces to seek their own interests. Lin Shen wished to go to the giant ring star, but he had one concern. And that was about the primeval eggs required for ascension, which they had yet to acquire. If he went to the giant ring star and couldn't find primeval eggs when he needed to ascend, he would have no choice but to use a regular ascension egg instead. While he could teleport back from the giant ring star, getting back there afterward would be difficult. Opening a teleporter to the giant ring star just once requires a great deal of resources, and no one would likely do it just for him. Instructor Mu, can you give us some time to discuss this? Asked Lin Shen. Yes, but be quick. Wang Yiliu should have teleported to the Hanji star of the Wan family by now, and the Wan family's people will likely arrive at the home planet soon. You don't have much time left, said Instructor Mu. All right, I understand, Lin Shen said and then called Wei Wufu aside to speak with him privately. In a secluded spot, Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu, Wei, are there any primeval eggs left for ascension in Tiancheng? Wei Wufu looked at Lin Shen and said, everything, 4 eggs. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen was overjoyed. He understood that Wei Wufu meant he wanted to exchange all of this time's gains for primeval eggs. The harvest this time was indeed substantial, with more than a dozen ascension pets and even more base mutation pets, all high-grade goods. Coupled with the spirit base and the pet launcher among other things, it amounted to an immense fortune back on the home planet. But then Lin Shen's smile faded as another thought struck him. Old Wei, tell me the truth, you're not planning to give me the primeval egg you have reserved for your own ascension, are you? Lin Shen stared at Wei Wufu, speaking earnestly. No, Wei Wufu shook his head. Lin Shen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although those items were valuable, the primeval egg reserved for ascension was priceless. Truth be told, exchanging those goods for a primeval egg meant Lin Shen would greatly benefit from the deal. That said, all was negotiable, as long as the egg wasn't the one Wei Wufu meant to use for his own ascension. Any owed favors could be repaid over time. After discussing with Wei Wufu, Lin Shen decided to first head over to Giant Ring Star with Lin Miao. Wei Wufu took the items back to Tiancheng. Once he finished handling affairs there, he would go to Giant Ring Star to find Lin Shen and bring him the primeval egg. After Lin Shen had finished discussing with Wei Wufu and returned to Instructor Mu and the others, he saw that Ouyang Yedu and Bai Shenfei had been taken away by 2 separate groups. Their escorted appearance was much like that of prisoners, surrounded by people on all sides, and it was obvious at a glance that these weren't ordinary individuals. Lin Shen surmised that they were most likely ascenders. When Lin Shen looked at Ouyang Yedu, Ouyang managed to turn around and smile at him. He said something, but no sound came out. Lin Shen guessed at his words by reading his lips. It seemed he was saying, I'll come find you again. Bai Shenfei also glanced at him, but said nothing before she followed the others and left the training camp. What's happened to them? Lin Shen asked Instructor Mu with curiosity. They helped you kill Wan family's ascender, it's no small matter. But you needn't worry, both the Bai family and the Ouyang family have considerable influence in the Supreme Hall. The Wan family won't be able to do much to them, nor dare to make enemies of the Bai family and the Ouyang family at the same time. Instructor Mu paused, then continued, taking Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yedu back is mainly for their protection, to avoid any accidents. What about you? Have you made your decision? Could you please convey our thanks to Hydaxia for us, Lin Shen said to Instructor Mu. We would like to travel to Giant Ring Star and want to know how much it will cost. We'll try to gather the amount. If we can't raise it all now, Could we pay in installments? I've already discussed this with Hai Daxiu. Asking you to pay for the teleportation now would be difficult for you. You can take your time to repay it once you arrive at Giant Ring Star, replied Instructor Mew. Instructor Mew sighed and added, actually, now isn't the best time for you to leave the home planet. With the resources from Realm King Planet, it's more suitable for mutators to develop here. Going to an alien world after ascension would be the better choice. Though the resources on Giant Ring Star are much more abundant than those of the home planet and even Realm King Planet, the mutation resources at the base mutation level don't compare to those on Realm King Planet. There aren't many planets in the universe that can match Realm King Planet in terms of mutation resources. Lin Shen wasn't worried about this issue as he had the teleporter. Even if he went to Giant Ring Star, he could still enter Realm King Planet at any time. Lin Shen didn't think it best to keep this from Instructor Mew, so he explained how his watch could teleport to Realm King Planet. So the place your teleporter connects to is Realm King Planet. That's excellent. You can first achieve a complete base mutation rate on Realm King Planet. After ascension, the resources on Giant Ring Star will also be a tremendous help to you. Let me think, there are a few areas on Giant Ring Star that would be suitable for your development. Instructor Mew took the watch to have a look and started planning Lin Shen's future. Lost in thought, Instructor Mew absent-mindedly fiddled with the watch, which suddenly vibrated. A message had arrived. As Instructor Mew's fingers brushed the watch unintentionally touching the message opened and an image was projected out. Chapter 247, Chapter 247 Moon Rabbit Queen. Lin Shen hadn't expected such a coincidence that Instructor Mew would have just glanced at it for a moment when Red Heart A happened to send a message. The image in the message was directly projected, appearing before the group. Lin Shen subconsciously wanted to close his eyes, but after closing them, he realized that if there had truly been a problem, it would have been impossible just to close his eyes to avoid it. Worried that Instructor Mew and Lin Miao might be in danger, Lin Shen hurriedly opened his eyes again to look at Lin Miao. Seeing Lin Miao's expression, Lin Shen realized that the image sent by Red Heart A definitely had an issue, but it was different from previous issues. Lin Miao was staring intently at the image, her face taking on a very strange hue. She turned to look at Lin Shen, and that odd expression made him even more aware that something was off. Lin Shen then looked at Instructor Mew, whose expression was still quite calm, but his eyes were just as strange as Lin Miao's. In Lin Shen's mind, there was confusion, but he could be sure that this image message didn't have the capability to bewilder the mind. Both his sister and Instructor Mew were lucid. What strange image did Red Heart A send that made my sister and Instructor Mew look at me with those eyes? Lin Shen couldn't restrain his curiosity and looked at the image. Upon looking, Lin Shen's expression also became peculiar, and he finally understood why his sister and Instructor Mew had such complex expressions. The image in the message was actually of a rabbit girl dancing. You say it's revealing, but the rabbit girl didn't show even a bit of flesh below her neck. You say it's conservative, but the black stockings reached the tops of her thighs. The key point was the dance she was doing. It was hard to say exactly what was wrong with it, but anyone who looked at it would have wandering thoughts. Lin Shen, you've finally grown up. Lin Miao patted Lin Shen's shoulder, her face full of relief. It's very normal for a man. But don't get too carried away, moderate it so it won't damage your body or hinder your cultivation. Instructor Mew handed the watch back to Lin Shen, saying profoundly. It's not that. Lin Shen tried to explain, but Instructor Mew gave him a knowing look, patted his shoulder, and then walked away. Inside, Lin Shen felt really frustrated. If he had actually seen it, there wouldn't be anything to it, quite ordinary indeed. The point was he hadn't seen it, which made things rather stifling for him. This figure, it's really not bad. Holding the watch, Lin Shen glanced at it again. It was indeed quite attractive. What was most noteworthy was that this rabbit girl really looked like an actual rabbit girl, not wearing fake rabbit ears, but truly having a pair of pink rabbit ears. What's Red Heart A trying to say? sending me this for what? In order to understand Red Heart A's intentions, Lin Shen seriously watched it all the way through once more. The image was just over 3 minutes of dance footage. There was nothing else, no text, no sound. It was puzzling what Red Heart A meant by sending it to him. Lin Shen remembered that before this, Red Heart A had sent a message that he hadn't opened. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Shen retrieved the unread message, guessing it should contain the reason why Red Heart A had sent him the rabbit girl footage. No matter how formidable Red Heart A was, at most they could influence his brain through the information. With evolution theory in place, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. As soon as he opened the message, he saw that it contained only text with no images. You've indeed not died, why did you cut off communication? You should have at least sent a message back. It's okay if you don't want to talk to me, but I've recently discovered something fun and wanted to share it with you. It's said that within the footage of the Moon Rabbit Queen, there lies the mystery of the Moon Rabbit clan's disappearance. Take a good look, and if you find anything, please reply. After reading it, Lin Shen still didn't understand what Red Heart A meant. From the content, it appeared that the main character in the footage should be the Queen of the Moon Rabbit clan. However, Lin Shen had never heard of the Moon Rabbit clan before, and it seemed as though Red Heart A was implying that the clan had mysteriously vanished, but it didn't seem to have anything to do with him. Lin Shen watched the footage again, and no matter how he looked at it, it was just a normal dance with nothing special. But a dance like this seemed inappropriate for a royal figure. She looked less like a queen and more like a dancer. I have no idea where this Red Heart A comes from, how they can afford to have nothing to do all day but mess with these strange things. Lin Shen closed the message, planning to pack his things as he would be leaving for Giant Ring Star tonight. There wasn't much else to pack, his usual belongings were all portable and could be carried in a bag. The only trouble was death powder, which had swallowed the 7th turn Blood Prison King and remained indigestible, its body still in an enlarged state. Once it shrunk, its stomach would bulge out with a huge lump, not to mention fighting, even moving was difficult. The creature seemed to be suffering, although it no longer twisted and writhed in pain, lying there motionless, it apparently was not feeling well. With no time left to wait for it to digest, Lin Shen had no choice but to revert it to its capsule form. After meeting with Hai Daxiu briefly explained the route to Giant Ring Star and gave them some information, which they could look over after arriving at Giant Ring Star. After bidding farewell to Uncle Lei and the others, Lin Shen and Lin Miao headed to where the teleporter was located. It was different from what Lin Shen had imagined. Looking at the teleporter that seemed as big as a small hill, Lin Shen thought to himself, this is really different from the Realm King cultivation device, no wonder Wei didn't recognize it before. The real teleporter is way too large. Seemingly catching Lin Shen's thoughts, Hai Daxiu explained, the wristwatch is only the trigger for the teleporter, this is the actual body of the teleporter. The wristwatch trigger is just for activating the teleporter and doesn't need much energy. But starting a teleportation with the teleporter always requires energy. This one is considered small, and many are much larger. Teleporters of the size of the Realm King cultivation device are quite rare in the universe. This teleporter can only do point-to-point transfer. After it teleports you to the main body of the teleporter on Infantry Star, you'll follow the previously arranged plan, where the owner of High Mansion will arrange for you to continue teleporting. You'll have to go through 4 teleportations to reach Giant Ring Star. Hai Daxiu reminded them again. Shall we set off now? Asked Lin Shen after Hai Daxiu finished speaking. Wait a moment, there's one more person who will be going to Giant Ring Star with you. Hai Daxiu checked the time, they should be arriving soon. Just as they were speaking, someone was brought over. Lin Shen recognized the newcomer as Ximen Swordsman only after seeing the person clearly. Once you leave the mother planet, you'll need to look out for each other. Humans have a tough time out there, help each other if you can, said Hai Daxiu. Afterwards, she urged them to enter the teleporter. I'm used to being a lone wolf, I don't like helping others or being helped. Let's just go our separate ways after this, Ximen swordsman said dismissively. Lin Shen and Lin Miao both smiled and didn't say anything. The three of them entered the teleporter as arranged by Hai Daxiu, and after a dizzying spin, the scenery before their eyes had already changed dramatically. Chapter 248, Chapter 248 Giant Ring Star. The volume of the giant ring star is many times larger than the human mother planet, estimated to be at least several hundred times larger. The gravity here is also much higher than that of the human mother planet, nearly the same as that of the Realm King planet, or even stronger. The living environment is somewhat similar to that of the human mother planet, the oxygen content in the atmosphere is higher, and the composition is slightly different. Ordinary humans can hardly survive on the giant ring star. Even mutators, upon arriving here, would encounter many problems. They would need some time to adapt and the aid of certain medicinal concoctions to live normally on the giant ring star. When Lin Shen and his two companions first arrived at the giant ring star, they clearly felt it difficult to breathe. Despite the ample oxygen, it felt suffocating, as if they couldn't draw air properly. Their digestive systems were also affected. After arriving here, they started to suffer from vomiting and diarrhea, with headaches as if their brains were being sliced by tiny knives, and their entire scalps stung as if pricked by needles. They also developed many black spots on their bodies, composed of black velvety fur. The three of them looked like moldy steamed buns, accompanied by fever and edema. All three were of the crystal base level, and even after drinking special potions, the situation was still not optimistic. For mutators of a lower level, it would be hard to say whether they could survive. Ximen swordsman had originally planned to venture out alone on the giant ring star after teleporting here. But now, this guy was barely managing between the bed and the toilet, so frail that a gust of wind could knock him over. Forget about venturing out, even walking was unsteady. Lin Miao wasn't much better off. Lin Shen initially felt a bit uncomfortable, but thanks to the effects of evolution theory, he was fine after lying down for less than 10 hours. Brother Lin, of all the human mutators I've received, you are the first to adapt to the giant ring star so quickly. Have you been here before? Yu, who was boiling water and cooking at the entrance of the stone house, was somewhat astonished to see Lin Shen walking out as if nothing had happened. I've been to planets with similar environments before, Lin Shen said, surveying the surroundings. Isn't the giant ring star a planet under the Celestials' control? Why are the conditions so poor here? In Lin Shen's opinion, the living conditions here were worse than during the era of cold weapons in human history. The houses were built by piling up stones, arranged in rows, 4 rows in total. The Celestials revere nature, so they prohibit the use of high-tech products on the giant ring star, as well as any construction and factories. These are all temporary dwellings to make do. Most humans and alien species come here to hunt base variant creatures and are not too particular about other things, Yu explained with a smile. I didn't expect the Celestials to be so considerate, Lin Shen commented admiringly. Considerate is for foreign races. The Celestials themselves are not so fastidious. They don't live on the ground, what the ground is like doesn't affect them, Yu said, curling his lip. If they don't live on the ground, then where do they live? Lin Shen asked curiously. Over there. Yu pointed to the sky. Lin Shen looked up to see a giant ring in the sky, encircling the planet like a colossal rainbow, floating continuously above. That's the star belt of the giant ring star, made up of countless floating ring islands. The Celestials live up there, and some elite alien species can also reside there. They have everything they need for eating, drinking, and entertainment. As for us humans, even with money, we're not eligible to enter those floating ring islands and can only live on the ground. Yu shared some details about the giant ring star while he continued cooking. There were many ascended creatures on giant ring star, but most on the ground were only base variant creatures. If one wanted to hunt ascended creatures, they would need to visit those floating ring islands above the star belt, which offered a greater chance of encountering them. The so-called floating ring islands are actually numerous meteorites of various sizes. Legend has it that these meteorites originally belonged to another planet, even larger than giant ring star. For some unknown reason, that planet exploded into many fragments, which were drawn to giant ring star like the Moon orbits the Earth. Eventually, numerous fragments formed what is now the star belt. You said that some of those floating ring islands were even larger than the Moon, and many were inhabited by ascended creatures, with even nirvana creatures purportedly among them. What are you cooking? Lin Shen had thought Yu was preparing a meal, but upon closer inspection, he realized that Yu was boiling various herbs in the pot. These are some of the plants from giant ring star. If you boil and stew them like this, they can benefit humans and alien species who have just arrived on this planet, helping them to quickly adapt to the environment here. Normally, you'd have to drink those potions for at least 2 or 3 months to adapt. Of course, you're an exception. Drink this soup, and you'll adapt completely in half a month. I'll give your 2 companions a bowl each later, 3 times a day, guaranteeing they won't have any issues in half a month. After drinking it for 2 or 3 days, they won't feel as bad, and a bowl today will help prevent too severe a burn. Yu said while ladling out the soup. Thank you, Lin Shen said gratefully as he took the full bowl of soup. No need for thanks. It's only fitting, 1 heavenly currency per bowl, Yu said with a smile. We've just arrived on giant ring star and didn't bring any money. Can we put it on the tab, or use something else to settle the debt? It was only then that Lin Shen realized these things were not free. Lin Shen considered this normal, as it was reasonable for someone, with no close relationship to them, to charge for their services. Sure, I'll put it on your tab, Yu agreed readily, passing the bowl to Lin Shen and continued, seeing how quickly you've recovered, I bet you can start earning money tomorrow. What level are you? Crystal base. Lin Shen replied casually. Not bad. As long as you're not too shabby, earning 7 or 8 heavenly currency a day won't be hard. That should cover the cost of the medicine. Yu was jotting down the tab in a little notebook while chatting and laughing. Lin Shen glanced at his notebook and noticed it was densely filled with accounts owed to Yu. Yu, your business seems quite extensive, doesn't it? Lin Shen had no idea of the value of 1 heavenly currency, but he saw debt amounts written in the book that went up to 5 digits. Who would come to a god-forsaken place like this and put up with bad food and sleep, not to mention living in fear every day, if not to make some money? You could lose your life any day. Yu closed his notebook solemnly and stored it close to him before he spoke to Lin Shen. Is this place really that dangerous? Lin Shen hadn't sensed any danger here, nor had he seen any base variant creatures lurking nearby. Ha, you've just arrived and haven't experienced the nights here yet. You'll understand when it gets dark. Let me give you a piece of advice. Yu's eyes narrowed into slits, and his face twitched as he spoke in an eerie tone. When it gets dark, never go outside. Lin Shen had already noticed that they had been on giant ring star for over 10 hours, yet it was still very bright with no sign of nightfall. In fact, Lin Shen had never actually seen the sun, as if all the light in the sky emanated from the star belt. Chapter 249, Chapter 249, The Night. Lin Shen carried the medicinal soup into the room, drank a bowl himself, and felt no reaction before he delivered a bowl each to Lin Miao and Ximen Swordsman. Lin Miao and Ximen Swordsman were both still feverish and somewhat delirious. Lin Shen had no choice but to pinch their jaws open to pour the soup down their throats. This medicinal soup was indeed effective. After drinking it, within a while, their fevers evidently began to subside. Taking out the information provided by Hai Daxiu, Lin Shen carefully studied the data on giant ring star. The method of timekeeping in the universe was very special. Most habitable planets had their own way of keeping time, but regardless of the method, a day was 24 hours long, though the actual length of those 24 hours differed from planet to planet. Therefore, there was a universal system of timekeeping that was consistent across the universe, regardless of the time on any given planet. Universe time was calculated based on the time of the teleporter, where 1 hour on the countdown of a watch equaled a standard cosmic hour, and all teleporter timings were synchronized, without exception. Strangely, this universal time closely matched the time on the human mother planet. Even the calculation of the entire universe time was astonishingly close to the timekeeping methods of the human mother planet. A cosmic year was roughly equivalent to a year on the human mother planet, usually differing by just a few days, at most a fortnight or half a month. Since its discovery, giant ring star had only been through 17 cosmic years and was a planet with a relatively low level of development. Currently, the only known teleporter capable of sending people to giant ring star was in the possession of the celestial race. No teleporter infrastructure had been found on giant ring star. Visitors who teleport there would all find a black watch appearing on their wrist, also displaying a 3-day countdown. However, at the end of the 3-day countdown, one wouldn't be automatically transported away. There was a choice to either stay or return. As long as one didn't choose to go back, they could remain on giant ring star indefinitely. This is almost identical to the pattern of teleportation from Gourd Mountain to Realm King Planet. Could it be that Gourd Mountain itself is a teleporter? Lin Shen speculated inwardly. Continuing to read the information on giant ring star, it was roughly consistent with what you had said. Giant ring star was enormous, home to many base variant creatures, with the creatures being prevalent inside the planet, and ascended creatures inhabiting certain areas. Above the star belt, there was an abundance of ascended creatures, which often came down to hunt for prey. Since the planet was recently discovered and developed, there wasn't much data available. The document then emphasized some of the taboos of giant ring star. Most of these were about what should not be touched and which areas should be avoided, but one particularly conspicuous warning was to stay inside enclosed spaces after dark and not to venture out at random, or it could be life-threatening. The specific reason was not stated in the document, only mentioning that giant ring star was located on the edge of its star system, with very low stellar influence, and it even risked detaching from the star system to become a rogue planet at any moment. The illumination of giant ring star mainly came from the star belt, which wasn't the floating ring islands themselves that emitted light but the star belt itself. The luminescence of the star belt ensued a dark period after every 80 or so cosmic hours, lasting nearly 40 hours. This period was the night of giant ring star. Lin Shen couldn't comprehend what it meant for the star belt itself to emit light. Wasn't the star belt formed by those floating ring islands? If the floating islands didn't emit light and the star belt itself did, it seemed contradictory. Unfortunately, the document offered no answers, and Lin Shen asked you for clarification, but even you couldn't explain it. He handed Lin Shen a timetable showing the dark periods of giant ring star and once again reminded him that when night came, it was imperative to return indoors and lock the door. If he failed to make it back in time, he should find a cave outside, block the entrance with something, and wait for night to pass. Of course, for these pieces of information and the timetable, Lin Shen had again incurred a debt of 2 heavenly currency. The stone cottages were naturally not free of charge, each requiring 1 heavenly currency per day for rent. Having looked over the timetable, Lin Shen realized that there were less than 3 hours left before the next black night would descend. He naturally did not wish to take any risks by venturing out and decided to wait out this black night before making further plans. After consuming the medicinal soup, Lin Miao and Ximen Swordsman both felt somewhat better. Lin Shen meticulously relayed to them the information he had gathered, to prevent them from ignorantly running out during the black night, which could have disastrous consequences. Originally, each of the 3 had their own stone cottage, but Lin Shen asked you to cancel one rental, thinking it would be sufficient for him and Lin Miao to share one. You agreed to the cancellation, but insisted that today's rent could not be reduced. Lin Shen wasn't trying to save money per se, giant ring star was just too eerie. He feared that something might happen and felt more at ease being with Lin Miao. Lin Shen also asked you to prepare a few more bowls of medicinal soup, which he poured into water bags to drink when the Black Night came. You quite fancied people like Lin Shen who ran up debts so readily and was not at all worried about Lin Shen defaulting on his debts. Leaving a water bag full of medicinal soup for Ximen Swordsman, he cautioned him that the Black Night was approaching and to absolutely not go outside. In fact, Ximen Swordsman was in a very weakened state, covered with black spots, and had difficulty even getting out of bed. It was unlikely that he would go out. Ximen Swordsman didn't say much, but his gaze towards Lin Shen was somewhat peculiar. How come Lin Shen, like me, on his first visit to Giant Ring Star, seems untroubled? Where exactly did I fall short? Ximen Swordsman felt extremely dejected. It's almost time. After I leave, lock the door from the inside. Lin Shen, seeing that his spirit had improved significantly, at least to the point of being lucid, then left, closing the door behind him. Having returned to the elder sister's stone cottage, Lin Shen closed the door, locked it from the inside, and gave another bowl of medicinal soup to her. The elder sister was not as uncomfortable now and was finally able to get some sleep. There wasn't much in the stone cottage aside from a stone bed. There wasn't even a stool, just several larger stones that seemed to serve as seats. Lin Shen chose a stone that felt relatively comfortable to sit on and sat waiting for the coming of the Black Night. What exactly will this Black Night bring? Lin Shen wondered to himself. Finally, when the time for the Black Night arrived, although there were no windows in the stone cottage, the light seeping in through the cracks in the door suddenly disappeared. It wasn't the kind of darkness that comes with the slow setting of the sun, it was more like the sudden extinguishing of a light in an already dark room. Dark, pitch dark without a glimmer of light, the kind where one cannot see their own hand in front of their face. Lin Shen tried to peer through the crack of the door to see what was happening outside but couldn't see anything at all. There was not a trace of light outside, rendering his eyes completely useless. Lin Shen had thought that, after a while, his eyes would adapt and he might see a little light, but after waiting a good while, his eyes never adjusted. It was as if he had gone blind, seeing nothing. Suddenly, Lin Shen heard a sound, faint and elusive, as if someone were singing in the next room. Chapter 250, Chapter 250, Blood-Face Bug. Lin Shen listened carefully and discovered that the sound was coming from the left side of the stone house. The stone house where they lived was in a row. On the right was the stone house where Ximen Swordsman lived, and to the left was the stone house Lin Shen had occupied during the day. Did you rent out that room so quickly? Lin Shen thought to himself that this was quite normal. It was probably someone who had gone out during the day and hurried back before nightfall. There were a total of 4 rows of stone houses with over a dozen rooms in each row. Besides you, Lin Shen had only seen a few people during the day, most must have been out hunting base variant creatures. Lin Shen listened again and speculated that there must be a woman in the left stone house. Even though she was just humming casually, not very loudly, the voice was quite tasteful and seductive. After listening for a while, a dim, yellow light appeared on the wall, as though from a lamp shining through the cracks. The stone houses were originally constructed from irregular stones stacked together, with the white type of ash used as mortar at the seams. It was normal for the ash to fall off over time, creating gaps. If it were any other time, Lin Shen wouldn't care about such a thing. But in this dark environment, and in this particular place, he actually felt the urge to peek through the crack to see what the woman living in the neighboring stone house looked like. Peeking at someone's privacy isn't right, and since I've just arrived here, being discovered would ruin my reputation, Lin Shen steadied his mind and decided not to look. However, the nights on Giant Ring Star were too eerily quiet and too fiercely dark, making the faint glimmering light even more eye-catching. Lin Shen couldn't make out what the woman was humming, but it sounded like she was in a very good mood. It seems she had a very fruitful day and is in a great mood. I wonder what she caught. I'll just take a look at her prey, Lin Shen reasoned with himself after resisting for a while, but he ultimately couldn't hold back. He tiptoed to the wall and leaned his eye close to the crack. The crack was tiny, just the size of a peanut, allowing only a small hole for Lin Shen to look through. Lin Shen was lucky, he immediately saw a room filled with a dim yellow glow. A woman was sitting on a tall stone, her back to Lin Shen, casually humming an unintelligible song while combing her hair with a brush. Because all he could see was her back, he couldn't make out much, only that she was a woman in a white spaghetti strap-long dress, sitting in such a way that her hips looked exceptionally round. Her black hair hung down like a waterfall, and as she placed the brush on it, one couldn't help but imagine that if she let the brush go, it would slide straight down. Lin Shen glanced once and then shifted his gaze away, sitting back down on the stone. He was just a bit curious, not a real peeping Tom. A glance was enough for him. The woman seemed to be in a good mood, humming continuously. Lin Shen listened for a while and felt inexplicably irritable. Since it's night now and no one dares to go out, let's try if the mechanical watch can be used here. Lin Shen took out his mechanical watch, unsure if it would work in this place. He already had a giant ring star teleportation watch on his hand. Whether he could use another teleportation watch to go to other planets while on giant ring star was another matter. Lin Shen gave it a try, setting the time very short. After pressing the teleport switch, the scenery before his eyes suddenly changed, and he found himself back in the familiar desert. Because he had set coordinates before leaving, he arrived back at the same place he had left. On the ground lay the bodies of many green crystal warriors. Unexpectedly, atop the corpse of the green crystal warrior, crawled numerous fist-sized, ladybug-like black bugs. These black bugs were feasting on the green crystal warrior's corpse, their numbers terrifyingly vast, with each corpse swarming with them. The corpses of the blue crystal warrior and purple crystal warrior were in the same condition, covered with such bugs. Lin Shen hurriedly looked over to the corpse of the red crystal warrior, which he hadn't been able to take with him last time. All the bodies had been left here, and Lin Shen had intended to retrieve the mutant warriors' corpses when he had time. Upon closer inspection, there weren't as many bugs on the red crystal warrior's corpse. Whereas the other corpses were covered with a dense mass of black bugs, on the red crystal warrior's corpse there was unexpectedly just one black bug with red stripes. This peculiar red-striped black bug looked very strange, the rest were entirely jet black like obsidian. The red stripes on the bug's back resembled glowing red-hot iron wires, sketching out an abstract human face pattern. The pattern was somewhat reminiscent of ancient theatrical face paint, but all the lines were red, giving it a very bizarre appearance. Since Lin Shen was still a distance away from the green crystal warrior's corpse, the bugs were busily devouring the bodies and hadn't noticed him. Lin Shen thought for a moment, didn't rush over, but rather slowly lay down and quietly observed the bugs. The bugs were too numerous, with thousands upon the green crystal warrior's corpses. Each body had at least several dozen bugs, with some possibly hosting over 100. If all these bugs were crystal-based creatures, then there would be tens of thousands of them, and Lin Shen didn't know what abilities they possessed. If they were to attack in a swarm, Lin Shen didn't know if he could handle them. The key point was that these bugs, like ladybugs, had wings and were capable of flight. Where did so many bugs come from? Lin Shen couldn't figure it out at the moment. Fortunately, he had set the teleportation to occur after a short time. He would be leaving in an hour. When the time for teleportation was near, he could release his pets to kill some of the bugs to see what they were capable of. Lin Shen's calculations in his mind were sound, but he had underestimated the bugs' rate of consumption. In just about 15 minutes, the bugs had already devoured a large portion of the corpses. At this rate, it would take at most half an hour for all the bodies to be consumed by them. The blood-face bug had nearly finished with the red crystal warrior's corpse, leaving only remnants and scraps. Lin Shen instinctively retreated further to avoid being discovered by the bugs after they finished their meal. As Lin Shen had thought, it took only a few minutes for the blood-face bug to completely consume the red crystal warrior's corpse, leaving not a trace behind. The other black bugs didn't take much longer to devour all the warriors' bodies, leaving nothing behind. Lucky I arrived just in time, otherwise, I would have thought that someone had taken away the bodies, who would have guessed they'd been eaten by the bugs. As Lin Shen was thinking this, he witnessed an eerie sight. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Thank you.